November 8th, 2021. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Vice Mayor Burt.
Here.
Councilmember Cormack. Here. Mayor Du Bois.
Here.
Councilmember Filsa.
Here.
Councilmember Koo.
Here.
Councilmember Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
For the record, 7 present.
The first item tonight, actually the first 3 items, are special orders of the day, recognizing long-term city employees who are retiring. So I'm going to ask a council member to read the resolution for each, and then staff will say a few comments, and then the employee can make some comments if they'd like. And then after we hear all 3, we'll go to the public and then come back to the council if council wants to make any comments. So I've asked Councilmember Cormack to read the first resolution.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Expressing appreciation to Catherine Borquin upon her retirement. Whereas Catherine Borquin began her career with the City of Palo Alto on July 23rd, 1990, and has enthusiastically served the citizens of Palo Alto for over 3 decades, working in the Community Services Department. And whereas Catherine Borquin thoughtfully and carefully supported the management of the Open Space, Parks, and Golf Division's budget and purchasing processes, and whereas Catherine Borquin supported the Parks and Recreation Commission for over 10 years, and whereas Catherine Borquin successfully managed and nurtured the City of Palo Alto's Community Garden Program and helped expand the garden program to 5 community gardens with over 420 garden plots. And whereas Catherine Borquin partnered with the Palo Alto Garden Club to build and sustain monarch butterfly stations in the community gardens and managed multiple Eagle Scout projects that helped enhance the community gardens. And whereas Catherine Borquin consistently received compliments from residents and city staff for providing excellent customer service and is recognized by her peers and city staff for being professional, hardworking, dependable, caring, and for being a team player with a positive attitude. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the Council of the City of Palo Alto hereby gratefully records and extends its sincere appreciation to Catherine Borquin for her dedication and excellent service rendered to the city, that the City Council of the City of Palo Alto recognizes Catherine Borquin for her tireless and enthusiastic commitment to the people of Palo Alto and thanks her for her 31 years of dedicated service on their behalf.
Thank you. And would a staff member like to make some comments?
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. This is Darren Anderson with the Community Services Department. And I've had the privilege to work with Catherine closely for my entire time at the city for the last 21 years. And I just want to take this moment to acknowledge and sincerely thank Catherine for those 31 years of outstanding service to the city. She's made a tremendous contributions to the Community Services Department and the Parks program, and has positively impacted so many members of our community's lives. And I want to especially thank her for being such a fantastic colleague and friend. It's been a privilege to work with you, Catherine, and I hope you have a wonderful retirement. Wish you all the best.
Great. And I'm sorry, we're getting used to the hybrid meeting. Is Catherine's online?
Yes, I'm here.
Would you like to say a word or two?
Yes, I'd really like to appreciate the City of Palo Alto for all the years of service I've done with the city. Everyone's been such a team player, and I've loved the coworkers that I've worked with for 31 years. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you. And we'll come back, but we're going to now read the second resolution. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll read the resolution expressing appreciation to Hector Sanchez upon his retirement. Whereas Hector Sanchez, for over 25 years, has enthusiastically served the City of Palo Alto, where he started his career on March 13th, 1996, as a building service person at the Lucy Stern Community Center. Whereas Hector Sanchez has enhanced the quality of programs and services for the Community Services Department by ensuring facilities were safe and clean, rooms were properly prepared, and equipment functioned properly. Whereas Hector Sanchez worked countless citywide special events in his 25 years, providing support, leadership, and a great enthusiasm to our community. Whereas Hector Sanchez is recognized by his peers, city staff, and the community for being professional, dependable, and always ready to help. Hector serves as an exemplary role model and a team player. He is the staff that many turn to when needing quick, timely solutions with minimal resources. Now, Therefore, let it be resolved that the Council of the City of Palo Alto hereby gratefully records and extends its sincere appreciation to Hector Sanchez for his dedication and excellent service rendered to the city. That the City Council of the City of Palo Alto recognizes Hector Sanchez for his tireless and enthusiastic commitment to the people of Palo Alto and thanks him for his 25 years of dedicated service on their behalf.
Great, thank you. And is there a member of the staff that is going to speak? Yep, thank you.
Adam Howard, Senior Community Services Manager with the City of Palo Alto. Hector's been with us for over 25 years, my entire career here. And I think as a building service person, he may say that he takes the most pride in keeping our facilities clean and safe. And we certainly all very much appreciate that. But I think what we really appreciate is his positive attitude, his enthusiasm for the job, and his willingness to help in any way that he can. If you ever saw Hector at one of the thousands of events he's worked, you'd see a guy with a huge smile, if he slowed down long enough for you to see him. He's always going. I know for me, if I'm at a special event and I have an issue that I can't resolve, I'm going to Hector. He could fix anything. He could accomplish anything. He hung signs at heights I had no idea how he did it. He found tables when I didn't think any more existed. He lit dark spaces when we had no more lights. Hector could solve problems I had long to give up trying to solve. Hector, you've had a huge impact on us. We're going to miss you. We thank all that you've done for me, all that you've done for the department, and all that you do for the community every day. Good luck, congratulations, and I hope you all the best.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Why don't you go to the microphone?
Thank you, everyone. I'm enjoy for this 26 years and a half and learn a lot of stuff for the city. And I know I have experience, but I learn more experience for every co-workers, including my managers and my any co-workers. I enjoy you and it's amazing for me and got everything to my heart for everything. Thank you for everyone.
And our third resolution is for Adrienne Moore. And I've asked Councilmember Tanaka to read that one.
Expressing appreciation to Adrienne Moore upon her retirement. Whereas Adrienne Moore served the city of Palo Alto and its citizens as a member of the Palo Alto Police Department for 24 years, first becoming a police officer in 1997, then a police agent in 2000, and ultimately a police sergeant in 2013. And whereas Sergeant Moore began her law enforcement career as a deputy sheriff with the Stanford Department of Public Safety in 1985, working on campus for 12 years before coming to Palo Alto Police Department. Combined, this is a remarkable 36 years working as a sworn law enforcement officer. She has worked all shifts of the patrol schedule and has worked in or supervised many specialty assignments, including designated rifle officer, firearms officer, defensive tactics instructor, bicycle patrol, special problems team, and several stints as field training officer. And whereas Sergeant Moore was a veteran detective, having worked many assignments in 3 separate stints in the Detective Bureau since 1998, to include property crime, hate crimes, sexual assaults, and child sexual abuse, robbery, and homicides, working on several notable cases and seeing them through to successful prosecutions. Whereas Sergeant Moore has a tireless work ethic, one that drove her to always assist her fellow department members with any task and not to stop until the job was completed thoroughly and correctly. Sergeant Moore supported her coworkers with a high degree of professionalism and respect that is in alignment with the mission of the department. And whereas Sergeant Moore was also cross-trained as a public safety dispatcher and assisted in dispatch on a fill-in basis for almost 12 years by answering 911 calls and other service calls for the public, and dispatching police, fire, paramedics, utilities, public works, and animal control. And whereas Sergeant Moore believed strongly in the education leadership, beginning with a Bachelor of Arts in Liberal Arts from the University of California at Santa Barbara, continuing with graduating from the prestigious Sherman Block Supervised Leadership Institute for Law Enforcement Supervisors, and culminating in a Master of Science in Law Enforcement and Public Safety Leadership from the University of San Diego. And she put all this training to good use as acting lieutenant assigned as a patrol watch commander. And whereas Sergeant Moore deserves a long and happy retirement for all her years of dedicated service. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of Palo Alto hereby commends the outstanding public service of Sergeant Adrian Moore and records his appreciation as well as the appreciation of the citizens of this community upon her retirement.
Thank you. And I see Chief Johnson.
Mayor, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. And for those that attended this afternoon's recognition event for veterans, I think you were probably very impressed with the keynote speaker, Dr. Felter from Stanford University. And when you looked at his resume, you kind of looked at it and listened in awe. And Sergeant Moore is in the same lineage when it comes to law enforcement. And I'm honored to accept this proclamation on her behalf. And as you just heard from Councilmember Tanaka, Sergeant Moore's career began serving communities in 1985. And without question, her experience, her leadership, her mentoring, and her tireless work ethic is going to be greatly missed in the Palo Alto Police Department. However, last month when we said goodbye to her within the building, I realized that her presence will never be outside of these halls. And what I mean by that is she has been a figure within this organization for many, many years. And I've always loved the phrase, to plant a seed is to believe into tomorrow. And Sergeant Moore's philosophy was always about building a better tomorrow. And within the halls, she continually planted seeds of encouragement, motivation, and inspiration. And for that, the city of Palo Alto will always be the recipient of Sergeant Moore's contribution for generations to come. So again, I thank you for this proclamation, and I receive it in her honor tonight, and we'll make sure she receives it in the very near future. So thank you.
Great, thank you. So would any council members like to make comments? You can just raise your hand or click. Okay, so I just wanted to say a few words. So these three employees, Catherine, Hector, Adrian, so thank you. It's more than 80 years of knowledge and experience. So it's a loss to the city, and we're going to miss your efforts, but thank you for your service and best wishes for a happy retirement. I do see a couple members of the public. If you're raising your hands, I hope it's on this item. Sorry, hang on one second. Okay, so the first speaker would be Chloe Lehua. And Chloe, you can speak now.
Hi, I'm trying to get on for item 12. I congratulate your retirees. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm just trying to figure out when I raise my hand for item 12.
Yeah, when we come to item 12, you can raise your hand then. Thank you. And then Aaron James, would you like to comment on this item?
Yes. How you doing, Tom? Mayor Du Bois. So I just want to comment on Sergeant Moore's retirement. Congratulations to her for all of the 36 years. What has been unsaid, and which I think is a shame, is with her leaving the Palo Alto Police Department, there are no longer any Black female members of the police department or any Black male members of the police department. And I think it leaves a stain on the leadership of Chief Johnson and James Reichschneider, who's responsible, I think he's a captain now, for recruiting, and Andrew Binder, that they have not gotten off their rear side to recruit African-American officers. And I really mean that. I think it would be a testament to Sergeant Moore that we carry out her legacy by doing everything we should to recruit more Black female officers. I think the last Black female officer in the administration or in management of the police department was Sandra Brown, and that's been a very long time, close to 10 years. So shame on the city of Palo Alto for claiming to have a diverse police force. Congratulations again to Sergeant Moore for her amazing career, but the council needs to make sure we do our job to recruit African Americans to this department. I believe this is the first time in 3 or 4 decades that we've been without an African American officer. That is shameful.
Okay. So thank you all again for your service. We're going to move on with our agenda. The next item is public comment. Well, actually, it's agenda changes, additions, deletions. I don't think we have any changes. I do want to note that if we are going late, we are going to pause whatever item we're on at 10 o'clock and just jump to the board and commission applicant selection, and then we'll go back to our regular
Mayor?
schedule.
Mayor, point of order.
Yeah.
We need a resolution to adopt, a motion to adopt the resolutions.
Okay, so can I get a motion to adopt all 3 resolutions?
So
I'd like to second.
Okay, thank you. So let's go ahead and vote on these 3 resolutions. Just go alphabetically tonight. So starting with Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I will vote yes. Councilmember Philseth.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
And Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Great. So that passes 7-0. Thank you, City Clerk. All right, so now we're going to move on to public comment. It's a time for oral communications. So please raise your hand. We will continue taking hands for the first 2 speakers. Okay, and our first speaker is going to be Ken Horowitz, who's in person.
Thank you. Good evening. Ken Horowitz. I live on Homer Avenue, Palo Alto. I think it's great we have these meetings back in person because I'm going to hand out some documents to the city clerk, and at least I know they're physically going to be in the hands of the city council. So I wanted to share, the first 2 documents are for the city attorney, which relates to the lawsuit that was brought against the state in 2018, which was called the California Keep Groceries Affordable Act of 2018. And that act, which prohibited cities from collecting taxes on things like sugar beverages, was declared unconstitutional. So I wanted to give the city attorney a copy of the article that was in the newspaper, plus the actual ruling by the Superior Court. So that will help understand a little bit more about the lawsuit and what the ruling was. And then I got a chance to speak in front of the Finance Committee last week, and a number of issues were raised that I didn't clarify correctly. But I want people to understand that this is a distribution tax. This is not a sales tax. It's a distribution on doing business in the city of Palo Alto. And so I wanted to leave with the city clerk a copy of the sugary tax or distributor tax ordinance, how the city of San Francisco collects the monies for distribution, as well as I mentioned that there is a city that collects 2 cents per ounce. That's the city of Boulder, Colorado. And I want to give also the city clerk a copy of the ordinance related to the City Council of City of Boulder, Colorado. And finally, want to just show you a one-page document, which is the tax statement from the distributor that they have to provide the cities in regards to the tax. So explain a little bit about the mechanism for this. And later on this evening, I'm going to talk to you on agenda item number 13 regarding revenue generation. Am I finished? Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. So again, we'll continue taking speaker cards or hands on Zoom through the end of the next speaker who's online. Our next speaker is Aaron James.
Good evening. I want to acknowledge City Manager Ed Chicata. I asked some questions last week of him, and he was kind enough to answer at least 2 of the 3 questions in writing. Mr. City Manager, I really want to acknowledge that because I rarely get responses from members of the council or city attorney's office, although Molly does answer my questions on a regular basis. So thank you. In reference to question number 1, you said here, responding to your question at council, I believe the K-9 program costs about $50,000 per year above the salary of the officers assigned to the program. The cost includes overtime specific to the call-outs, housing for the dogs, and specialty pay associated with a position. I would also say when I got the public records on this, a lot of them which were redacted, I couldn't figure them out in totality. There was expensive vegetarian food, veterinarian needs, specialty foods. The officers on the way home often or sometimes bought hamburger for their dogs. Ed, can you give me specifically what the total amount of it comes per year for, say, the last 2 years? I don't want to make it overburdensome, of what the total amount is for the K-9 unit so that we can have that to deal with in terms of whether we have the right balance for the K-9 unit or whether we can more put that money to work with crisis intervention workers or something else. So I'd just like a little more specificity, Ed, from you on that. And again, I thank you on that. Second question was, are we going to release the OIR, or the Independent Police Auditors report on the endless questions? And I'd like it to finally put it to rest, if we could, on the Zach Perone scandal. Your answer was, I believe you also had a question about Zach Perone. And as you know, the city's IPA reports on certain non-force related issues. And I am not distributing additional information beyond the existing channels. I don't know what that means. I would love a simple yes or no. This incident has gone back to January of 2014. And then up until December 19th of 2019, the OIR could have investigated. They did, but it was never released. And then subsequently this year, we reinstated the OIR's authority to investigate internal allegations like this critical one, like racial discrimination, racism on the force, whether or not that's true. So I just need a simple yes or no from you, Ed. Are you going to order the OIR, or let's put it this way, is the investigation ever going to be released? Yes or no? Or have we made a special rule for Zach Perone to protect somebody that was considered a golden officer? Really, really, really simple. And then the third question you didn't get a chance to answer, but again, it's my information. We have 0 African-American officers now in the police department. Can you confirm that? Thank you very much, Ed. I again appreciate your efforts on my behalf.
Okay, so our final speaker will be Anna Stein-Uccino. And again, we are speaking to items that are not otherwise on the agenda tonight. Our next speaker is Anika Bereni.
Hi, my name is Anika Bereni. I'm a senior at Gunn High School and a voting resident of Palo Alto. I'm a member of the Student Executive Council, where one of the main issues we work on every day is how to make our school more environmentally friendly. I'm here today to discuss the ramifications of idleness on climate action in the city of Palo Alto. I would personally consider myself a procrastinator, And something that I've noticed happens to me time after time again, that the longer I, dilly-dally, twiddle my thumbs, the larger a problem gets for me. And I understand that relating to climate action, spending may seem daunting right now, but it needs to be stressed that if we don't spend now, we'll need to spend exponentially more in the future. Sea level rise alone will cost us plenty, not only for infrastructure like the water treatment plant, but also as the sea rises, so does the water table, putting many of us West Coast at risk. I appreciate the efforts of council members Cormack and Burt as they work on the SCAP. However, that does not action on electrification. We would like a clear timeline for phasing out methane gas appliances in non-residential buildings as well as residential. Is there any way we could move forward quickly to streamline the permitting process for installing electric appliances so that people who want to switch to electric appliances can do so very easily? As a high school student, I would greatly appreciate any support that the council pledges towards putting climate progress as a prioritized issue. A letter sent to world leaders in these past weeks said, there is a terrifying future that may be created or avoided by the decisions you make. You have the power to decide. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Katie Roof.
Hello, my name is Katie. I'm a junior at Gunn High School and the leader of my school's Best Buddies Club. This club works with students with intellectual and developmental disabilities to promote an inclusive environment at our school. I'm here today to discuss climate action and how crucial it is to give everyone a voice in the decisions passed by our legislature. So leading scientists at COP26 have stressed that when we listen to the needs of our residents and give them a voice in the actions taken by their legislator, we essentially find ourselves able to drive the change that our world needs to see. While I appreciate the efforts of council members Cormack and Byrd as they work on SCAP, that does not excuse the inaction on the potential for engaging citizens with the change, especially with electrification and adaptation that our city needs to see. I, as a high school student, would appreciate any support that the council could pledge to putting climate progress as a prioritized issue. On behalf of youth too young yet to vote and those who have been silenced for circumstances beyond their control, please give us a chance to have our voices heard in the battle against the climate crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Salman De Silva.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Salman De Silva, and I'm a senior at Gunn High School. I run our school's environmental club, as well as other such opportunities to engage youth in climate advocacy. I've come today with several other speakers to address the ever-narrowing window of effective climate policy. As I've been following the latest events of COP26, I stumbled across a quote that I find strikingly relevant. It is as follows. None of the countries that have a net zero target have implemented sufficient short-term policies to put themselves on a trajectory towards net zero. Somehow I feel like Nicholas Hun, a German climate scientist, is describing Palo Alto before my very eyes. Our ideation as a city is only as effective as we are able to create results with it. Policies, pilot programs, and tangible conclusions are going to bring us action against climate change, not endless talk and negotiation. We need for council to collaborate with the ad hoc committee to push pilot programming along and set into action idealistic policies to see what they will achieve. If we wait another year to begin implementation, we are setting ourselves up for failure, one that we cannot afford this early in the process. And we've already come so far. Recognition, as I see it, is a pivotal first step. We as a city know that there is a carbon cost to operating gas-powered household appliances, yet the second step is taking action therewith. But we're delaying that action on this interim step that is now spiraling into a 12-month deliberation period that can be simultaneously processed as we make meaningful steps to achieving the goals that we have set out to achieve. We have seen the IPCC report on methane. We are seeing Glasgow highlight the importance of methane emission reduction. And particularly looking at today's docket, we have to protect our renters' agency in combating climate change. We need to give them the assets and the tools to electrify their own appliances and push for landlords to be electrifying their tenants' appliances. I truly believe that you all as council members have your youth's best interests at heart and frequently take action in line with what we say. So I beg that please you all continue this trajectory and do not draw out the process of climate legislation in Palo Alto further. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Maya Prakash, and apologies if I'm mispronouncing anybody's name.
Hi, my name is Maya Prakash, and I'm a sophomore at Gunn. I'm sophomore class vice president and co-captain of Gunn Public Forum Debate, and I'm here to talk about climate change. Of course, it's no secret to anyone here that climate change has detrimental impacts, both on the scale of Palo Alto and the world. And recently, I'm very happy to hear about past efforts we as a city have taken to rectify this issue, and I'm hoping that the council will take the next step that I've become aware of, which is to make a local effort through electrification. I want to emphasize the importance of acting now because every natural gas appliance that is installed today will be around for between 10 and 20 years, making it even harder to reduce our emissions in the future. In school, I'm constantly hearing about how if past generations had started earlier, we wouldn't be in the spot we are in today. And I really want to make sure that future generations of Palo Alto students don't need to hear that same message. And I'm hoping the council feels the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Antonia Minion.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tony Minion, and I'm the sophomore class president at Gunn High School. As a leader on SEC and co-captain of the debate team at Gunn, I'm very involved in our school community, which is why I'm also here today to address Palo Alto's current climate plan and its effects on students like myself and the students that I represent. I believe that the time to make change is now. We cannot keep waiting to take action and making excuses for lack of progress. Spending our time, money, and energy on this now will save us exponentially in the future and help us avoid more critical damage to our environment. Electrification is one local action that we can take to start placing our environment as a top priority. As COP26 comes to a standstill, I am reminded that my future is being jeopardized by an inability to legislate meaningful action. So as a student who has to grow up in a world being torn apart by climate change, it is incredibly important to me that we prioritize this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Julia Zeitlin.
Good evening, council members. My name is Julia Zeitlin, and I'm a sophomore at Castellea, my school's community action representative and a Palo Alto Youth Council member. I would like to speak today about your work on the SCAP. I want to thank you for your prioritization of sustainability and encourage further action on this issue. As a young person, climate change is and will continue to affect my generation immensely. It is imperative that the city achieve their ambitious goals and not let small, minute details prevent you from starting to implement SCAP goals. Currently, the goals and key actions in the 3-year work plan are scheduled to go to council for approval in February. We encourage the SCAP ad hoc committee to adjust their schedule so these items can go to council sooner. We need to speed up the timeline for the SCAP. This idea was introduced in 2016 and it is now 2021. We have an incredible goal that is bold and ambitious. Now we need to do everything we can to meet that goal. Approving the plan in the spring of 2022 or later is not an option. In addition, we encourage the ad hoc committee and council to start approving electrification pilots and educational programs. While we have seen the shortcomings of the infrastructure bill and COP26, we have also seen the successes in cities like Ithaca, where they have pledged to decarbonize all buildings, and Los Angeles, where the city has committed to converting to 100% clean energy. It is not enough to just form this committee. Actions speak louder than words. We implore you and your fellow council members to rethink the timeline and begin taking action as soon as possible. We really appreciate your work and especially your focus on climate as the youth of the city. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nina Farron.
Hi, my name is Nina, and I am a senior at Castellea High School. I am one of the Green Team leaders, and I'm here today to discuss the ramifications of idleness on climate action in the city of Palo Alto. As COP26 unfolds, we are seeing that time is limited on this issue. I appreciate the efforts of council members Cormack and Burt as they work on the SCAP, but those do not give an excuse to take extra time to negotiate and implement policy in the city. I, as a high school student, would appreciate any support that council pledges toward putting climate change progress as a prioritized issue. Please look through the perspective of the youth of Palo Alto and recognize that even more drastic climate change impacts we will have to solve in the future if we do not take action now. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sage. Is that online? Oh, yep, there you are.
Good evening, Council. My name is Sage Leland, and I'm the Senior Class Vice President at Gunn High School. As a representative of the student body, I'm here today to echo the concerns of my peers on the ramifications of idleness on climate action in the city of Palo Alto. As we watch the climate components of the infrastructure get chiseled away, it is more clear than ever that we can't wait for coordinated national action. We need to take local action now. I appreciate the efforts of Council members Cormack and Burt as they work on SCAP, but that does not excuse inaction on creating a robust educational campaign that leverages the help of environmental advocacy groups like 350.org, Palo Alto's Climate Action Group, to aid with the electrification of Palo Alto. I, as a high school student, would appreciate any support that the council pledges towards putting climate progress as a prioritized issue. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker tonight is Anna Stein-Uccino.
Thank you, Council, for letting me speak tonight. My name is Anna Stein-Uccino, and I'm a junior at Gunn High School. I am part of the board for Gunn's Environmental Club, as well as an organization working to bring climate education to the youth. I'm here today to discuss the importance of adeptness and efficiency in climate action in the city of Palo Alto. As COP26 unfolds, we are seeing that it is essential for local governmental action to occur to prevent climate issues. I appreciate the efforts of council members Cormack and Burt as they work on SCAP, but that does not excuse inaction of potential or a better future for the Palo Alto climate plan. We need to zero in on our actions that we can take now that will have the fastest impact. I believe that the electrification efforts fit this bill. Electrification helps combat the issue of ever-rising methane emissions. We also need a clear timeline of creating an electrification as well as more education plans to contractors who want to install these electrical appliances. If we do not start making plans for climate action, it will be ever so harder to recover from the anthropogenic impact on our Earth. I, as a high school student, would appreciate any support that the council pledges toward putting climate progress as a prioritized issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And thank you to all of our speakers tonight. We're going to move on to our consent calendar. I did want to mention that item 9 was removed because it did not require a second reading. Would any council members like to register no votes? Okay, Councilmember Koo.
Yes, I'd like to register a no vote for item number 10, please.
Okay. And anybody else? One second. Okay, so I don't see any other hands. Would any members of the public like to speak to items on the consent calendar? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands there either. Okay, so can I get a motion for the consent calendar?
Move the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and vote. Councilmember Cormack?
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Philseth?
Yes.
Councilmember Koo?
Yes.
Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
And Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes. For me.
Sorry? Oh, did I skip you? Vice Mayor Burt?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. All right, so that passes 7-0 with Councilmember Koo voting no on item 10. Councilmember Koo, would you like to speak to your no vote?
This is the adoption of an ordinance to extend the temporary outdoor encroachment permit program for dining, retail, and other uses, including the parklet pilot program until June 30th, 2022. And I had voted no in the previous first reading, and I'm just continuing my no vote, especially in light of restaurants who have come forward to continue the parking permit in the neighborhoods. And so the parklets are actually taking up parking space now on the streets right in front of their establishments. So I am just re-registering a no vote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we are a little bit ahead of schedule tonight. I'm going to suggest we take our first break. Would people like a break? No? All right.
Is staff ready to proceed or no?
We can go to city manager comments. All right.
All right, thank you, Mayor, members of the council, and I'll just take a few minutes, and I'm sure by the time I'm done, staff will be ready to proceed. Thank you to the city clerk's office for bringing up just a few slides. If we could go to the second slide, please. All right, thank you. As always, a quick update on our status with respect to the pandemic. Big news this week. I'm sure no surprise to anyone, especially any parents of juvenile children, that at this point really tracking the rollout of vaccines for children aged 5 through 11. The county of Santa Clara, as well as a number of medical providers, has really been pushing information on how best to get in touch with their pediatrician or medical provider, or directly through the county. So in particular, would note that the sccfreevax.org website, as well as your healthcare provider, are primary sources of information on receiving those vaccines. Also note that continued boosters and availability of shots for adults that have not yet been fully vaccinated. Next slide, please. Then proceeding with the availability of testing, and noted last week the Palo Alto Unified School District announcing the availability of testing on weekdays at Coverly's Pavilion, and additional information via the PAUSD website, and also the city tomorrow and every Tuesday we'll be offering testing through our contract with Curative at the Mitchell Park Library parking lot, as well as Wednesdays at City Hall. Next slide, please. Then moving in terms of a few upcoming key events. November is a very busy month for openings here in Palo Alto. This coming Friday, the long anticipated opening of the Palo Alto Junior Museum and Zoo. Tickets available there through our webpage, and that's at cityofpaloalto.org/JMZ. And note in particular limited hours of the museum and zoo for the first few weeks, but that will be increasing as of December 21st. And definitely know that won't take much to get the word out here, but the members of the community and children in the community will absolutely not want to miss this. Next slide, please. Okay, and then coming up on Saturday the 13th, we will have our Coverly Artist Studio program opening for members of the community to view the ongoing work at Coverly Art Studio, where community members can meet the artists as well as tour and take part in a number of activities. Here available via our webpage at cityofpaloalto.org/CASP, Coverly Artist Studio Program, as well as through our city calendar. Next slide, please. Then, just a week later, on November 20th at 10 a.m., weather permitting, the, again, long anticipated and eagerly anticipated opening of our bike and pedestrian bridge over Highway 101. This is at 10 a.m. For those tracking the big game, announced at 4 p.m., so plenty of time to get from, even by bike, from the bridge to Stanford campus, and really look forward to the opening and then the availability of this key facility for the community. Next slide, please. Then simply want to look forward to a few, again, anticipated items on the City Council's agenda next week. We will have up the Joint Council study session with a number of boards with respect to wireless communications facilities, further discussion of grade separations, and session on the Roth Building lease negotiations. On the 29th, we have our Safe Routes to School annual report, as well as the follow-up discussion on the California Avenue temporary and permanent street closures. And then into the month of December and beyond, we've got more work on additional parking development downtown, the North Ventura Coordinated Area Plan, and a number of both land use related items and the Sustainability Climate Action Plan Ad Hoc Committee report. And with that, I believe that completes my report. Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, back to you.
Great. Okay. So we're here at 5:48. I'm going to suggest we do a 10-minute break for those on Zoom. So we're ahead of schedule. We'll come back at 6 o'clock and start with our first action item. Thanks. Members that are online, could turn your camera back on. Okay, so we're going to go on to item number 12, which is consideration of adoption of 2 ordinances implementing objective standards. This is a continuation of an item from October 25th. And go to Director Late to start.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, City Council. Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. Just to reiterate, this is part 2 of a couple of hearings that we're presenting to the City Council. You may recall that the first time we talked about, and Gene Eisberg from Lexington Planning will go over this in more detail. But the first hearing, we took public testimony and we gave you some information and received some feedback about the context-based design standards. Tonight, we're going to talk about what some have characterized as sort of these additional, going beyond the state sort of feature. And these are the legislative components, and Gene will talk about those. So tonight, you can really focus in on that aspect of it. It's our plan to come back in January, reporting back to the City Council on what we heard. Maybe we'll be able to, depending on the feedback that we received, return with an ordinance. And then sometime in January, the public will have another opportunity to have some comments, and council will have an opportunity to further refine an ordinance or give us direction as needed. But we're heading on a path forward. And Gene, Ms. Eisberg, I'll turn it over to you to run us through a presentation.
Okay, great, thank you. As you can see, we've got an October 4th date here. So this is a continuation, as Director Late indicated, of that October 4th hearing. And so I'm just going to present a few of those slides. So the next slides talks about what we reviewed last time. So on the left-hand side of the screen, we provided an overview of the project and talked about the objective design standards. That's the translation of the context-based design criteria into objective design standards. We talked about other updates to several sections of Title 18 that related to refuse, stormwater management, parking lifts, things like that, elements that were either intended to strengthen subjective standards into objective standards, clarify items that were ambiguous, and generally modernize the code based on recent changes, such as changes in stormwater management. And then we provided the staff recommendation to, these are just study sessions, but in the future to receive your feedback on the ordinances. So tonight, as Director Late indicated, we're just focused on the proposal to transform legislative actions into objective criteria. So we talked last time about what is the state requiring versus what are we proposing maybe that goes beyond the state requirements, and this is one of those things. And this is because the bill that funded this project, Senate Bill 2, has a series of goals, which are to increase housing production, expand affordability, and streamline housing approvals. So the objective standards project is mostly about streamlining housing approvals. In this case, the idea of transforming legislative action seeks to actually increase housing production and affordability. So the next slide talks a little bit about the way things are now. So the planning regulations in Title 18 offer flexible standards, things like height, density, parking requirements to facilitate multifamily housing. But these tools require legislative action. So if we think about the workforce housing overlay, the affordable housing overlay, or the pedestrian transit-oriented development overlay, the PTOD, those have the purpose of expanding affordable housing, whether that's subsidized low and moderate income or just above moderate income in the case of the workforce housing overlay, or encouraging housing near transit. But again, those projects, those types of overlays require legislative action, which can add time and expense to the process. And then we juxtapose that to the more recent adoption of the Housing Incentive Program. That's not a rezoning tool. Projects under the HIP only are required to go through architectural review. So the next slide just provides a summary of what the affordable housing overlay does. So again, it provides more flexible development standards, FARs up to 2.4, building height up to 50 feet, parking ratios as low as 7.75 spaces per unit. And this is for projects that are 100% affordable rental housing located in a commercial mixed use district within a half mile of Caltrain or a quarter mile from a bus transit corridor. And this is an alternative to state density bonus law. So a project cannot put together a state density bonus law project and an affordable housing project. They would need to choose. The next slide talks about the workforce housing overlay. Again, this is providing more flexible development standards, increase in FAR up to 2.0, building height up to 50 feet, parking ratios as low as 1 space per unit or bedroom, and a lower usable open space requirement. And this is more narrowly applied. It only applies in the PF zoning district, the public facilities district. And in this case, at least 20% of the housing units need to be affordable for moderate income. So that's between 120% and 150% AMI. Each of these programs, the affordable housing overlay and the workforce housing overlay, have been used one time. Each has been used one time in the past few years since their inception. So the next slide compares this to the housing incentive program. This is the more recent program, which also provides more flexible development standards, but including increasing FARs depending on the location in Cal Ave versus downtown versus El Camino. And then there's additional flexibility if a project is 100% below market rate project. So again, this is an alternative to state density bonus law, but this is not a rezoning tool. So this projects are only required to go through architectural review with the ARB. The next slide talks about the proposal here. So on the workforce housing and affordable housing overlays, these overlays already designate the amount or already establish the criteria for affordability. And so the proposal is just to allow those standards by right if a project meets that affordability criteria. We're not proposing any changes to the zones that they would apply, the locations they would apply, and the ARB review would continue to be required for those projects. No changes are proposed to the PTOD, the pedestrian transit-oriented development area, maintaining that program as is in case there is anybody that's looking to use that tool. But we are proposing to expand the housing incentive program to sites that are currently eligible for the PTOD. This includes the area north of Page Mill, including the RM30, RM40, and CC zones where the housing incentive program does not currently apply. So if we look at the next slide, we can see a map that shows the areas in the dark pink. So right along the Caltrain corridor, and you can see just southwest or plan lower than the Caltrain, those dark pink areas where the HIP is proposed to expand. So the last slide, I believe on the next page, is just a summary of that staff recommendation. So items 1 and 2 we reviewed on October 4th, and we are not talking about those tonight. Tonight it says October 25th, but here we are a couple weeks later. So item 3 is our focus tonight, looking for your feedback on the idea of supporting transforming legislative actions into objective criteria and your feedback on the proposal to expand the housing incentive program. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, so thank you. So again, we are continuing the item, so there's no public comment. We're going to come straight to council for questions, comments, and motions. I'd suggest we do a round of questions and comments. So I'll go ahead and just ask some questions of staff. And let's see any. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Koo, you had your hand up. Wasn't showing up on my screen. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask, so we're doing these objective standards because of the state laws, right? The upcoming, I mean, the state laws that are in place, correct?
That's right. This is the result of proposed streamlining SB 35, SB 330, the types of state law streamlining.
So why would we be applying it to others that are not going to be part of the state law? So this even falls for commercial buildings, then this will apply the streamline to them as well. Why don't we just use our context designs for that?
So to clarify, these specific proposal, this idea to transform the legislative actions, those are only housing projects or could be residential mixed use, meaning housing over ground floor. So the affordable housing overlay, the workforce housing overlay, the HIP do not apply to commercial only projects.
So there won't be any, so we won't be using objective standards when it comes to development of commercial projects.
That's right. So those, if you recall, last time we spoke, we distinguished between the objective standards and these umbrella, more subjective intent statements or design guidelines. And so those design guidelines, those intent statements would continue to be used for, commercial only projects in the same way that context-based design criteria are currently applied to commercial projects. The ARB would continue to use ARB findings, but commercial only projects would not be subject to any kind of streamlined review with objective standards.
Okay, thank you. I'm done.
I'm sorry, got to use the lights here, and the labels aren't quite correct, but I think Vice Mayor Burt, and then we'll go to Councilmember Cormack, Councilmember Stone. Go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to, I guess, pull up slide 34, I think it's labeled, which is about expanding the HIP zone, basically. So I hadn't appreciated this element being added to this discussion, although I think I'm receptive to it. Can you talk through with us how that came about, that the expansion of the HIP eligible areas got folded into this objective standard consideration?
Sure. So when we first started looking at Title 18 and areas where we could make existing subjective criteria or existing processes objective, the overlays were a place that it was clear that those rezoning tools, as I mentioned, require several rounds of review. They require rezoning in order to achieve the types of housing that the comp plan and the housing work plan aim to create, such as affordable housing for low and moderate income households. So when we looked at actually how many projects have used those overlays, I mentioned that one project has used the workforce overlay, one project's used the affordable housing overlay, but the housing incentive program has actually produced more housing so far than each of these other programs. And so when we looked at the map on slide 35, there are some holes in the HIP area around California Avenue. And the holes are the RM30, the RM40, and the CC zones, the types of zones that can handle densities of 30 units an acre, 40 units an acre. So it was really just filling in those areas. So if you look at that map, with the exception of those dark pink areas, the rest of that Cal Ave area is eligible for the HIP.
But with the HIP areas, which are on this is under the, oh, it's not the PHZ, it's specifically HIP outside of the planned housing zone, right? So this is under, those areas would be expanded by right. So we're not looking at changing the criteria for the HIP, only the geographic areas that are eligible, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Well, I guess one of the things that I think we're due to discuss, but not necessarily in this particular item, but I just want to put it out there, is that when we're looking at wanting to expand the amount of housing, and we've had not only the HIP that hasn't had too many projects taking advantage of it, but the planned housing zone, which has had a whole series of pre-screenings that we've been seeing this year, and the majority have been moderately well received. One of the problems, I think, in a number of the HIP areas is that the developers are eligible to have mixed-use office and housing, with the office generating more jobs than the housing would provide for in some circumstances. So my question is, has there been any consideration by staff about adjusting the ratio on the mixed use projects of commercial, not the retail / housing, but office / housing basically, and adjusting the permitted ratios on those mixed use to reduce the FAR on the office and increase it on the housing, and therefore favor housing projects more clearly on the return on investment for developers.
So we didn't, thank you, Vice Mayor. We didn't consider that as part of this initiative. I know you and some other council members have noted that. I don't recall, I have to take a look if this was included in one of the council's motions when we were considering a related topic. So we can take a look at that, and if not, we would need council direction to proceed down that path to implement that kind of policy that you're talking about. But I'll acknowledge I need to double check. We may have already received that direction from you.
I don't think you have, and I just wanted to use this opportunity to get it out on the table and have my colleagues and staff and the public begin to think about that, so that when we bring it up at a subsequent time, we've really been able to digest it and think about the implications and how it might fit in with what we're doing tonight. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. And do you have a preference for whether we're doing Zoom hands or inadvertently hitting our little thing down here?
No, I just have to get used to it. So sorry.
No worries. Thanks. Okay. Well, welcome back to all the staff who's worked on this. Just testing my understanding, we're supposed to be talking about essentially slide 34 and attachment B tonight, right? Also, I can't see if someone's nodding or whatever. So you have to say yes if I'm right.
Yes.
Okay, great. So let me start on page 157 of attachment B. The first thing I want to say is I'm not sure we've had this in here before, but the part about accommodating all groups with different abilities, active and passive recreation uses. I'm just glad to see that. And I want to make sure that it encompasses people of all abilities. Okay, page 175, packet page. I'm in the middle of table 2. Maximum size of new non-residential construction or expansion projects. The second number is 15,00. Is that supposed to be 15,000 or is it supposed to be something else? Is it 1,500?
Can you restate that again for table 2?
Yep, packet page 175 from whenever it was we first heard this, table 2. It's about halfway down. It says 25,000 square feet of gross floor area, or, and then it has 15,00. I just don't know if that's 1,500 or 15,000 or something else. And you can look into it. That's fine. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, I'm actually looking. I'm not even sure I'm on the same report number that you are, because this has been.
I'm not.
Produced.
Okay, I'm Monday, September 27th. That was the first time this was published, right?
Yeah. Okay. And
I'm looking at and if it's 18.18.060, if that helps orient. I think it's just an error in the table. It doesn't matter. It just needs to get sorted out.
What's the page again? Sorry.
So from that, it's packet page 175, the one that had the yellow cover from Monday, September 27th. I don't know. At this point, I'm not even sure we all have the same things. Okay, not a big deal.
We'll follow up on that.
Okay. And then on page 207, I just wanted to say we did get a mention from a member of the public about how important it is to have loading facilities, both for deliveries and for, the transportation companies, TNCs. So just glad to see that in there. So those are small things with the attachment B. Okay, now back to, let's see, 151, the areas. So workforce housing overlay. How many PF locations do we have that meet this criteria left?
Recently ran a report on those PF properties. That's what you're referring to.
Yes, PF.
And so I can dig around for that, but there's only a couple of privately owned PF zoned properties. The majority of them belong to are either owned by the city, the school district, and I think that's the primary. There might be some other sort of governmental entities that own the balance of those. But at the time that we initiated that overlay, we recognized that it did not have broad applicability to a lot of other properties. So I don't think that's changed in the intervening time.
Okay, I'm guessing the county might be another property owner in this space.
Yes,
to add
I'm
to your
sorry,
list.
I left that
Okay.
off. Yes.
I mean, I just say to my colleagues, before we make any decisions, I just think it'd be helpful to see a map, not unlike what we have on 35. That's just, well, how many properties are we talking about? What do they look like before we make any decisions? And then with respect to expanding the HIP to these areas on slide 35, I guess. Wow, it's really light print. Yep. Has staff chatted with the owners? Are there 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 owners? Or some of the parcels owned by the same people?
Ms. Eisberg, do you know?
We have not spoken with the owners, and I do not know if they're owned by, they're not owned by contiguous owners.
Okay, thanks so much.
And if I could respond to your other questions about the typos, I found what you were referring to. So just to be clear about the ordinance changes, where there's no underlined or struck out text, we have not made any modifications. So for example, it does look like to me there is a typo in table 2 in 1860, and I believe it is a typo. It's not something that we prepared as part of this report. So in the same way, your first comment about the inclusive open spaces, that's also, I believe that's also existing code if it's not redlined. We did propose a addition to require loading for projects at 50 units or more,
right,
in order to accommodate TNCs, deliveries, et cetera.
Okay, great. So thanks.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple questions. I wonder and kind of continue on that theme of the workforce housing and the PF zones. So with workforce housing being applicable in PF zones only, for purposes of this, does staff anticipate that would effectively prevent any affordable housing projects being proposed in the PF zones, given workforce housing will surely be more profitable for a developer than affordable housing?
No, I'm sorry. No, I don't think that will have any negative consequence for that, unless I'm misunderstanding the question. Ms. Eisberg, does that resonate with you as well?
I think based on what Director Late said earlier, that most of those sites are not privately owned. If it is a public project and there's a public vision of a deeper level of affordability, then I would say no.
Great, that's a relief. Thank you. One thing I want to follow up, is it true? I know a member of the public sent in an email and kind of raised a red flag for me. Is it true that there are no daylight plane protections for residents of RM40 residential PCs and mixed use developments?
I would need to look up the RM40 code. We are not proposing any daylight plane changes as part of this project, but I can double check the RM40 district and respond.
Okay, thank you, because I think that is a kind of an ongoing concern of mine, and I know many in the community, not only the daylight plane, but anything that seems to be further reducing protections for residents in those districts. Want to make sure we're being as equitable as possible. So we're not, Mr. Mayor, we're not talking about context-based design criteria anymore in this meeting, correct?
I thought we were. I thought this was a return of the whole thing so that we get feedback. So I thought at the end of the last meeting, we had kind of continued this, but.
Okay, great. Then a couple questions there. One, I was wondering why we need to remove the context-based design criteria and replace them with intent statements. I mean, do we have data that's supporting developers or landowners are unable to understand and navigate context-based design criteria? I mean, I'm trying to help me understand why that change is necessary.
So the context-based design criteria, as they're currently written, talk about compatibility with adjacent development, compatibility with architecture, and those are subjective statements that cannot be enforced under state law for certain types of housing projects that are undergoing streamlined review. So the genesis behind this project was to create objective standards, and in doing so, in our work with the Architecture Review Board over and the subcommittee over the 13 meetings that we met with them, as we were devising those design standards, we sought to integrate them under an umbrella. And in order to do that, we couldn't integrate them under this old context umbrella. And so we created these new intent statements. And sometimes they are use language from those context-based criteria. We didn't make them up wholesale, but they took the opportunity, the Architecture Review Board, to take a fresh look and devise more organization to those criteria. Previously, it was more of a list, and this time, as you recall, we distinguished between site design criteria, building design criteria, and have subsections for each of those. We talk about building massing, we talk about facade articulation, the ways that buildings are built. And so there is some amount of modernization, there is some amount of change in how architects and how the city and the Architecture Review Board reviews projects. So in that way, we chose not, and the ARB chose not to just create design standards under the umbrella of context-based design criteria, but instead come up with this revised format for how to express it.
So the intent was to make these statements a little clearer and less vague?
The intent was to make them clear and objective, and where we can. And sometimes, we can't turn the idea of compatibility with adjacent architecture. That's clearly a very subjective statement. And so we came up with a series of ways to do that. And so whether it's through materials or through height transitions, that was an effort to make objective standards that are currently not, that are more subjective in nature. Now, because not all projects are required to meet objective standards, if you think about commercial only projects or residential projects that are not going through streamlined review, there is still a path for projects to either choose or, because they don't meet other objective standards, to go through the ARB's typical architecture review process. So in that way, projects don't need to meet the objective standards. They just need to meet these guidelines, these intent statements, as determined by the ARB.
Okay, that's helpful context. I understand the intent behind it. I felt several of them, I didn't see it being any much of an improvement as far as the ambiguity piece. I thought that's not to say all of them. I did find some were helpful. And then just because it should be a quick response because I'm out of time. Are intent statements a common way that other cities are using to frame their zoning laws?
Many cities have design guidelines. We call them intent statements. I think they could also be called design guidelines, and so I would say that most cities have design guidelines, and they also have development standards. Not all cities have design standards in the way that Palo Alto currently does not really have design standards. And that's what many cities in the county and the state are currently working on, is objective design standards.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yeah, thanks very much. So I just want to make sure I understand the expansion of proposed expansion of workforce housing and other overlays. Thank you. So let me ask this. So if we fall under SB 35, does that mean that somebody who owns a PF zoned parcel, if they propose a workforce housing compliant project on it, then approval is ministerial? Is that what that means?
In any zone or comp plan designation that allows housing, a developer, if they propose a project that's compliant with SB 35, it's a ministerial approval.
Right, but I mean, the SB 35 contains content from our own codes that I think, right? That is a developer can't come and propose a 300-foot high tower under SB 35 because it's not supported in our codes.
That's right. So the project needs to meet objective standards. Projects can propose a project under SB 35 and state density bonus law, in which case they can exceed
Got it.
standards.
I see. Okay, so does the workforce housing guidelines constitute an objective standard?
Currently, no. It's a rezoning, so it's a legislative action. It's not the base zoning.
Okay. 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 So even if somebody proposes a workforce housing project in a PF zone, if we were under SB 35, it still has to meet objective standards.
That's right.
Okay, that's helpful. Thanks. And then I was sort of going to ask some of the same questions that Councilmember McCormack did, which is, how many PF zones do we have, and specifically, how many that aren't owned by the city? So the school district has some, and the county has some, and then there's a couple more that are privately owned.
So yeah, I'll try to pull up that information.
Okay. Okay. So I'd like to. I think that would be interesting to know. On the workforce housing. So we have one of those projects, and every unit offered for lease, because they just went on the market in the last couple months. Every single one is 30 to 50% higher asking rate than current market rate for equivalent units in the rest of town. And so I would say, so far we've got a 100% hit rate on workforce housing being above market rate housing. So I think, at some point we're going to want to go back and sort of scratch our head a little bit and say, was that really our intent? Because it wasn't when we did it. And I also think that from a process perspective, we ought to take a look at, we ought to let a lot of this be driven by the output of the housing element and the housing element working group and the new housing element process, because that's going to come back and say, okay, we need this much housing over here, that much housing over there, and this much over in this other place, and so forth. And then from a process perspective, it seems like that ought to drive, where we apply new zones and where we change design standards and so forth, not the other way around. Because if we doing that before we have a picture of where we're going to put all this housing, seems like you're putting the cart before the horse, right? So in general, I think my preference would be, because we're pretty close to having a good idea where the housing element is going. In general, I'd prefer to see a little more evolution on the housing element before we start making,
expand, changing zoning districts around town, because I think that's the logical order of things. Okay, thanks.
So I have a couple of questions. So the map you showed tonight of the expanded HIP zone, part of that is the NV cap, and also it looked like the Fry site was excluded. So could you talk about kind of the impact of expanding the HIP zone while we're in the middle of the specific plan process, and why the big hole where the Fry site is?
So the Fry site is currently excluded from the PTOD overlay. It's really more closer to the Cal App station. So the only area we excluded was, we said, okay, let's only do the HIP north of Page Mill Road with the intention that the NVCAP process proceed as it does. So the only parcel that would have been included if we hadn't said that was a little triangular parcel. It's kind of Park Boulevard, Page Mill Road. I think it's a GM zoned parcel. So Fry is currently not included in the PTOD, and that's why it's not shown here.
Yeah, it just seemed like everything around it was included.
I know it should only show north of Page Mill Road. That's the only place where we're proposing to expand the HIP.
Okay. So a few other thoughts. I guess I was looking at the slides, some of the backup slides, I think from October 4th, slide 7. You showed other cities, and you said few other cities are doing streamlining right now. And again, this is a lot of changes coming to council at once. So what was the staff thought on making these objective changes and also doing streamlining at the same time?
I can start, and then maybe the staff wants to continue, but the reasoning was really just that we were looking at Title 18 as a whole and looking for all the places that had subjective criteria based on, I indicated what the SB2 project was, what the grant proposal was as part of SB2. So we're just looking at all those places that both had subjective criteria, but also had some direction from the housing work plan.
Yeah, I think that's about right. And, just knowing also about RENA and trying to find opportunities to expand housing production. Again, I know we've had a lot of focus on affordable housing, but of course, as the council knows, SB 35 is based on market rate housing. And so if, these are opportunities to also consider all of our income categories for housing production.
Yeah. Yeah, I just think it's kind of tough to absorb all at once. And I think, again, there's this kind of one-way door feel that, we're putting in these objective standards and trying to get that right. And just a concern that we can't kind of go back or tighten it down. And at the same time, we're doing streamlining. So I just wonder if it would have been better maybe to separate those a little bit. And to echo some other comments, I think Councilmember Phil Seth was just saying, we did do that workforce housing project as a pilot project. I'd really like to see more information on how that's working before we consider continuing that overlay. And I shouldn't answer this question, but I don't, so I'm going to ask it. So does RENA count as below market rate housing, the 120%, above median income housing? Does that count for our BMR numbers?
Does RENA count for what was the numbers?
The things like the workforce housing that's a 120% AMI. Does that count as BMR housing?
No, it be considered market rate.
Okay. Yeah. So again, just given our RENA numbers, I guess one of the things I'm wondering is if we should even be focused on that 100 to 120, because right now, a lot of our incentives, like the 20% inclusion, allows people to do the 120, which doesn't help us with our BMR numbers. Yeah, I did want to come back to the city attorney. When we had this discussion last time about wording and use of intent versus standards. I don't know if you had any update on that. It was I was getting comments from the public that there is a difference in the wording.
Right, so I think the staff was looking at that about what were the best words to describe a process that was both subjective but also enforceable.
Right. So what are the best words?
Well, I think there are a variety of choices, and if council's not happy with the draft, then changes can be made. We can use different words.
Okay. But legally, is a design intent the same as a design standard?
I think it depends on the full context of the code. And John, these are intended to be both subjective and enforceable in a subjective manner, right? So it's really the process that makes the enforcement, the ARB considering and applying them.
Well, so did I get that right, Gene? It's intended to be objective, right? And then to the extent that there's subjective components, that's not what, there might be some existing subjective criteria in the code that would apply to other projects, not the ones that we're talking about. But Gene, help me out if I got that wrong.
So if we think about our umbrella, so we've got our umbrella intent statements, those are subjective. Those would be as interpreted by the ARB during the architectural review process. Underneath those, and we are allowed to do that as long as we're not applying those subjective standards, those subjective criteria to projects that are undergoing streamlined review. We can't use those subjective statements to reduce the density, make it feasible project. Underneath that, the objective standards are intended to be measurable, dimensions, clearly interpreted by staff, community, applicant.
So, when we are using those design intent statements, I think the concern was, could we just call those design standards? So maybe over time, the ARB, will not lose the intent, I guess, of council there. But again, we are going down a subjective part of our code, but it's a little bit stronger than just an intent.
Yeah, let's take a look at that, and we'll work with Molly's office to see how we can apply that language.
Yeah. So just a few quick comments. I know I'm over time, but I just wonder if maybe we should take feedback on overlays, but separate them. And there was some talk in the previous meeting about sending the height transitions to the housing element. Again, I still feel like the council maybe should just weigh in on the height transition issue, but maybe sending the overlays to the housing element with our feedback from tonight would make sense. I still think we should restrict the changes narrowly to the zones that we're required to change under state law. We haven't really got back to the facades and those clauses, but I still feel we should look at those and maybe increase the number of required choices in the categories. And I'd be really interested when you come back and seeing stronger privacy protections for elevated floors. As I'm concerned about still having 15% of windows allowed and privacy issues. And I guess I'll save the rest for the next round. So let's go ahead and start a second round.
Mayor?
Yes.
Do you mind just in this sort of interstitial void of speakers? Just to respond to a couple of comments. One, and I want to thank Molly for bringing this to my attention. When I answered your question about the 120% affordable, not qualifying as low income, it is worth noting that when we go through our housing element process, such as we are doing now, when we achieve a certain density of units per acre, that site will qualify as a site that is capable of producing the lower income RHNA units that we are charged with planning for. So the actual unit itself at 120% AMI does not count, but for planning purposes, to achieve the type of densities that any of these overlays would contemplate would qualify as toward that the several thousand units that we're planning for through RHNA. So I know it's a little bit nuanced and sounds like I'm talking on both sides there, but I wanted to just offer that. And then
could you, sorry, just to clarify that though. So we are offering an incentive, some concessions or whatever, to have them commit to 20% quote BMR, but a portion of that 20% can be the 120 AMI units. So how is that helping us achieve?
There's there's the actual project. There's the actual, when you look at housing production on a site specific, project specific measure, it has to meet a certain income threshold. And so if it doesn't, if it's above 120, it'll be considered market rate. But for planning purposes, for the housing element, we have some 6,600 units that we're planning for. And, roughly, let's just say 3,000 of those units need to be zoned in such a way to demonstrate to the state that affordable housing units could be built on those properties. So by allowing higher density zoning, such as the ones afforded by these overlays, we're communicating to the state that these are qualifying properties that can achieve lower density, that could result in the production of lower density or lower income units.
Okay, because the state's saying that higher density should be lower.
Higher density will result in lower, potentially more lower income. You achieve a density threshold that through either state density bonus law or local inclusionary laws, they would anticipate a certain amount of low income units being produced.
Okay.
Okay. I know it's a bit confusing. So I apologize for that. Just on the issue of the PF zone properties. So we have 180 PF zone properties, and the vast majority of them, 78, are owned by the city of Palo Alto. There's a couple of other large owners. Stanford is one. Let's see. The Peninsula Corridor Joint Powers Board, the Caltrain right away. There's a number of slivers of PF zone property there. Southern Pacific has properties. There's some other easements. PAMF or Sutter Bay, Sutter Health owns 6. The school district has 16. Water Valley has a few. Couple of noteworthy ones. The city and county of San Francisco owns 4. And there's 2 owned by the post office, and 1, according to the tax records, that's owned by the United States of America. So just amusing there. Anyways, there's a few other ones, including 2 that are held in private ownership, as best as I can tell. One of those is just a tiny lot that you can't really do anything on it. And I don't have information on the other lot. So anyways, I probably didn't give you all of them. So if somebody's adding up to 180, you're probably not, you're going to come a little short, but you get the gist of it. And I can provide that information to council if you're interested in that.
Thank you. So Councilmember Cormack, did you hit your light again? No? That wasn't you, Councilmember Snow. Okay. Yep. So Vice Mayor Burt.
Okay. Thanks. These clarifications have been helpful, but helpful at understanding the complexity of what we're looking at. So, Director Late, what I understood you to be saying just a moment ago is really that there's a strong intersection between our housing element work and what we might do to switch some of these PF zone parcels to either workforce housing or something else. And the proposal before us in slide 34 is it to, or the consideration to transfer all the PF zones to certain workforce or otherwise? Or is it just opening the door to a selected set of sites?
Yeah, I don't think all of the properties, the 180 PF zone properties would be qualifying either because of their size or area. Many of them are slivers of land or pieces of land that are the result of right-of-ways. I think the city, the county, the school district, those are probably the likely property owners, maybe Stanford, that might avail itself to some of this higher density workforce housing.
But is the suggestion that we would make all of those become workforce housing?
The opportunity, and maybe Ms. Eisberg could help me on this point, but they wouldn't automatically become workforce housing properties, but an owner would have the opportunity to go through the workforce housing process. Is it, Jean, correct me if it's by right or you're still going through the council?
You would not be going through the council.
Okay,
This
so
would
by
not
right.
be, it would be by right, but required architecture review with the ARB.
So we're talking about taking the better part of 180 properties in the city, many of them quite large, such as the Palo Alto Transit Center and the Red Cross Building, and then the Coverly site, and in one swoop saying that they suddenly have, by right, a whole bunch of development capabilities that currently would be by legislative action that we would deliberately move them from their current PF zoning to something, whether it be the workforce housing or something else. That's a really big change.
Yeah, I think some of those properties would qualify, but again, there's other standards in the overlay, and maybe Ms. Iceberg can help me with this, but one of them has to be proximity to fixed rail, I believe.
That's right. So it's a half mile to major fixed rail transit.
So the Caltrain stations. But you're right. I think Coverly may be in that boundary too, and of course Coverly is a large parcel. So there may be. I can appreciate why the council wouldn't want to necessarily have that be a 2.0 by right development on such a large parcel. So I think that was one of the things that we, from our last meeting, that we took note of, and we were going to do some more work on that. So I think your instinct on that is we appreciate that, and
you take something like 27 University and the Red Cross Building and that whole big area by our transit center. If we went along with this, we'd lose all the discretionary approval process.
It would have, if it met the requirements of the workforce housing overlay,
right,
which is right. Okay.
Which then goes also to the point that Mayor Du Bois was probing, that is the workforce housing. If we were going to move these PF or some portion of these PF parcels into a certain housing zoning, is workforce housing really the one that we'd want to do? It doesn't provide for the affordable housing in the way that some of our other zoning does. So there's really, for me, two questions: is should we be doing this wholesale, or should we be taking a very deliberate scalpel to looking at which are the next most promising and appropriate PF parcels that we would want to put a housing zoning on, and do that in a much more deliberate fashion rather than this blanket approach? And is workforce housing the zoning type that we'd want to switch it to if we really want to have at least a portion of them have inclusionary housing, or others maybe being all affordable? I don't get why we would be wanting to just do this blanket change and lose all the legislative approval that we would have. If out of the housing element, there are certain parcels that are identified and it comes to the out of the housing committee, it comes back to the council in the coming months before their work is complete. And they say, well, we've identified these 10 parcels that are important to upzone for housing. That's different from us tonight recommending that we move forward with 180 or 170 of those, and to do it in a zoning type that doesn't even get us what we want in terms of affordable housing. Why are we going down? Am I missing something? I don't get why we're going down this proposed path.
I think there's a couple of properties that warrant further consideration. Coverly and you noted the transit center. So I think it is if there were interest in pursuing this, I think we probably would want to take another closer look at the properties. I think the notion that's come up before also about incorporating this as part of our review of the housing element is something that we could also do. I guess from the staff perspective, we just don't anticipate that there would be a lot of properties that would take advantage of it. The ownership of those properties may have other mission statements or goals that they're trying to accomplish, which may or may not intersect with this. But I hear you and understand that maybe there's another, there may be some other areas of interest, and council certainly has expressed those before with respect to affordable housing. And so that's another overlay that we're actually asking the council to weigh in on. And that one does have the lower income restrictions. So just I'm hearing consistently from a few of you, at least, that some concerns about the workforce housing overlay, and I understand that, and I understand what you're saying on that.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yeah, thanks. Would it be okay if I had the screen? Because I just have a prop here that I want to ask my question on. Yeah, would it be okay if I took the screen here for a minute? Because I got a prop that I want to try. Okay, here we go. Up. It logged me out of the city. City logged me out again. We just moved that to you. Yeah. Here we go. There we go. Thank you. So I just want to make sure I understand this design intent. And so we got two kinds of projects, HAA compliant and non-HAA compliant. And HAA compliant projects are ones that are residential projects that meet the criteria in the 2/3. And we're going to go from context-based design standards to objective standards for those. And then we got another class of projects which are non-HAA compliant, they're either commercial or they're residential, but for some reason they don't meet our objective standards. And then they're going to go through a more conventional process. And so what we're proposing is evolving the context-based design standards for those projects to this design intent that council's confused about, or some of us are confused about. Is that an accurate picture?
Yes.
Okay. So two questions. One is, surely the state has considered this, but what prevents cities from saying, okay, our objective standards are 100-foot setbacks and 1-story limitation. And so basically in practice, every project doesn't meet the objective standards and has to go to the non-HA path.
So what state law says that we can't create objective standards that reduce the density as of January, I believe January 1st of 2018. So we can't,
okay,
unless we increase the density somewhere else.
Okay. Okay, I understand that. Okay, now I understand. That makes sense. Okay. So then my other question is, I think, I'm sort of hearing from other council people, and I'm sort of a little fuzzy on what the difference between context-based design standards and design intent is. But I noticed that we've got a joint session with the ARB later this month. Could we have the ARB give us some color and explain a little bit what they're thinking from context-based design standards being replaced by design intent is?
I don't think we're going to have time at that meeting. That's a very specific item on 5G.
Yeah, no, agreed, but can do, and I think we had Chair Thompson present a month or so ago. We can invite her or another ARB representative back to speak to that when we return in January.
Okay. I think it's just objective standards and design. It's just too much for my cognitive bandwidth to do it all at once. That's so. But I'd love to hear sort of discussion of why design intent is better than context-based design standards.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Is that it?
Yep.
Okay. Then Councilmember Koo and then Councilmember Cormack.
Mayor Du Bois, are we allowed to do motions tonight, or is it restrict?
Yes, we should.
Okay. Before I go to motions, I'd like to ask, on attachment 9B, which is definitions, where it says usable open space. On the second sentence, it says accessible for outdoor living. And that is on packet page 157. I was wondering, what does that mean?
Well, so are you in the September report as well?
No, I'm actually, yes, I am.
Okay, I'm looking at the October 4th packet page 345. I see the usable open space definition 142.
Yes.
So that outdoor living statement, that is not underlined text. So that's existing text that we're not proposing to change. Someone else on staff may have more sense of what outdoor living was intended, but we're only proposing to make the change, the last sentence, which is underlined, and the strikeout.
Okay, thank you. But it's just kind of interesting that usable open space, even though it's not underlined or it's not, so it's existing text, but why do we have outdoor living?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Jean, what page number did you say that correlated to on the October report?
October 4th, packet page 345.
Okay, useful. Well, I think what it's meant for is a place to relax and enjoy the outdoors, patio furniture and related sort of amenities to enjoy the space as an extension of your indoor space outdoors. Intent there.
Okay, because through interpretations or trying to make it work out, I think that can be misinterpreted to mean that put tents up and live out there.
I'll just use the opportunity to make my plug for a desperate need to update the zoning code. So I would welcome any council support.
Well, so let me just say that would be one right there. But with that, I have sent my motion to Madam Clerk. If we can put that up, please. If council members can take a look, and if I could get a second.
Could you, it's very small on the screen, hang on.
Okay. So my motion is A, no to the expansion of the housing incentive program in the PTOD area or any other areas. B, direct staff to retain current context-based design criteria in Chapter 18 laws for development applications that do not fall under the state housing laws requiring objective standards. C is to direct staff to return with proposed objective standards and intent statements to provide a detailed side-by-side comparison of the existing context-based design criteria and the proposed new laws. B, adoptable changes to existing and proposed laws that would provide similar standards for privacy and other protections for all residents, regardless of their zones. C, to explore mandating calculations of GHG emissions for new development construction. Then big D, redefine affordable in our zoning rules to mean for income levels at or below 80% of the area median income. And E, hold at least 2 meetings on the proposed changes before the next council session for free-form discussion by the general public.
Okay. So I don't see a second.
I'd be willing to second if the maker would be open to an amendment.
I mean, I just wanted to get it started.
Great, I'll second it.
Okay, good. Do you want to speak any further to your motion?
I think, I mean, basically we've already many of the council members have already spoken about the concerns about, having the objective standards to become applying to as a blanket sort of manner for all housing developments, when there are certain housing laws, state housing laws, that we could just have those standards for the intent statements as well as the objective standards. And right now it's really, really hard based just the chart that council members Philsef have put up. It's very hard to understand or to distinguish or even to compare what we had before and what is coming forward now, and how it continues to protect residents who are here now and who are living in units, and what kind of privacy they're going to lose. Furthermore, a lot of these developments that are being proposed, the projects are so densified on the parcel that open space is less, and on the rooftops, and there's going to be less trees as well as backyard open space on the ground, not on the rooftop. Then there's also the concern where we have spoken about workforce housing, and based on what we have experienced, that at the 120%, it is market rate. And so we need to kind of redefine what our affordable means moving forward. Lastly, in the past, most of the public engagement or community engagement has been with developers and architects and those that are in this business, but very little has been engaged with our residents here. And so I think that it is important to be inclusive of all of them, especially with moving forward. The streamlining is going to have little community engagement, and even and also less noticing too. That's where I'm coming from.
Member Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to Councilmember Koo for putting forth the motion. I think there's a lot good here. I think there's definitely areas though to make some changes. I'm wondering if the maker would be. I think so. I think there's a lot of good discussion tonight around concerns about expansion of the HIP and the workforce housing overlay and other areas. I appreciate it. I don't remember if it was the mayor or the vice mayor who brought up the idea of having this discussion further fleshed out by the housing element, by that working group. I think it might be. I think it's a bit premature for Part A here to completely rule this out of any other areas, and wondering if the maker would be open to I guess, loosening that language a little bit or making some directive there that this issue would be continued to a later discussion after the housing working group process has played out a bit more.
You know, you might be able to fix it by adding the words "at this time."
Sorry?
You might be able to fix it by adding the words "at this time."
I'd be open to that if the maker is.
I am. Thank you, Councilmember Filsett.
Good wordsmithing. Thank you. Sorry, let me continue going through here. Yeah, I agree with. Well, let me a couple of questions kind of related to part B here for staff. So these intent statements would apply to commercial projects, correct?
They would apply to all projects in the districts where the context-based design criteria currently apply.
Okay, and under the new streamlined review process for housing projects that meet all existing objective standards, the ARB would still host, I'm trying to understand like the ARB's role a little better. The ARB would still host a single study session, provide feedback to the applicant. But is my understanding correct that those recommendations then would be non-binding on the applicant and they can choose to ignore those recommendations?
It's similar to how it is now. So right now for these Housing Accountability Act projects, the only standards that can be applied are the objective standards. And so whether it's the context-based design criteria or the intent statements, they only apply in the effect that they're objective. So that you can call it non-binding, but we still see it as a conversation between the applicant and the board of the city, a conversation about design.
I think the removal of the context-based design criteria and just kind of replacing them with, I see these intent statements being a little more vague. Yeah, I think that's not only going to make it more enticing for developers to build office over housing, but I think it will also limit the city's ability to promote development that really fits better within the character of the city. First, not necessary to do this. We need to create objective standards for projects that are either multifamily over 3 units or mixed use with 2/3 being or more being residential, but state law is not requiring us to change the code here. I agree with some of my colleagues earlier. I think we might be kind of biting off more than is necessary right now, and I think we would make better decisions if this is broken out a little bit. And I also think we might be unintentionally creating a loophole for most office projects that will be proposed, because if they don't qualify under the objective standards, assuming they don't contain at least 2/3 housing, those projects would have fallen under the original context-based design criteria, but now they're going to be governed under the new intent statements with a more more vague and what appears to be a more just kind of, it seems to me, a more perfunctory architectural review process that won't have much of an impact on the final design process. So yeah, I think B is going to address that well. I appreciate C, especially with regards to treating all residents regardless of their zones equally. I do think we need that side-by-side comparison. I've always thought we should be tracking those GHG emissions, so I appreciate that. D, absolutely. I think we really need to redefine what affordable means in the community. We're seeing what other projects, especially with workforce housing, how that's defining affordability, which in no sense of the word is affordable. And E, point of clarification from the maker, these would be like town hall-like meetings is what you envision?
There was a meeting previously when they were, that Ms. Gearhart had hosted with the community, I think mostly in terms of related to the 150-foot transition. And that was very free form. So people were able to ask questions, and planning was able to answer, and it wasn't very, so it's very informal. So I think that's, instead of just having one person present and webinar form, so it's very difficult to get questions. But I think Ms. Gearhart allowed for people to speak and to ask questions and have a more participatory manner of discussion. And from there coming to an understanding of what is actually intended or what is actually being said.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I do think, I mean, this is a massive change. I do think some more public engagement could be beneficial. So I appreciate the motion, but again, I am open to further input and modifications to the motion, because I think this is a good, I second it because I do think this is a good starting point. So
A starting point, exactly.
Councilmember McCormick, did you want to speak to the motion?
Oh, that's, now I need to, right?
Yeah.
And then incorporate my question as part of it? Yeah, no, I'm not going to be able to support the motion this evening. I guess maybe I'll just ask staff a few questions. Is C.2 possible?
Well,
Yes,
so and I would maybe ask the maker and the seconder. I believe this is in reference in part to the transitional height standards, where we have one set of standards for low density zoning where a project is next to low density zoning, and we have another set of standards that may apply if they're a higher density multifamily zoning. But if there's something specific about that, then that's not that, then I would need some clarification on it.
Yes, it is that. It's just applying the privacy standards to all different densities of existing properties, housing projects, just so that people who are already living there should have the consideration for their privacy.
Okay. And then maybe, thank you for that. And then just to answer Councilmember Cormack's question. So yeah, I mean, it certainly is possible to design standards. I think the reason that they are the way they are today is it contemplates that when those higher density properties are redeveloped, they will be built at taller heights and potentially, different setbacks. And so the zoning code really contemplates the redevelopment of the site. And so we would be imparting a privacy standard that we use for R1 zones, which are lower, to RM 40 zones, which eventually will be taller if redeveloped. But that's a policy call for the council, certainly.
Okay, so let me see if I understood you, Director Late. Whatever zoning protections there are in R1 would then be extended to all other zones.
I think it's, I might phrase it a little bit differently. I think what I'm hearing is that there are privacy interests that we convey in our zoning code that apply to R1 zones. And so given that those are lower density and not built out the way that other multifamily properties are, in terms of height and setbacks and things like that, the privacy standards are different in the code. Transitional standards are different between the lower density zone and the higher density multifamily zones. And what I'm hearing is that you would apply those uniformly, regardless of the density of the zone, and presumably at the lower standard, at the R1 standard.
Okay, and then part D, is it possible to redefine affordable, or is the maker contemplating that we would be changing the housing incentive program? And I'm not even sure who to ask this question of, to be honest with you.
Well, so we can change what our inclusionary requirements are. I think this is a big deal. I mean, for ownership housing, we have 2/3 of our inclusionary requirement at 120% AMI, and for the 1/3, it's at 100% AMI. So if we want to make that change, that now to qualify for inclusionary housing, it has to be 80%. I would think that would warrant some study analysis. And I'll note, even if we make that change, the state still has its own standards for what it qualifies as a state density bonus project, a qualifying state density bonus project, which may exceed those income levels, and we would have to adhere to that. So it's hard for me to speak on the fly about that. It's something that would require some more analysis.
Okay, and then finally, I just want to see if I can circle back on the workforce housing, which is not included in this motion, I don't believe, but was a topic of discussion earlier. So, and I think the missing link is that right now workforce housing is only within a half mile of fixed rail, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the 180 is the total number of parcels, but not the number of parcels currently subject to workforce housing.
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay, and the proposed modification, was it to extend it from half a mile to anywhere in the city or not?
No.
Okay, that I just wanted to, be super clear on that. The proposed modification in the green section on that slide is to say that it wouldn't necessarily come to council.
I don't recall the green section in the slide, but we're not proposing to change the standards for workforce housing other than.
That's right. It's the process that would change. It would go from a subjective rezoning to an objective criteria.
I understand. Okay. So I think before, again, I'm going to repeat what I said earlier, before we make any decisions on this, we just need another round of information, with maps to think about it. I do appreciate all the information, Director Late, that you provided. Yeah, makes sense. Thanks.
Councilmember Philseth, did you want to speak to the motion?
Actually, I think Councilmember Cormack just asked pretty much all the questions that I was going to ask. The wording on A is that I don't completely understand what that means at this time. Object the expansion. Is that the right words for A? Maybe decline or something like that. Okay, and then I want to make sure that I understood what I heard from staff on the detailed side-by-side comparison of the existing context-based design criteria and the proposed new laws, which is, my recollection from staff was that was basically an impossible task, right? And staff would do their best, but they weren't really going to be able to do that, right? Is that still my understanding, or has that changed?
It is our intent to deliver something that makes it clear. Again, we didn't embark on this effort to weaken or remove the context-based design standards that are in place in the code today, but to simply translate them into objective standards. And we did that over the course of 13 hearings before the Architectural Review Board, who reviews these projects and was able to provide some substance to that.
Right. And then I thought number 3 was kind of interesting, but or C3, it was kind of interesting, but I want to make sure I understand the intent of the authors, right? You just want them to make a calculation and report a number. You don't want to use it as some kind of criteria. Is that right?
I don't believe I am intending it for a criteria, although, with our SCAP, it is important for us to understand how does the new developments and the construction affect our GHG. What does it do to the carbon footprint? So that is just another way to measure what are the GHG emissions.
Okay. And then but you're just asking people to calculate a number and report it.
Yes.
Okay.
Right now it's just a calculation.
Okay. And then on D, I mean, Director Late's explanation was helpful. Do we use the word affordable in any of our zoning? I mean, aren't we more explicit than that?
I think, are you asking, I'm sorry, if you're asking me, we have a title in our zoning code that talks about affordable or inclusionary housing requirements.
Okay.
And I believe that's what the reference is to. We don't we don't stipulate affordable housing as a permitted land use in our zoning districts. It's
Right.
housing, and then you have to meet an inclusionary standard.
And then the individual standards are all explicit of, what percent of area median income.
Yeah. And again, it really, we have a requirement for 15% for ownership. Right. Yeah.
Right.
And I explained what those income levels were already.
Right.
So, yeah.
Well, I mean, right now we sort of follow the state, if I understand what you said.
Well, we absolutely follow the state, where the state, has set the standard for that.
Right.
Our inclusionary requirement, requiring a housing development to have deed restricted affordable units, only applies right now to ownership projects. And again, those ownerships are at a third of those 15% would be at 100% AMI, and 2/3 would be at 120.
Okay, say that again. So for a new project, okay, right.
So I guess I'm the way I'm reading this, and again, I'm just seeing this for the first time too, but it's the way I interpret that is that you want the inclusionary requirement for affordable housing to be 80% or lower. But maybe I'm misunderstanding the intent behind the motion.
Yeah, maybe I was misunderstanding it too. That wasn't exactly how I read it, but maybe that's how it was intended, and I didn't understand it. Okay. Well, I think to change our inclusionary requirement, on the fly tonight is probably something we shouldn't do without some more assessment and thought into this, because it'll touch a bunch of things. Okay. All right. Thanks.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, so first let me follow up on that D question. So Director Late, are under the RENA guidelines, the threshold for what is affordable housing, is that 80% AMI or 100%?
It goes up to 120, I believe.
I'm sorry, 110, you said?
120.
120.
I believe that's correct. Maybe somebody on staff can correct me.
Yes, that's right.
Well, RENA defines moderate income, not median income, right?
That's right. And moderate income goes up to 120% of AMI.
That's helpful. Thanks.
Okay, and then we've got the categories below that. So that, okay. So I think that us re-examining how we define and stipulate affordable housing is an important issue. I think we need to, if we're going to have support for the motion, we need to not attempt to redefine it tonight on what we want going forward, but to direct a reconsideration of that. So first, I guess I would ask the maker and the seconder if instead of, or maybe the language would be to direct staff to return to council for a review of inclusionary standards. Well, it's not just inclusionary. It's affordable. Say affordable. It's not just inclusionary, because it could be the 100% and whether it's affordable too. I'm struggling because when we have 100% affordable projects, we don't really need this definition. We already have that established, correct? So does this only apply in inclusionary settings?
Vice Mayor, I don't know if you're asking me. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. And then, so Councilmember Koo, do you know when we're saying redefining affordable, is that only referring to in an inclusionary housing context? Because I'm struggling through this myself. When we have 100% affordable housing projects, we already have definitions for that sets a lower AMI.
Isn't the definition that we have for the 100% affordable that it goes up to 120%? So my thought is based on what the last 100% affordable, their proposal had really minimal. I mean, they were 120% AMI for the most of them. So
you're talking about the 100% affordable or the workforce?
The workforce.
Ah. Okay.
And so I'm trying to for what is in our code, the definition of affordable is up to 120%. So I'm trying to see if we can lower it to the 80%.
All right. Well, why don't we just let's have that discussion,
yes,
but not conclude that discussion tonight.
Right. I accept that. I mean, so
okay, so then that language of direct staff to return to council with a review of affordable housing thresholds.
Yes.
I'm sorry if I can.
Please do.
I thought I just heard that.
Help us out any way you can.
I just thought I heard the 80% was in reference to the workforce housing overlay.
Well, you know, if the workforce is up to 120%, then we kind of need to focus on whatever the name is for housing that is going to address the 80% and below.
Right. Again, I'm just trying to understand the and I got to say, I this is kind of like a bit of a rider to a bill. It doesn't have context to what we're presenting to the council in terms of the objective standards. This is a totally different topic, except to the extent that if you're saying that this 80% that you don't like the 120 and the 140% as part of the workforce housing, and you want to see that reduced to 80%, I think that's fine. I think that's a separate conversation. And what I'm hearing from the council is that you're not interested at this point, at least what I'm piecing together from the majority of you, is that you're not interested in the workforce housing overlay being extended at this time. And if that's the case, we really don't need to spend a whole lot of time on this, because the workforce housing overlay is an overlay. It requires a legislative change. It means it will necessarily have to come back to the council, and you have broad discretion in approving or not approving that. So we're spending a lot of time on something that is not going to result in any kind of, it's probably not going to materialize as an issue.
So, Director Late, I hear that, and I think that's important context, although what I was going to be suggesting instead of this blanket conversion of PF to workforce is to request that the Housing Element Committee come forward with any proposed PF zoning site changes to workforce housing at the earliest possible date to align with their work, as you described it earlier, that there may be sites that are important to our housing element that are currently PF that we'd want to rezone to workforce. And if that's the case, then it seems like we'd want to look at two things: the rezoning of the site and the definition of affordable within the workforce housing. Does that seem logical that we would have, after the first year, have come back from the, I think there's expected to be a meeting addressing kind of an interim update from the Housing Element Committee, And perhaps at that time, they and you would have some sites that you're recommending to convert to workforce. And at the same time, we would look at the definition of affordable housing within the workforce housing zone. Does that make sense?
It does. I think for the purposes of RENA and the immediate exercise that we're in now with the housing element, identifying sites to plan for 6,600 units, carving out properties for workforce housing is not really our focus at the moment. I think that perhaps as one of the programs or policies that we implement as part of the housing element, that this notion gets placed there as something for the city to look at opportunities to expand workforce housing. I see this as something that's months away from, incorporation into a possible housing element. I mean, and when I say months, I'm thinking toward the end of the housing element, we would have this program implemented in that draft document.
Well, how about this then? What if we said that prior to any conversions of PF zone parcels to workforce housing, the council would review the affordability threshold for workforce housing?
Again, I don't know what we're trying to solve in that instance.
I think what we're worried about is the Housing Element Committee is going to come forward with several of these changes. And we got the question, one, do we think those are appropriate locations to upzone to workforce housing? But we might be much more receptive to doing that if it had a true or affordable housing component to it.
Yeah, and when you say committee, there's a couple of groups. We've got the Housing Element Work Group, which is the citizens group that's helping us. And then we have the ad hoc, which is comprised of 3 of your colleagues. None of those groups are working on workforce housing as a specific line item. And nor will we, except as a policy that we might want to implement over the course of the next 8-year cycle.
Oh, well, I thought earlier you had talked about a number of these parcels prospectively being including in our REIT housing sites, the PFs that would be converted to workforce.
It's possible that we would identify some PF zone properties as a suitable site and qualify as potentially a future housing development. But at 120%, AMI or 140, on that level, it would, this gets a little confusing, but on that level, it's market rate housing. And so this notion of workforce housing is something that we created locally when we did the workforce housing overlay. Here's, I guess, maybe just with my thought. I think we're spending a lot of time on something that doesn't really warrant the attention at the moment. I think workforce housing is something that we need to study and examine. And I'm hearing from the council, the current thresholds of 120 or 140 may not be where we want it to be, and that's fine. But that might be a future conversation.
Well, I guess,
Vice Mayor, we're going pretty long, and I actually had some comments I wanted to make.
But I think we need to resolve it. So what I think I'm hearing from you now, Director Late, is that maybe rather than say that we're looking at PF zone or parcels to necessarily be considered workforce housing, we're looking at potentially rezoning them as part of the housing element update to something. And it may not be this workforce housing category. It may be something else that is a denser housing that makes it a fair likelihood that we'll get affordable housing component at least to it. Is that more accurate as to what is likely to come out of the Housing Element Committee or the ad hoc?
I don't know that we're specifically looking at, I think it's the reason I'm hesitating on that is because we're in the midst of the conversation right now, and I don't want to presume where the working group is necessarily going to go. But as a property, as a parcel in our city that may be suitable for redevelopment, it would be flagged as a potential for a future housing development. Market rate, affordable, we won't know until down the road. But at present, to the extent that it is a suitable site, we'll include it on our inventory, and HCD will have a chance to take a look at it. Where, and so anyways, I could talk more about that, but there's a lot of, I think, sort of detail and statutory, issues that we need to look at that really are sort of beyond the objective standards issue that we've intended to have discussed tonight.
Okay, well, I'm trying to figure out how to resolve what's in this motion in a way that potentially could move it forward. And so you've offered some clarifications that I don't think any of us understood earlier in the meeting, but it's still not clear. So I think what I would propose for D is that prior to any rezoning of PF to workforce housing, the council would re-examine the affordability threshold in workforce housing. And that may be a moot point, but I think if we don't address it here and now, we're going to have a division on the council as to whether we can move forward on this. And so is the maker and the seconder find that acceptable?
I do.
Yes. Okay, great. And then I wanted to, and I'm sorry, Mayor, but if we don't resolve some of these things,
I'm
we're
not
not
sure.
going to get a majority.
I'm not sure there is a majority, but go ahead.
Okay. Second, on the greenhouse gases emissions, we have in the SCAP ad hoc committee upcoming looking at the impacts of new construction on greenhouse gases. And there are really three aspects to this, and I'm not sure which one you're referring to. There's the use, how much from the use of the site, how much greenhouse gases are emitted. There's the construction impact and all the embedded greenhouse gases in the concrete and the steel and everything else. And then there's the commute impact. And so were you talking here about one, two, or all three of those?
I didn't even know about the three, but I was mainly looking at the construction part of it.
Okay.
And the materials. So I didn't know your SCAP had been discussing all of that.
Well, it's upcoming. So perhaps, and we won't have that feedback prior to the update that the SCAP is going to be giving the council in the coming weeks. But maybe we can refer that to the SCAP to evaluate greenhouse gas total impacts of new housing. It's not just new development, it's new housing construction, right? Or is it new development?
I was looking at new development just to cover all development that would potentially have GHG emission impacts.
Yeah, so that's an emerging field. And I don't think we're going to have clarity on that, but I think that the SCAP committee intends to attempt to get our handle or a better handle around those three parts of that. And so if it's okay, we could.
Should that be a F?
Or just maybe a referral to SCAP to look at the total impacts of greenhouse gas impacts of new development, with an understanding that that's not going to come back with a all-encompassing report. It's going to try to give us better framing. To refer to the SCAP evaluation of approximate greenhouse gas impacts of new construction.
Does my colleague mean the SCAP ad hoc rather than the SCAP itself?
Yes, that's what the intention was, yeah. Is that okay?
Okay with me, yeah. Now, when you're looking at that, at the SCAP ad hoc, does that include also dewatering, natural resources?
Those aren't greenhouse gas emissions.
Those are not good. Okay, very good. All right.
But this is, yeah, that's a significant thing to try to even look at. We're looking at elements of it, but I just want you to know that's not an easy calculation. And then on C2, where you ask similar standards, I'm struggling with whether similar is the right description. They're not the same. Councilmember Cormack was concerned that it may be saying the same. It says similar, but you know, can we necessarily have similar standards for an RM40 as an R1? Director Late, is there any better language you can think of that would capture kind of that we're really looking for standards that attempt to provide similar protections for all housing types?
Right, similar privacy protections, regardless of whether it's a 40-foot tall building or a single family.
All right, so how about if instead of standards, we just say, leave off the word standards, just similar privacy and other protections? Because it's the outcome that we're looking for of trying to provide privacy and other protections, but we can't necessarily use the standards that we use for R1.
So for clarification, if I might, Vice Mayor, this is Eshikata. I think you want to strike the word similar, is that right? So it's what remains is provide standards for privacy. So John, I was going to ask the same question. Can staff work on development of standards that address, objective standards that address this privacy issue as a referral here?
So again, I'll look to Ms. Eisberg to clarify if I've got this wrong, but I don't believe we were making any changes to the privacy standards. So this is a shift from the current code to make it some either setbacks or transitional heights that apply to proximity to single family homes as they would to multifamily. And so that's again, that's a new work assignment. That's something new. Can we do that? Sure, we can. Standards. It's not what we came here for, and it's a new effort. But let me get Ms. Eisberg to correct me if I'm mistaken about that. Or were we making the privacy standards different between what they are today in the code for R1 and RM40?
I think this maybe, last time we spoke, October 4th, we talked about in the objective design standards, there were some privacy standards that we had applying to the R1, R2, RMD zones that didn't apply to the RM30, RM40. Things like, I can find it. I mean, it was like window offsets, opacity of windows that were facing each other. So I think there are things like that we could add to apply to the RM zones. The other thing we talked about last month was the height transitions. So right now the height transitions do not apply in the RM40 district. They only apply in the RM20 and RM30. So if there's direction there about applying those to the RM40, that's a different topic that we had not proposed, because we had not proposed any changes to the height transitions as part of this ordinance, although we had discussed them, as you recall, with the ARB and with the PTC.
Well, I think that the city manager's suggestion of dropping the word similar might be this best direction right now, because it would then say that we want to make sure that we have adequate standards that provide those protections, but they aren't going to be the same design standards for R1 as they are RM40. That's trying to thread that needle.
So would the word adequate be sufficient to replace similar?
It doesn't sound very objective. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's going to be in the eyes of the beholder, but yeah, so I would just at this point in time, for expediency, recommend that we drop the word similar, but it's giving direction that we want to have adequate objective standards.
I'm fine with that. If the seconder, what does this say?
Yeah, that's fine.
And thank you. And I just want to say, Director Late, we're sorry for struggling through the motion, but this whole issue has got so many elements to it that I think it's been a real struggle for us to understand the implications of all the parts of these and how the pieces fit together. So I think it's a struggle on both sides here. So thanks.
So I'll jump in real quick here. So while I'm aligned with elements of this motion, first of all, I want to say I think we need to get some standards in place. I'd really like to see a motion that is kind of more feedback to staff so they could return in January and let us pass objective standards then. I think having a gap where we have no standards and is not really something I support, at least. And I also think some of these elements, again, are just lengthening that process. There's no way we're going to have 2 public meetings before January and doing the comparison and all that. I think we're just pushing this out. We're going to have a window of time with nothing to replace our subjective standards. I agree with several of the comments on getting some clear maps and understanding the overlays. I think we've talked about that excessively. I think there are other elements that are just totally missing from this motion that are important as well. So again, I don't want to sound overly harsh. Again, I think I'm aligned in many ways, but so let me talk through some of these points. And so again, maybe quickly, Director Late, can you remind us again, as we adopt these standards, what happens if we want to further revise them in the future? For example, we're talking about privacy here. If we adopt kind of what's in the proposal as is, could we tighten it later? Or are we going to be prevented from doing that?
No, I think that the council will have an opportunity to make some refinements as part of its police powers to be able to do that. I think you start getting into some, issues if the standards become so restrictive that it precludes what would have been able to be built at sometime in the past. So as long as we're just working on design.
I mean, right now it's as of a certain date in the past, but if we pass something that's more generous tonight and then we want to restrict it in February, are we prevented from doing that?
But I guess it's a little abstract. I mean, if we're talking about privacy and balconies and decks, I don't think we're going to have an issue. If we're talking about loft and off floor area or stories, that might be a different story.
Okay. And then I brought it up last time we talked, and I just wanted to raise it again. There are several sections of the objective standard that say there would be a decision by the director. And again, I expressed concern then that are these really objective standards, or would we be maybe have some potential weakness if somebody challenged those things? And so again, I'm still concerned about those. Like, can a objective standard, have a decision process by the director? And then I also wanted to talk about page 213, 214 from the original packet, which is the streamlined development review process. And, if I understand it, it's kind of similar to what we have now. There's a decision by the director, could be appealed. The director would decide if the appeal goes back to the director or would come to council. And then I think there's some timeline that we have to stick on, if I understand. And so my question around this process is, would it make sense to have the director make the decision, and if there's appeal, just to have that appeal come to the council directly? You know, could you talk about the timeline and kind of how this process, I guess, would work as it's proposed here?
Okay, well, let me invite Ms. Eisberg to maybe walk us through what that process is.
Sure. So as you stated, streamlined housing development project review process would only apply to projects that are meeting objective standards and therefore have up to one public meeting, a study session with the ARB. It's a decision by the director in the same way that current ARB decisions ultimately are decisions by the director. And as you said, there is an appeal process as part of this new proposal. Right now, the appeal is, let me just double check. I'm on packet page 402 of the 10-4.
Yeah, it's packet page 214. And it says, you know, at the director's discretion, an appeal could be sent to the city council or may be placed on the council consent calendar within 45 days.
And so one of the reasons for that is that we're trying to encourage projects, even SB 35 projects that are ministerial approvals, to also go to the ARB for one one study session. Now, those projects are subject to a timeline. And so the reason that time frame is in there is try to make sure all of that can happen within a time frame under state law.
But so isn't there like 180 days total?
It depends on the size of the project. I'd have to look it up. I believe it's 90 days for the smaller projects, 180 days for the larger projects.
Yeah. So again, my concern was just around this appeal process, and should you go through this timeline, through this process, if it's appealed and put on consent and then pulled from consent and then needs to be scheduled on the council agenda, do we run out of time? And, you know, should it just go directly to the council if it's appealed? That's really my question. So I guess if we were in that situation where you knew that if you put it on consent, we would run out of time, you know, what would happen in that case?
We'd schedule for hearing.
Yeah. Okay. And so the idea is if something was appealed and you really thought the appeal wasn't valid, you would just put it on consent, and the hope would be that we would just go through with that and it would hit the timeline.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be, it's really up to the council, right? I mean, you're managing, and so you would look at the appeal and you would, it was worthy of a hearing or not, if it was a borderline case. But if it's one where we're up against the timeline and we need an answer, then we would schedule it just automatically as a hearing. And we could probably clarify some of the language in here to reiterate that.
Okay. And then on the other addition here to greenhouse gas impacts, can that be part of our objective standards? We didn't really discuss it much.
I think.
What do you think HCD would say to this? I guess is really what I'm asking.
Yeah, I think it's something that we'd have to take a look at. I think the referral is a good direction on that for now. I'm not prepared to respond to how we might impose this is just a report or an evaluation of impacts. It's just a report, but as the Vice Mayor said, this is kind of an emerging area. So we're just collecting a report at this point. I think we want to refer it and understand a little bit more about what we're trying to accomplish with this.
Okay, so again, I'm going to propose a substitute motion. I mean, possibly we could look at it as a friendly amendment. And then maybe there's some way we could merge these things. But if you could put up the motion I sent as a substitute motion, I guess. So again, I think I was hitting a lot of the same elements, but maybe in a slightly different way, with an eye towards having an ordinance we could pass in January. So leaving it to staff to take our feedback on the overlays, restricting the changes only to the zones that are required under state law, which I think is similar to what was in the original motion. One thing that wasn't mentioned was the building massing and facade section. I am interested in increasing the number of required choices per category. On privacy, I was trying to be more specific to say that come back with stronger protections for elevated floors, so they're looking into neighboring lots, and really leaving it up to staff maybe to make some proposals there. E again was something that I felt was important, which would be a temporary height transition backstop. So we would have something in the ordinance, and then staff could propose amendments to that, in the future. In terms of RM40, again, to me, it was privacy and the front setback had changed. So I was specifically looking at those. It was, again, it's a little more specific than treating RM40 similar to other zones. Again, I think language is important, and I'd like to see us be clear that we're proposing design standards. And then these last two are kind of for my questions, which would really just be asked to staff to look at those again. Not really proposing specific changes here, but I do want to make sure that, like, under the objective standards, we're not opening ourselves up to any kind of legal challenge or risk. So again, because there's a motion on the floor and it's a little bit awkward, I don't know if anybody would be willing to second this, or if there are pieces of this that you would consider friendly amendment to the previous motion.
I would consider most of it, for amendment. I know that there's a lot of similarities, and there's some others that I'm definitely accepting.
So if we adopted this as a friendly amendment, could we just merge the two and perhaps delete overlaps or whatever?
Absolutely. Now, if I might ask you, on item number F, you only mention RM40, right? However, there in the past there has been PCs where there are other developments that we're going to go up against, that we're going to build next to them, that could affect their privacy. So it's not just RM40s, it's also other PCs that are already in place that has housing units there.
Okay, before we go into the details, could we maybe try to combine them first and then see where we are?
Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. It's a big.
So would you guys take, what's that? Okay, yeah, and Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
I'm sorry, did you want to comment on that? Or? Well, so again, maybe we should keep a copy of the original motion before we do too much editing. But I would think like F could replace A potentially. I think G and B are very similar. I think H is new. I is similar to what happened to privacy. C2. J is new. K is, where I'm trying to find it.
K is
C2.
P2. And then the rest are new. But so I guess would the makers take F to replace A?
Yes, I would.
Yes, that's fine.
And would you take, let's see.
G and B is similar.
I think G, I think you can just leave B, delete G. And again, I think the ask is for, I think staff maybe understands the intent of this. Just, I think the concern, and it was just, did we miss anything or did we, were we really doing that? And then on privacy, again, does staff find this useful to be more specific? I think the main concern again was taller buildings looking into neighboring lots, and we were still allowing 15% windows. And again, it was that conversation about opaqueness and
Ms. Eisberg, do you understand what is trying to be achieved with that item?
I believe so, just that you're looking for additional standards that would apply to the higher density multifamily zones.
So that said, and I do think these elements on G and I are helpful for defining what perhaps is intended by the term privacy. A question I would lend to staff is whether that to what extent this issue can be addressed in what comes back in January versus needing to proceed on a separate timeline.
Yeah, well, I mean, Ms. Eisberg may have a perspective on that. I don't think we're coming back in January at this point. I know there's an interest in returning, but there's some new work here. And I don't think we can commit to January at this moment.
Perhaps, well, and that may be fine from the council's perspective, but if it's not, then what response do we have from staff as to what can come back in January?
Then I would say the response is we'll come back with what we can in the timeline that we have, and it will accomplish as much as we can, but I can't guarantee it's going to accomplish everything. We're certainly not going to have 2 community meetings in that period of time. I'm sorry, City Manager. It's as the council noted, this is a complex assignment. It's a complex project, and it's becoming even more complex. So we'll do what we can.
Okay. Well, I don't know, quite frankly, that that's very helpful, because that makes it very unclear as to the feedback to the council. If effectively, Director Late, you're saying to the council, A through L in its entirety and individually mean that what had been described as coming back in January is no longer possible, then that's important for the council to understand.
I think what I'm offering on by, it's difficult for us to make that determination. If the council would like to take a break and give staff a chance to the motion, we can certainly do that. But we've got half the alphabet here. So.
And if I can offer another example, so I think that the 15% of maximum window glazing was a standard in the draft objective standards that applies to projects adjacent to the R1, R2, RMD zones. That's an existing standard, or excuse me, it's a proposed standard that we've developed, and we could look at expanding that to apply to the RM zones as well. Likewise, we had a proposal for a landscape screen, in an effort to retain privacy. So things like that are right now are proposed to apply only to the lower density residential districts. We can also look at applying to the RM districts.
So again, just for readability, is it okay if we move those 2 marked as C2 as kind of into that? Just to maybe add them to the end. Okay. So I don't know, Councilmember Koo and Stone, is this acceptable?
It's acceptable. I guess when I did the C2 it wasn't as prescriptive, but this is fine.
Okay, so would staff like it if we took a quick break here and maybe you could just break it down? I do think a few of these aren't that big, and then others are clearly larger requests. And
Mayor, may I ask if Councilmember Stone is okay with this?
Yeah, but was it the mayor's intention to keep C2 and then make it I and
yeah, the formatting is you could just keep it as all one paragraph. Yep.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm fine
Something
with
like that. So I am cognizant of the time. We're well beyond schedule. Would staff like a 5-minute break?
Well, I suspect it may take more than 5 minutes. One suggestion on the fly might be for the council to take up AA1 while staff does a caucus on this item. It will probably take us at least 15 or 20 minutes for us.
Can I ask a question on this before staff goes off and do this?
Sure.
Should we be asking staff this a different way? Should we be asking them, what can you get done by the end of the year? That's the most important, then what can you add on in February, and then what can you add on in March?
I think
as
that's
opposed to trying to do it all at once.
I think that's what they're going to come back with, if I understand. Is that right?
That's a much more articulate way of defining our caucus.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I like the proposal of,
because I don't think, the danger, I don't think this can happen because these are objective standards, right? I mean, the danger is that somebody submits a project on January 2nd that's 120 feet tall, an FAR of 10 and no parking. Okay, now I think they can't do that because those are objective, right? But the danger is that somebody submits something before we're ready that has something in it that's pretty onerous. And so it's sort of like we need some sense of priority here. If we can't get it all done at once,
right?
What can we get? What's top priority?
And just to be clear, nothing will probably come back to council till the end of January, right? But there will be a gap already. So if do we need to if council members okay, we will take a pause on this item. Maybe we'll switch to item AA1, which is the selection of people for the boards and commissions. And maybe council could resolve that while staff is talking. Okay. So this is really a council driven item. I'll just jump in and then we'll have a council discussion. But Councilmember Cormack and I, as you guys know, spent the better part of a year working on the board and commission handbook, looking at other cities. And, we made a lot of the changes. Council adopted a lot of the changes that we proposed. And so it has been Palo Alto Council's tradition to interview everybody that applies. Other councils don't do it that way. We did try to strengthen the written application. And so I think what we'd like to propose, and I'll ask Councilmember Cormack to jump in and put it in their own words, but that we consider an objective way to narrow the number of people that we interview. And we have 41 applications, which will be over 8 hours of interviews. The written applications are there for a purpose, and I think we could filter down. And so the process that we discussed would be that each council member would email the city clerk by the end of business tomorrow with selections for each board and commission equal to the number of openings we have plus 2 additional candidates. And then the clerk would just take the superset of everything that we all nominate. So if one person nominates somebody, that person will be interviewed. And then we would just interview that superset. And effectively what we're doing is we're looking at the written applications. If someone either didn't complete it or didn't fill it out very well, we would not be interviewing that person. But again, the total number of interviews won't be known until we see what that superset is. Councilmember Cormack, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that would be up to. So let's use an example. So Parks and Rec Commission, there are 3 openings, N+2 would say you could submit up to 5 names, right? So you don't have to submit 5 names, but you could submit up to 5 names that you are interested in having interviewed. You know, I just think one correction, my understanding is some time ago, the council actually did vote on who to interview. And then in the intervening period, it became more of the practice to interview everyone. So I think we have both in our histories. And we have one example in my term that, you know, there were a few people who I think just, we were able to narrow it a little bit, but it was a surprise to the other council members because it, you know, other people had thought we were just going to interview everyone, and perhaps hadn't reviewed the applications in detail. I think this is a good balance of us using the application as initial screen and letting everyone have an opportunity on council to be sure that we interview. We talked about, you know, +1 versus +2. In my experience, sometimes there are larger discrepancies than I would have expected between the written application and the presentation of the candidate in the interview. And so that's why I was thinking N+2 will mean that we get probably the right number of people to interview. So this is our thought. I think it's probably a better use of the time of the candidates as well. And hopefully over time, it'll mean that people put more effort into the application itself.
So I just want to check real quick if there's any member of the public that would like to speak to this item. You can submit a card or raise your hand on Zoom. Okay. One speaker, Mark Weiss.
Thank you for taking up this item tonight. I didn't realize this is going to be on the agenda. I'm actually here for talk about the business tax. But yeah, I'm a candidate for the Parks Commission. I feel I know each of you pretty darn well, and but I do want to say, you know, especially after 18 months of virtually no in-person democracy, I think you should think twice about limiting input from your neighbors. I would say when I started this process in 2009, there were 9 council members. I'm looking at 5 of you. There's been an effort to limit commission numbers. There've been elimination of commission numbers. That is not a democracy. You should not be stifling input. You should not be limiting the bully pulpit. You should take your hand away from your face, sir. I've seen people in this chair turn their backs on people like me. You know, there's only about 20 of us out here tonight, but you know, we're here because we care about our community. And I think you should do what your predecessors did, is not improving the process to limit input from your neighbors. Thank you, sir.
And thank you. And our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg. Rebecca, you should be able to talk.
Hi, thank you. I had to make sure one of my lines was unmuted. I'm also on iPhone because I'm on my way to head over to talk actually about tenant protections and business tax. But as Mark said, the movement of this council has been in a direction away from democracy towards clubbiness. And it's, you know, for the sake of 8 hours at this time. And remember, last time there weren't enough applicants to several of the committees so that you had to reopen applications. It's not always the case that you have so many applicants. Here you happen to have 41 applicants. Spend the 8 hours and do it. Many of us applied to City Council out of a willingness and an eagerness to spend that 8 hours interviewing community members who want to serve. I did not apply for a commission post this time around, but on behalf of the many people who did, including my, you know, very worthy, brilliant, and hardworking friend Mark Weiss, that it's the right thing to do to interview everybody. It's the right thing to do to take the 10 minutes per individual, which is quite frankly nothing, to at least create the perception that you're not going to just appoint people you know, to create the perception that there might be people at Palo Alto who maybe aren't so good at putting their words down in writing. Maybe English isn't their first language, for example, but who have tons to offer and tons to contribute. This 10-minute interview, which is nothing, is the least you can do to show the community of Palo Alto, the people who voted for you, that you want to give them a shot, that you are giving an equal shot to everyone, even the people you don't know yet, even the people who maybe don't speak English, as well as you do. It's the right thing to do. It's towards democracy. It asks you to work a little harder, but it's your job. And it's a job that many people would be privileged and honored to do. Please take the time to interview everyone who applies. It's not too much to ask. Thank you for considering.
Okay, let's just bring it back to council and see if there's any interest. See, Councilmember Filseth. Did you push your button?
No, I didn't, or not intentionally, but I think your suggestion is a reasonable idea and we ought to try it.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, so first I'd like to say that when we had the discussion about doing multiple board and commission appointments in one big lump, this was a concern that I actually raised. And I recommended that we divide these in, if I recall correctly, between perhaps doing a group in the fall like this and half of them in whether it's winter or spring, but another group, so that we wouldn't be looking at 8 hours, or in this case, the math looked at as 7 hours if everybody showed up for the interview, which is often not the case. And if we took the full 10 minutes for everyone, and if some applicants really in the interview process are less substantive than others, we've often truncated that some. Nevertheless, it's a sizable amount of time. Same time, we've been working and talking about wanting to really encourage more members of the community to engage in these processes. And we've got all these people who have said, I'm willing to commit myself to serving on this commission, my experience and skills to attempt to help my community and serve it and advise the council. And I think that the notion that we won't extend to those people even an in-person interview sends a bad signal on that aspect. And then second, what does that do on our future recruitment when we send that signal? People become discouraged. I'd also like to say that many times I've, in the interview process, found that somebody who didn't look on paper as if they were going to be a strong candidate was a very interesting candidate. And whether they were appointed at that time or it was somebody who said, wow, we really encourage you to apply the next time. And that was the result of the in-person interview that we discovered that they were really an interesting candidate. We'd lose that opportunity as well. And then lastly, we were struggling as a council to find adequate time to meeting time that we could conduct these interviews. That was one of the concerns, but it's occurred to me that we've had multiple times in the past where not all council members were able to be present at the time of the interviews, but they reviewed the tapes and they participated in the appointments subsequently. So if we need a second meeting date and not all of us can be there, I think we can still conduct the interview process because not all of us ask a question of each candidate anyway. We don't have enough time to do that. So I think for all of those reasons, yes, it's a lot of work on our behalf, but they're offering to do a lot of work on the community behalf. And I'm really concerned that the signal we would send is not only that we're unwilling to really learn about their potential contributions, but also a signal that it's somewhat of an inside game, that we would tend to select for interviews the people that we either already know or some other reason, and it's exclusionary to people who are just stepping in to saying, I want to become more involved in my community. And so all those reasons, I think we need to go through the process of interviewing all the candidates. Yes, it's a lot of work on our behalf, but it's a lot of work that they're offering to do for our community too.
Councilmember Ku.
Thank you. Ever since I've been on council, when the applicants come in for the boards and commission, I've always asked and requested and supported interviewing all the applicants. They've taken the time to apply, and I feel that as what Vice Mayor has said, these are members in the community or even from outside our community who has taken the time to apply and wants to contribute. And I feel like we should listen, we should hear what they're offering and find out more about them. So I too would like the opportunity to meet each and every one of them and to hear from each and every one of them. As the member of the public said, you know, some of them might not fill out application as well as others. And so they might be better in front of us. So I'd like to see that opportunity, and I am willing to spend the time to be at the interview. And if I can't due to work or what other things that might happen, I am more than happy to review the videos so that I can participate in the selection. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. One of you put on a light, Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, sorry, to be clear on what the recommendation is, it would be to interview the incumbents plus 2 new applicants?
No, each of us would nominate people and it would be the superset of those nominees. So we would have to nominate an incumbent for them to be on the list.
Can you describe how that superset of nominees would work?
So if there are 4 openings on a board, you could submit 6 names, I could submit 6 names, Councilmember Cormack could submit 6 names. If those are all different names, we're interviewing 18 people. If they overlap, we may be interviewing less than 18 people.
Okay. Okay. So I mean, that seems like yeah, I'm torn here. I do think, I do agree with my colleagues. I mean, with the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Ku, as far as the concern of missing strong applicants who might not be able to create, who may not have submitted the best written applications, and wanting to encourage greater participation, and by kind of closing out some people, we might be missing that. I do think Councilmember Cormack, though, made a strong point as far as the gatekeeping function that these written applications are meant to provide. And if we don't have any sort of winnowing of the applicants, I question the kind of the purpose of written applications moving forward. So to make sure I fully understand what you're suggesting, the idea is you're saying each council member would submit a list of 6 names per.
It would be the number of openings plus 2, and anybody you nominated would be interviewed.
Gotcha. Okay, so it could work out that everyone is being nominated. Is being interviewed.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's fair, but I do think it seems like we still have a split on the council. Yeah, I think I would support that if we bumped it up to then it's instead of plus 2, if we bumped it up to plus 3, I think I would support that to try to cast the net a little wider.
Okay, so try to get through this quickly. Clearly there's a little bit of difference here, but so I am concerned about being inclusive and fair, and I understand and appreciate the points Vice Mayor Burt made, Councilmember Koo, Councilmember Stone. I also want to see us be efficient and use the application process. So I don't necessarily see those two things as at odds, but I do understand the different viewpoints. As I reviewed the written applications, I think I saw several that I really either thought hadn't taken the application seriously or just didn't look qualified. So again, I'll make the motion that I outlined originally, which would be that each council member would email the clerk. And again, this would be meant to happen quickly. So by the end of business tomorrow, with selections equal to the number of openings plus 2. And they would take a superset of those and schedule the interviews.
Second.
Okay. So, whether it's 2 or 3, again, I think my purpose here is just try to come up with a fair process. If there's a real divide here, I'm not gonna die over this one. But again, I think it shows good government if we can be efficient. And again, if we have a fair process that people understand, I think we can try to avoid that view that it's somehow stacked or not fair. That's where I am.
I also carefully reviewed the applications, as I have each time before we've had this, moment when it's usually on consent and we just automatically vote to interview everyone. And was on the fence about N+1, N+2. N+2 works for me in terms of reviewing all of them. I think we'll get a good balance of some incumbents, some new people. And I do think that there's a difference between not speaking English as a first language and not having the background that is required for some of these. I'll use ARB as an example, right? So in carefully reviewing this, I think for this cycle, this would be a process that uses our time and frankly that of the applicants well.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes, I'd like to make a substitute motion that we interview all applicants.
Do you want to speak to your motion?
Wait, I need a second.
I'll second.
Just briefly, I think that the mayor is correct that there is an issue of efficiency of the council, and then the real issue then becomes weighing the efficiency that we conduct with our time versus how inclusive we are with the community. And I think the sacrifice of us carving out additional time is what our obligation is to the community when we ask for them to engage with us. And frankly, I will just add that people who apply for commissions then are brought into greater participation, whether they're selected for that commission or not. Very often that it's a process that results in greater community engagement, and people find a next thing to apply for that is maybe more appropriate. So I think there's a real value there, and I think the efficiency that we care about for our time is secondary to the commitment to the community that we should be having.
Councilmember Koo.
Ditto to what Vice Mayor said, so I'm not going to repeat everything he said, but I agree. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to suggest we go ahead and vote. I think we're starting with me. I'm going to vote no on the substitute. Councilmember Filsa?
No.
Councilmember Koo?
Yes.
Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt?
Yes.
And Councilmember Cormack?
No.
Okay, so this motion passes on a 4-3 vote. And the clerk will go ahead and schedule the interviews. Thank you. And again, I think you know our policies. Thank you.
Can I suggest we take a 5-minute break?
Sure. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll try to keep it short. Be back at 8:41. Back to item number 12. Which we had a motion, we have not voted. So Director Late, do you want to give an update, I guess?
If I could, Mr. Mayor, just intro, bring everybody back on the same topic here. Following your initial redraft of the motion, Director Lade and staff and I had a chance to respond to the question, what among the elements of the motion would interfere with our ability to come back with a basic objective standards ordinance in late January? So Director Late has a response to that specific question. So John, take it away.
Great, thank you. So there are 4 items on this motion that add time to our work. And the first one is item C2. This is the one dealing with the privacy issues. This is something that we need to go back to the Architectural Review Board with and get their feedback on how we might approach these privacy standards. The other item is letter E, the 2 additional meetings with the public. We would anticipate those would probably take place in February timeframe, and we'd be able to report back after that. Letter F, this massing, different options of some massing choices, that is something we'd want to engage the Architecture Review Board in and get their professional guidance on what the additional choices would be. And letter G, this is one that deals with the privacy issues, and we'd also want to get the board feedback on that, and we're also concerned about the additional standard of the 20-foot height, 20 foot higher from the lower adjacent building, as that may begin to start impacting density and development potential, and therefore may be in conflict with HAA regulations. But everything else could be addressed and returned in January if that is the direction, where everything else could be packaged and returned in about a 5-month timeframe.
Well, before Mr. Director Late commits to that last piece, there is the follow-on discussion on priorities and how this would, those particular elements would fit with other council priorities as implemented by staff. So we'll offer that as feedback to you as you consider the motion.
Yeah, one thing I did fail to address is, and I haven't checked in with our consultant on this yet either, but there's a lot more work for our consultant who's joining us this evening. So there may be a resource request too associated with those items.
Okay, so we'll bring it back to council. Again, I'd urge us to get to a point where we can vote fairly quickly. So let's do a quick round of questions or responses to this, specifically to the motion. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Okay. Is it the thought of the maker and seconder and additional, I don't even know, that all of the more time thing would be put in a separate place? Or we just assuming that these are just going to come when they come?
Given what Director Late had said, I think council has the understanding of when it's going to come back. So I'm fine with what is indicated.
Okay, I'm not sure I understand F. What is increase the number of required choices per category? I think that was yours, Mayor Du Bois.
I'm sorry.
I think someone needs to mute. I don't understand F. Increase the number of required choices per category. I don't know what you're getting at there.
So on the massing and facades changes to the code, there were things like choose 1 of 4 options or choose, 2 of 6. And so again, it was really just increasing the aesthetic choices to be higher.
Okay, saying they have to choose 2 of 4 or 3 of 6.
Yeah, but I left it vague. And I think,
Okay.
again, having it take more time is fine on that
And
one.
this was one of the ones, Director Late, that was going to go back to the ARB?
Yes.
Okay. Is a yes vote on this an agreement to things like G, or is it an agreement that staff will come back with something on G that we will look at? It's sort of like what Councilmember Phil Seth was saying earlier. Are we agreeing to this, or are we agreeing to look at this?
So traditionally, we use words like explore or consider when we want to signal work should be done and come back to council. This is framed more as more definitive than that. So if the motion is intended to be explore, you should probably add that.
Yeah, so this was not intended to do that. Again, it was an example, but it was for staff to have an initial transition objective ordinance, not to have it be totally silent.
So you could say, consider increasing the number of required choices or explore ways to whatever.
So it just says, temporary height transition.
We're on G, yeah.
And this ordinance should include some objective language. That was really the intent. The rest says, for example.
Okay, but by definition, we're not going to have a temporary one because it's not going to come back before January.
Well, yeah, but now they're saying it would take longer. So I would still like to understand, like, can we get something in January and then come back with a specific proposal maybe later on to refine that?
So we have an existing standard in the code today. Right. And I think this transition in height issue is one that if you read the language in the code, it's not very clear. And so we can come back in January with something that clarifies the what we think is the current reading of the code. That we can do for January. This other piece, but if you wanted us to go beyond that and take on, some additional standards or explore it in a more comprehensive way, that will take more time. But again, if we're just trying to present to the council, here's what the code says, and here's a couple of ways that it could be interpreted, and here's the conservative way, here's the, less conservative way, that can come back in January.
Okay, still looking at G. It says, for example, adoption this year. I hate to have us have something in here that's not going to happen.
Well, yeah, not this year.
That's just a shift. Yeah, it'd be adoption in January or whatever.
Well, but it won't be adoption in January because he just said he can come back with what we have now, but not with a change.
Yeah, I have some questions, but why don't you finish your comments?
J. Well, good. We've lost a few letters of the alphabet in the process. I assume you mean streamlining and not streaming requirements. It's not going to be Netflix. It's going to be, yeah, okay, just checking. Okay, so does this motion, now this question for staff, actually give you what you need, what you wanted tonight?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, right, again, I say this a lot, but it's a policy call. We've got regulations in place today. To the extent that we want to take these subjective standards and make them more objective, that's the intent of this this effort. I will say, some of these other items that we didn't really talk about, like letter B, I think it adds some complexity to the administration of the code and our staff. But if we leave the design standards in there and we just create a new chapter that applies to just Housing Accountability Act projects, that's essentially what we have now, but we need to make some adjustments to that. We can keep those standards in place. So yeah, I think we eventually get to where we're hoping we would be, just in a slightly different form.
Okay.
All right, at this point, there's so much information in here. I'm not sure how I'm going to vote on it, to be honest with you. And to the extent that it is intended to, and staff interprets it as, go take a look at some of these things, I'm going to feel differently than this is decisions about like what the setback is in RM40, for example, without having gone through it.
Yeah, that's one where we got to go to the board and get their feedback. I mean, there's a number of policy issues associated with that. And I know we're talking about residents in these existing buildings, and I think the zoning, the way it approaches it is from, development standards or massing of what could be achieved.
So should C2 then say refer to ARB rather than adoptable changes?
Well, we're going to go to the board.
Okay.
We just need their guidance on that. So that'll be something we do.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Filson.
Yeah, so I think the base question here, I think, is one that we've asked staff a number of times and you've explained to us, but I think we're just having trouble internalizing it all. And so we keep asking it again. So I'm going to ask it again here and just to really make sure, right? Which is, I think there's some paranoia that if we don't have stuff in place at the beginning of the year, we'll be precluded by the state from going and fixing it later, right? So let me ask this. If we don't have C2 and G in the first pass, are we precluded by the state from adding them later? So for example, the 25-foot setback. If we don't have that straight out of the gate, can we actually come back if we decide later and the ARB says, yeah, okay, can we actually come back and add that in March or April or something like that? Or are we in a position where we should just put some placeholder in there now and loosen it later if necessary? And again, I think the paranoia is that what we're restricted to doing by the state. If it weren't for the state, then I think, do what we can now and get around to the list later. So that's sort of the question. If we don't have C2 and G straight out of the chute, are we precluded by the state from putting them in later?
So
that would be the paranoia.
So, and I would invite Gene Iceberg to chime in if I get this wrong, but there's nothing about this moment in time and the first of the year and February or March of next year that we're competing against or up against. The law has already changed. Okay. And the law says that when you have a qualifying housing project, it can only be subject to a qualifying HAA project. It can only be subject to the objective standards. We have some objective standards in our code today.
Right.
We have a lot of subjective standards in our code today. So this whole effort, we can decide to do nothing, or we can spend 3 months or the next 12 months trying to figure this thing out. It's not going to have any effect on the state. As far as the state regulations, to your question about the 25-foot setback or this other one about only 20 feet taller than the lowest adjacent building, there may be other reasons why we can't move forward with that. Not because you didn't do something in January or February, but because it may have the effect of reducing the development potential or density of the project. And that's what we need to study and analyze from that standpoint. So the rush here, to the extent that there is one, is simply a period of time where projects may be filed and not subject to context-based design criteria.
Okay, so if I understand what you just said, let me just make sure. The issue of can we do a 25-foot setback in RM40 or a 20-foot height transition? That's going to be referenced by the state, okay, considerations. That's going to be referenced to where we were back 2 years ago, as opposed to where we are January 1st. And so it doesn't matter whether we adopt the standard in January or in May of next year, because the real criteria, as far as the state's concerned, is what was it relative to 2018, okay? Did I say that right?
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. And again, let me get my expert on here just to make sure I'm not saying something wrong.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
Okay. So then, from the perspective of dealing with the state, okay, there's no advantage to us rushing something into C2 and G, right? Just to make sure we got something there, because actually what's there is effectively whatever is there in 2018. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
So I just want to ask a couple questions about the two things that we've been discussing. So on the RM 440 setback, my proposal was simply to maintain the current code as is. So it's currently has that 25-foot setback. The red line struck that. So why can't we keep it as is? What would be the issue with that? And then if it takes longer, you could come back with proposed changes.
Ms. Eisberg, do you recall the edit on the 25-foot setback for the RM40?
It was changed to 0.
So looking at the current code, it looks like the front yard setback in the RM is 0 to 25, which is as determined by the ARB. And it looks like it still is 0 to 25, but there's a change to footnote 1.
I thought the 0 was added, that it used to be 25 and they added the 0 to.
I'll check the online code as well, but my hard copy code says it's still 0 to 25. It looks like the change was in the on arterial roadways front yard. Is that the line item you're referring to?
Yeah, I think so. And then on the height and transition, I thought that was part of our subjective code today, that subjectively we'd evaluate the context, and if a building was surrounded by 1 stories and somebody came in with a 50-foot project, we would look at the subjective standards. So can you explain what the objective transition is today?
So
go ahead, Jean.
So 2 things, and I'm happy to bring up the multifamily table, but the way it is now, the front yard setback in RM40 is 0 to 25 feet in the front yard, and the same on arterial roadways. The proposal was to change the standard on arterial roadways only to 25 feet and update that footnote to reflect the definition of arterial roadways. I think the underline of the 0 next to front yard may be an error. It may be relating to the fact that the footnote itself has changed, but it's still proposed as 0 to 25 feet, so no change on front yard. With respect to the height transition, and Jody may weigh in too, but you may recall that the height transition, and this is when you're next to a lower density zone, with the exception typically of RM40, is that a lower height limit is required. And the issue is that some zones are very clear that the standard is when you're within 50 feet. Some zones are very clear that the standard is when you're with 150 feet. And then there are some zones where the standard is not clear. And so it's been interpreted in different ways over time, but in general, staff has interpreted it in different districts as they've interpreted, as they've written. And so the intention when we were reviewing this with the PTC and the ARB was to make revisions that from staff's perspective were just intended to clear up that ambiguity. There were concerns from the community that instead of just clarifying ambiguity, we're actually proposing to change the substance of that. And that's why we just dropped it from the ordinance and didn't consider it as part of what was brought before you earlier this fall.
Okay, so I think what you're describing is part of our current objective standards, but we also had a subjective context standard, and that we're not really replacing that. that's the way I took this transition. Wasn't specifically related to the 150-foot setback. And so again, you're saying you could clarify the current when you come back?
Well, staff has identified in the PTC version of the ordinance, our recommendation for how to clarify that. That was controversial among members of the community that weighed in from both the PTC meetings on the subject as well as in the community webinar. And since it didn't really relate to objective standards, it was really just a problem in the code, an issue of ambiguity. We didn't bring it forward to the council, but I think we agree that there does need to be a determination so it's clear to applicants, to the community, and to staff. With respect to the context-based design criteria, they talk about context and compatibility, and that's subjective and not related to a standard per se.
Right. And again, when those have come to council, we've said, look, this building is surrounded by 1 stories. Maybe it should go up to 30 feet, 35, but not 50. So I didn't see anything in the objective standards that was replacing that. That's my concern, less than the other issue you're citing. And again, I think ultimately, it's going to come to council for decision. So the sooner it comes to council, it's kind of been floating out there, like you said, with the PTC, and I'm just not sure spending more time with the boards is the way to resolve that one.
Well,
so again, just looking, yeah, go ahead.
There's 2 issues though there, Mayor. There's the objective code issue that we're struggling with, and I think is what the focus of the controversy was within the community and at the commission. This and I don't know, Ms. Heisberg, can you are you able to in the moment sort of crosswalk that one subjective standard? I don't know that we identified an objective, height standard to memorialize that, did we?
We have a upper floor step back in the design standards. So when the height of a proposed building is more than 20 feet above the average height of an existing building, that we have an upper floor step back. So we get a transition between those 2 buildings regardless of zone.
So we're basically going from what was the subjective context standard to you're entitled to the maximum height as long as you set it back.
Well, not necessarily, because we still have daylight plane requirements in all districts, including the RM40. And then we have height transition requirements when you're adjacent to a lower density residential district.
Residential only, right.
RM30.
Right.
I think
so again, the concern here was just, again, to have something that was not that just for residential. But again, I think coming back with more time is fine. I think if you could clarify the current one when you come back initially, that would be progress. But I want to go back to the RM40 real quick. So again, I'm looking at packet page 159. It's just the development standards, multifamily residential development table. And again, RM40, it appears that the 0 was added where before it was not there.
And that's what maybe staff can help me confirm, but it looks like in the existing code online, I think that's an error, that the RM40 front rear setback is currently 0 to 25 feet.
Okay, could we just
So I
confirm?
apologize if that's an error, but I don't think it should be underlined in the draft ordinance.
Are you looking at it right now, or could we just confirm that later?
The current code is 0 to 25 feet for the front setback for RM40 with a footnote about the ARB.
Which was struck, right?
Footnote was modified to define arterial roadway, which wasn't defined in the code.
Okay.
And yeah.
Okay.
I apologize for that confusion.
So whether we reformat this or not, I think thanks to staff for coming back with these time estimates. I think I am good with passing the motion as is, with the understanding that these items marked. We'll come back at a later date. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, so one thing just to follow up on the last question on the RM40 front setback. If it's currently 0 to 25, doesn't that mean that the ARB has discretionary approval on what's appropriate for a given project within that range? Am I understanding that correctly? And with that, the other half of the question would be, if these are objective standards, do we shift from the ARB being able to decide that to the applicant being able to decide that?
We need so I just have that question too. And that might be something we might need to come back with, but it can't be 0 to 25 and left unanswered. We need a standard.
Right, because if it is a range, then if I understand the new law, that would be a range that the applicant could select.
That's right.
Okay.
So we'll
okay. So we'll want to have that reviewed and set a number. And then Councilmember Philseth was asking this other part of his question, which is, and I think I know the answer, but I just want to make sure we're clear that this is not a one-way escalator, meaning that if we adopt something right now that's a little less restrictive in our objective standards, and we want to make one of these things a little more restrictive in the future, we're not prohibited by the new law from doing that. Is that correct?
So that's, it depends on what we're doing, but if we're talking about,
providing that we would not prevent them from having the FAR or whatever that.
Yeah. And we'll so that's our understanding. We've been operating under that perspective and hearing the council's questions. We'll just make sure we'll circle back with the city attorney's office and then make sure we include that in the upcoming report.
Thank you. And lastly, just I'm a little concerned on some of these things that the examples sound like they're being prescriptive, even though they say, for example. So for instance, under G, where it says, for example, no part of the building can be more than 20 feet higher, can we just put in there more than X so that we're
sure?
Okay. And I think I'm good then. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to suggest we take a vote on this one and we move on. So we're starting with Councilmember Philseth.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
No.
And I will vote yes. Okay, so thank you very much to staff. I know this was a long, painful item. And we'll look forward to seeing this, hopefully some of it at the end of January. All right, so we're going to move on to next action item, just looking at potential business tax and other ballot measures.
All right, let's staff proceed with briefing.
Yes. Does clerk have the slides ready? Thanks, clerk. Good evening, everybody. Christine Paras, Assistant Director of Administrative Services with you tonight to discuss updates and recommended further refinement of a potential revenue generating local ballot measure and to review draft initial polling outline. So staff too, we just want to make a quick note before we get into the presentation that we've received comments and sent by the public to the city council and city manager emails. Some of the questions regarding specific components and parameters of a potential tax, such as impacted businesses, exemptions, and square footage examples are not known at present. However, as staff continues to refine this ballot measure, with the direction from the city council, these details will come in later analysis. In some instances, comments from the public will be addressed in our presentation this evening. Next slide, please. Work on the ballot measure is part of the 2021 Economic Recovery City Council policy. And tonight we continue exploration of a potential business tax and/or utility use-based tax. Between now and the 2022 general election, there's a significant amount of work effort that needs to be completed in a finite timeframe. Tonight, we have three goals that we would like to discuss with the City Council to direct staff and the Finance Committee, which are to confirm the Finance Committee's direction for a business license tax. In addition, further narrowing of what that business license tax characteristics are including industry and/or business size exemptions. You'll note in the staff reports presented to the Finance Committee in September and October that staff used a 20,000 square foot threshold to distinguish small businesses for the purposes of modeling. However, that distinction of what a small business is and the definition and characteristics of that requires council direction. Second goal for tonight is to confirm the Finance Committee's direction for a utility-based tax that includes two options. Either seeking voter approval to confirm the city's current practice or modify the utility users tax rate for electric and gas to replace the amount of gas equity transfer. Finally, third goal for tonight, and our consultants from FM3 Opinion and Research are here to help with this discussion, is to review the draft initial polling outline, provide feedback to staff, and direct staff to execute the initial round of polling. Next slide, please. Thank you. We last met with the council on October 16th on this item, and since then we've done two rounds of discussion with the Finance Committee. We've made our best attempt here to collapse the motions from September 21st and October 19 on this slide. As of now, the Finance Committee's recommendation is to pursue a business license tax. And to clarify too, two business tax types are on the table, a business license tax and a parcel tax. In this case, a business license tax is a tax assessed on the occupant that is conducting business in a space. Therefore, landlords would not need to pay the business license tax unless they are occupying the space to conduct business. And in addition to that, any spaces that are vacant or not being used to conduct business activity would not be assessed such tax. So that's one of the nuances here that I just want to make clear. In addition, the Finance Committee has also refined modeling for the monthly rates, has noted preferences for no sunset and to include an annual escalator, as well as thresholds for square footage size and possible exemptions. Our plan is after we get direction from the City Council on this evening, we will return to the Finance Committee for further staff analysis. And then the second item here regarding the utility tax is detailed, again, confirming our current practice and potentially modifying the equity transfer formula, or to distribute a change across the gas and electric utilities as an increase of UUT. Finally, for polling, incorporate the Finance Committee's feedback on polling, execute the first round of polling, and also, in addition to this, the Finance Committee recommends that the council delegate review of polls to the committee. Next slide, please. Breezing through this, the three major components of a ballot measure: analysis, polling, and outreach. We're in process with the first two items. And please note that the outreach component is set to begin mid-November with a contract on council consent for next Monday. Next slide, please. Visiting our work plan for a quick second, I just wanted to let the council know that we are tracking as planned through November. We finished 2 rounds of analysis and discussion with the Finance Committee in September and October. And we are, depending on council's deliberation tonight and direction to staff, set to complete an initial round of polling. And we expect to transmit those results sometime in December. Next slide. In January, we're hoping to have council's decision based on initial polling of which revenue generating ballot measure to pursue. And in the time frame between January and April, we expect to continue this iterative process between stakeholder outreach and a second round of polling by FM3. The goal is that in June, the council give its final approval for the November 2022 ballot measure. Next slide. I'm including this slide as a reminder to keep in mind for framework of tonight's discussion and quite frankly, any future discussions we have on ballot measure of the EASE framework, equity, administratability, stability, and economic benefits. And just listing it here for your own reference as we discuss tonight's item. Next slide. Another reminder, you've probably seen this slide too, major components for consideration. We've added yellow stars next to items under structure and revenue modeling that we're hoping to discuss tonight with you. The first being tax method and unit of measure. Unit of measure is a square footage and the tax method hopefully business license tax as per the Finance Committee's direction from October. Second to that, within structure, exemptions by city council policy. So next few slides coming up, there are listings of legally required exemptions. And so further narrowing down the business tax item to include any exemptions by industry or business type would be very helpful from you tonight. In regards to the revenue and modeling item, taxation level and dollar value within the Finance Committee's recommendation to council, the committee is recommending that we analyze monthly rates of 5 cents to 20 cents per square foot monthly. And also rate structure, flat or tiered. So keeping in mind these frameworks for tonight's discussion. Next slide. Another reminder slide and another reference slide is the various components and requirements of each tax option for both the square footage based tax and utility tax. Just reminders of that voter passage rate, possible structure, possible annual revenue, data sources that the staff is using, and administration. Next slide. This is further drilling down on the square footage tax, parcel, and business tax. There are 3 key differences for these different tax methods for voter approval threshold, tax base, and mandatory exclusion. So a parcel tax, since it is considered by law a special tax, requires 2/3 approval, and who may be taxed applies to all parcels within a jurisdiction, regardless by property type, although rates may vary by property type. And by property type, I mean like residential or commercial. Mandatory exemptions for a parcel tax. One thing to note here that ad valorem exemptions for nonprofits, educational, charitable institutions do not apply to locally adopted parcel tax. So what that means is that these types of organizations are subjected to a parcel tax. On the business license tax side, it can be either a general tax or special tax. And the tax base for this is applied to square footage occupied for business activity carried on within the city. So that nuance where I talked about earlier that the landlord may not be assessed this tax unless they occupy space to conduct business there. That's the subtle nuance here I want folks to keep in mind. An advantage to this type of method is broad discretion to define categories by type or size or various rates and exceptions. Finally, by state law, some exemptions here for business tax are banks and financial corporations, nonprofit entities, and educational institutions. Next slide. This is drilling down even more into the square foot base tax. And this slide is staff's very rough preliminary calculations. I just want to note that in table A2, staff has selected to exclude businesses with less than 20,000 square feet as a way to model. Staff still needs council direction on this definition. This is just a way to calculate some kind of order of magnitude here. In addition, this model does not consider any exemptions by law or policy. So the exemptions I mentioned on the previous slide, as far as mandatory exemptions by state law, any parcels or square footage related to that type of category are not excluded here. So this is the whole population of things. I want to also note that as we discuss and start talking about potential exemptions, that any exemption selected by the council will inherently decrease the base of this tax, which will possibly increase basic rates should the council decide to continue looking at these targets of 10 to 40 million. So just keeping these things in mind, and we'll probably refer to this later as we try to hash out exemptions. This model, based on all the assumptions that I just outlined, reflects a range of rates per square footage of 50 cents to $2.11 annually. Next slide, please. Looking at the utility users tax, or I'm sorry, I should correct, utility tax. There are two options to consider, and under the section option, there's really two options after that. So the first one, in regards to the UUT rate, that is an option to pursue. Staff has calculated in table B1 what that looks like. We have not yet calculated just gas and electric. We've done gas, electric, water, and the full bounty of all of our utilities here. And so the estimated UUT rate for these range from 7% to 32%. Kind of listening into public comment from earlier today and the points raised by those individuals for climate action. I recall that in our August meeting with council, there was a desire to look at or explore funding for climate adaptability. So staff has included on table B1 on the far right, how much additional revenue would be generated per 1% increase of UUT. So just to give you guys kind of a benchmark there of scaling. For the second option is to seek voter approval to simplify the equity transfer formula from 2009 and to impose a flat tax on gas utility revenues. So there are two ways we can go about this. Is like 2B is to affirm current practice, the most straightforward approach here, or in 2A, have a separate percentage of change within the utility bill that would replace the amount of the gas equity transfer. There are some legal challenges around utility tax, and it's very broadly kind of generally discussed here, that the law around a utility tax remains in flux. And so Sacramento and Pasadena followed an embedded route, which is described in option 2B of the previous slide. And the taxes were approved on appeal. So we do have legal staff, city attorney's staff here to speak to some of this stuff. And also related to the ease framework, that one area I wanted to bring up and just note for everyone to consider is the stability factor of this, which there are significant long-term variables that may impact this revenue source, including i.e. The city's SCAP goals to reduce natural gas usage. So, you know, down the line, although staff hasn't predicted or modeled what these impacts would look like, it would be something to consider. And then if we can skip to slide 14, please. Thank you. Okay, and then finally, the third goal for tonight for the council is polling. Council feedback is requested in 3 areas, including uses of new revenue, whether to poll only for a business license tax or both a business license tax and parcel tax, and most important topic of discussion too is exemptions for the poll and inclusion of the business license tax. So some examples are here. I'll take this moment now to transition the presentation over to Dave Metz. Next slide. Our consultant from FM3. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Christine, and thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I'm Dave Metz, partner with FM3 Research. It's a pleasure to be back with you. We're a polling firm based in Oakland that has worked with the city over the course of the last decade or so, doing research to assess the viability of potential ballot measures. And we've come tonight to lay out our intended outline for the next round of survey research. We'll walk through it here with you in overview form, and then happy to take your input, both on the structure and content of the survey questionnaire. I'll go through an outline of what our initial outline for the questionnaire is. I hasten to add that what we're showing you tonight is not necessarily the exact wording of the survey questions, but the content that we intend to cover. With your direction tonight, we'll proceed with designing the full survey questionnaire for the city's review. So with that, let's go ahead to the next slide, which provides an introduction to the research team, myself and Miranda Everett, Vice President with the firm, the same folks that worked with you in 2020. And then a little bit on the next slide about the objectives of the survey and our intended methodology. The plan is to interview between 400 and 800 likely voters citywide who, based on their past voting behavior, are considered likely to cast ballots in next November's election. The number of interviews will be contingent on the survey structure. The more we use split sampling to test certain ideas or concepts with a portion of our sample and different or modified ideas and concepts with another portion of the sample, it'll benefit us to have a larger sample size so that the differences between those two approaches can be sort of analyzed more discreetly and with greater statistical confidence. We'll be interviewing people online and by telephone. People will be invited to participate in the survey through landline phone calls, wireless phone calls, text messages, and emailed invitations. The goal here being to have as many different ways of reaching out to voters as possible to invite their participation, and as many different ways to record the data that they may want to share with us afterwards. In this respect, this is largely the same process we've used in surveys we've conducted for the city in prior years. So the next slide spells out some more of the objectives of the survey on a bigger picture level. First, we intend to re-ask a number of the questions that we've asked consistently in surveys done for the city over the years, to provide updated data to give you a sense of just the overall trajectory of public opinion in terms of views of the direction of the city, attitudes towards city government, and the major issues that concern voters most. We want to assess the structural elements of how a potential business tax measure could be designed. As you've heard, there's a number of different alternatives facing you that you may choose between, and we'll want the public to weigh in on some of those different structural approaches. We want to do some brief assessment of the impact of yes and no campaigns on support for a business tax measure. And we also want to explore the dynamics around ballot measure dealing with equity transfers from the utility fund. Assessing whether voters would be inclined to vote for a measure that addressed that issue with a couple of the different approaches you've heard described just now, and also how voters might view such a measure in tandem with a potential business tax if they were on the ballot together. So with that overview of those objectives, the next few slides walk through some of the key questions that we think would be helpful to ask in the survey. If we can move to the next slide, you'll see the first few. Again, I hasten to add that what we are showing you here is not the exact wording of the questions, but just a sequential outline of the areas that we would intend to cover. We've packed a lot in here. There's obviously a lot of issues to look at, both in terms of ballot measure design and feasibility, and just general understanding of the perspectives of the community as we emerge from the pandemic and an eventful couple of years. So the more we can do to pare this back, obviously, the more helpful it will be. We can only get about 20 minutes of respondents' time and get really focused, thoughtful answers from them. So being as concise as possible will be important. This first slide highlights largely a number of sort of introductory questions that ease us into the survey, as well as a number of questions tracked from prior years' polls that will allow us to observe changes in public opinion over time. Whether people think the city is headed in the right direction or off on the wrong track, how they feel about the performance of city government, both in general and then in terms of managing a number of issues that we know are of critical importance to local voters, and then perceptions of the need for additional funding for city services, both overall and then specifically for infrastructure, which is something we've asked about in prior years. Moving to the next slide, as we get out of that sort of first set of introductory questions, we'll then ask people to assess their level of concern about a variety of issues facing the community. Most of these are issues we've asked about in prior years. We've had people rate them as extremely, very, somewhat, or not too serious problems. We have added a couple of items here which have emerged as concerns since the last survey that we did for you, most notably the impacts of the coronavirus on the economy and on public health. So with those, as you'll see on the next slide, table setting, we'll then dive into assessing support for potential ballot measures. The first thing we want to do is give people a description of a potential business tax, and we can look at the two different approaches here, a parcel tax or a business license tax. We would present them both to our respondents and present them in rotated order so that there's no bias that comes from the sequence in which the two approaches are presented. Our intention in this initial survey will not be to test actual specific ballot language. There's so many different decisions that the council needs to make in terms of the structure of a measure that it would be hard at this point to come up with specific language that was sort of captured the variety of approaches that the city might take. So we'll ask about these questions in a more conceptual way to start with. And then we'll also ask people about a measure addressing the issues with the utility revenues. For half our sample, we'll start with presenting a ballot measure that addresses the utility fund, and then for the other half of our sample, we'll start with the business tax. We'll then flip the order, so whichever potential ballot measure concept a respondent hears about first, they'll then hear about the second concept afterwards. This split sampling approach will allow us to get a clean read on how voters might react to each ballot measure if it were on the ballot by itself, And then, because in each case we'll ask about the second measure as a follow-up, we can also understand the dynamics about how support for each is affected if it comes second in the order and voters are weighing in with the awareness that there may be a second measure on the ballot at the same time. That approach will require us to have a somewhat larger sample, but should allow us to give you some guidance on the interaction between the two measures, as well as support for each one on its own. So with that, we'll then have some follow-up questions on the next slide, where we wade a little bit more into the rationales for having a revenue-raising ballot measure on the ballot, asking the respondents about a variety of rationales that the city might offer for putting such a measure forward, whether it's maintaining funding for existing services that may be under threat in the future, restoring services cut during the pandemic, investing in key community-owned assets, funding affordable housing, which we know from past polling is a top concern for voters in Palo Alto, and then looking at extraordinary community investment needs like grade separations. We'll be able to assess the relative level of support that voters offer for having a tax measure that might address each of these specific needs and see if there are significant differences between them. Moving on the next slide, we then will look at some other more discrete ways that money from a measure might be used. The items you saw on the last slide were sort of big picture conceptual ways that the money might be programmed. Here are some of the specific services to which additional dollars might flow, and we can see which ones the voters rank as their highest priorities. On the next slide, you'll see a number of other structural components that we want to understand how voters evaluate them and how it might impact their support for a measure. The tax rate, the basis on which it's calculated, whether it relates to the size of the property, the number of employees, or their payroll, the potential for the inclusion of exemptions, whether a measure should be open-ended with no time limit or should have a sunset provision, and whether it should have a built-in escalator to address inflation and rising costs over time. We'll then do a little bit of pro-con message testing. Relatively little in this initial survey because we want to be mainly focused on exploring how voters react to the structural elements of the ballot measures. But we do want to understand, given the major arguments that would be raised by supporters and opponents of such a measure if it went forward, how durable support for the concept is, or how variable it may be in the wake of that back and forth. Being able to identify those voters who are firmly committed to a yes vote, firmly committed to a no vote, or are somewhere in between will help us make some recommendations to you about the measure's potential prospects for success. So finally, on the next slide, we'll then sum up with some demographic questions, which are intended both to make sure that we have a representative sample of Palo Alto voters that we've interviewed, and also to facilitate our ability to break out their responses by a variety of different demographic and geographic subgroups, and identify differences between them in their reactions to the survey questions. Some of this will be data that we gather by asking respondents to identify some of their own characteristics, and others will be data that will pull directly from information on the voter file. And all that, again, fairly standard and the same kinds of questions that we've asked in prior years' surveys. So after the survey is complete, as you'll see on the next page, the deliverables we'll provide will be the same ones that we have for prior year surveys. The top line results of the survey, which is essentially the proportions that chose each response option for each of the survey's questions, cross-tabulated results, verbatim responses to open-ended questions that respondents offer reactions to in their own words, and then a complete report and presentation back to you of key findings from the survey, as well as ongoing availability as you continue your deliberations to gain whatever insights we can from the survey and share them with you. So with that, on the next slide, that sort of takes us to the conclusion of the survey overview. We'll welcome your questions and comments, but Christine, I think there's a few more thoughts that you have to round out the presentation here.
Thank you so much, Dave. Next slide, please. The last slide of the presentation is really a draft of council action and motion. So just having it as a starting point started with the recommendation from Finance Committee and kind of set up as a fill in the blank. So with that, this is the end of staff's presentation this evening, and I turn it back to the council for questions, comments, and
motions. Thank you. Let's go to the public real quick. So if any member of the public would like to speak to this item, please raise your hand. And given the time, either if you're here in person, you can submit an item with the clerk. If you're on Zoom, you can raise your hand. And given the time, we'll do 2 minutes a speaker. And so our first speaker is Ken Horowitz.
Thank you. Ken Horowitz from Homer Avenue. I want to propose a third option for the council this evening, and that's a sugar sweetened beverage tax. It's nothing new. This is something that was discussed back in June 4th, 2018. I have the minutes from that. 4 of the council people or council members were present at that time, including the mayor. So they know about that. And I would like to, can you see that? I would like to propose that you, I guess the best thing would probably be to refer to Policy and Services Committee. I'll be there tomorrow evening to decide on what kind of tax you want to implement. And then, of course, to the Finance Committee to decide whether it should be 1 cent or 2 cents. Boulder, Colorado presently has a 2 cent tax. And I think we can raise close to $3 or possibly $4 million a year from this tax, especially if people keep drinking boba teas. They're not cheap, and they've become very popular, and a lot of sugar involved in boba teas. So with that, I would like to ask someone to propose that this be an option. And finally, that Metz and Associates do a polling to see if a sugar beverage, sweetened beverage tax is something that the citizens of Palo Alto would support. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. If we could go back to the speaker list. Next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg.
Hi. Despite ample evidence to the contrary, staff proposes a tax that has questionable legality and will lead to more lawsuits. This bizarre and arbitrary tax proposed of square footage for businesses and not landlords clearly fails both the nexus and uniformity requirements under the US and state constitution and case law. Consider an electric plane startup occupies a warehouse, has 2 employees and no revenues. A multi-billion-dollar tech startup run by a billionaire narcissist squeezes 3,000 employees into an office 1/10 the size. Should the world's biggest company pay less tax to Palo Alto than an electric plane startup? This is Palo Alto, guys. SPUR, the San Francisco Bay Area Planning and Urban Research Association, a nonprofit think tank that has been studying municipal tax policy for decades, has much to say on the topic. Notably, SPUR never would recommend such a silly thing, and you can't find any reference to it on the website. What taxes does SPUR recommend? The same taxes used in all the successful cities that use these taxations, and you can look it up. Taxes that target large profitable businesses and fully exempt small, medium-sized businesses such as retail and restaurants. Receipt taxes, AKA company revenue taxes, that increase progressively in order to make sure that the largest companies pay their fair share. Payroll taxes instead of headcount taxes. In recognition that a venture capital firm that generates $10 billion a year for its general partners logically should be taxed more than an architectural firm with the same number of employees that generates $1 million in revenue for its general partners and pays them the same. Overpaid executive taxes that capture the externalities created by the increase in wealth divide between the highest paid and median paid employees. In recognition that this wealth divide augments the racial injustice, increases poverty and homelessness, problems that Palo Alto is facing. Please look at SPUR, avoid lawsuits. I appreciate your consideration.
Speaker is Bob Moss. Will be followed by Angie Evans. And our final speaker will be Liz online.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Du Bois and council members. Well, I've been advocating for a business tax for decades. Palo Alto is the only city in California that doesn't have one. Even purely residential cities like Atherton and Woodside have a business tax. They tax contractors. Ideally, we would base the tax on the number of employees because we've had a jobs housing imbalance for decades. So the number of employees is what puts a load on the city's required payments for services. Problem with that is the way that companies are working nowadays, significant numbers of their employees are working remotely. So how do we tax an employee in Atherton or in Tokyo or in Redwood City, who works in Palo Alto? So we're probably stuck with a property tax based system. And square footage is one easy way of basing the tax. I don't think that's really as equitable as number of employees, but it's probably what works. And so I would suggest that we base it on a square footage occupied in Palo Alto, and that we exempt nonprofits such as Avenidas, for example, and adjust the tax rate so that it covers not only cost of administering the services and getting the taxes back, but also gets a reasonable profit back to the city. We definitely need the money. We have a lot of applications that need to be funded. And so I think a business tax is overdue.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Angie Evans.
Hi. Waiting for the time. Okay, there we go. Okay, so first, I'm just to clarify, I'm not going to speak about the business tax until we have more information about the scope and application. But I do want to speak tonight for two reasons on this. One, I want to remind you to consider equitable application when you're looking at the utility tax. We can all say we want more affordability, we want renters' voices to be included, but you aren't ensuring any equity in your policy development or your polling. You didn't even include renters or owners in your demographic polling thing. That slide. We know that renters' utilities are going to go up on top of our continuing to rise rents, and we don't have a choice whether our home is switched to gas or electric. That's just not something we have any choice in. Secondly, it really seems clear that we're not going to be able to get to the package of renter protections, which the city has been looking at since 2017. This is so urgently overdue. The rent registry that we have in the renter protection package you're supposed to look at would actually help you implement your sustainability goals. You have no way to talk to landlords and identify when there are key moments where they could be making spending decisions, upgrade decisions, and actually incentivize them to make the more sustainable choice. With the rent registry, you could actually do that. So I hope you're going to prioritize the rent registry and the other impactful measures that afford renters the stability and predictability in the same way that longtime homeowners have with Prop 13. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker was Leanna Hunt. I think she may have dropped off online. I don't see her. So we will go to Liz and see if Leanna returns. Liz, you should be able to speak now.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so I do want to speak to this, proposed business tax, which I support, but as Bob Moss was talking about, I think we need to expand it, or the city should expand it to homeowners and do it by square footage. I am really perplexed that the city has not brought forth the very overwhelmingly voted for Proposition A, which was $950 million for affordable housing, and why those numbers have not been applied to the city of Palo Alto as we move forward with our arenas. That said, I do really feel that the city, even if they do these surveys and such, that this threat of businesses leaving the city of Palo Alto due to an increase in business taxes is a worry. So I'm really hoping the city explores this a little bit further, especially as it applies to producing affordable housing down the line in the near future. And speaking to nonprofits, I do want to raise the question that it said nonprofits were going to be exempt. Now, if you were to look at the example of something like the NRA, who is exempt in a nonprofit status, I mean, they bring in, millions and millions of dollars a year. So is there a cap on what nonprofits are going to be exempt from? So they make $1 million, they're bringing $1 million a year. There's a lot of nonprofits out there that are making multi-millions of dollars a year that are going to be automatically exempt from this tax. I think that needs to be explored, as well as just predominantly the survey that kind of goes out to residents of Palo Alto, but a lot of Palo
Liz,
Alto.
your time is up. Just if you
Okay.
can finish your sentence.
Yeah, so just that it is expanded to non-residents as well, like students who are here temporarily are not full residents of Palo Alto. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll return to council for questions and comments, motions. Actually, I was going to go to the chair of the finance committee if you wanted to provide a little update.
That would be great. Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Do you want me to do an introduction or just consider this my round and do both?
If you just take a minute to talk
Sure.
about what the finance committee did, that would be good.
Absolutely. There was a great deal of detail in the staff presentation. So I just want to focus my colleagues on a few things. One, the finance committee made the decision to start talking about this tax amount, not in terms of how much it will raise for the city, but what it will cost the people who are paying it. So that was a pretty big shift, and you can see the crosswalk, but that's point one. Point two, we did decide to recommend a business license tax, and as a priority, not a parcel tax. We can certainly take questions on why we did that. Three, it's a bit of a nuance, and we can talk about this a bit, but in addition to replacing the gas utility transfer, I think I missed a few words in there, equity transfer. We, in light of the fact that there's a sustainability concern going forward and a potential reduction that we hope for in the use of gas, realize that it might make more sense to take that amount and spread it across gas and electric, which we anticipate continuing, to provide our power needs. Finally, just in terms of exemptions, note we said possible exemption for retail, and we can discuss why that might or might not be a good idea. And then I do encourage my colleagues to look at the polling list. and ensure that the questions are appropriate and we aren't missing anything. So I know it's a big lift, but this is an important topic, and that's as brief as I can make the overview of what we did and what we need to do tonight.
Okay, so thank you. So generally, I think we have something like this. We try to encourage people who weren't on the committee to speak, but the first three hands are the finance committee. You didn't? Oh, your light was on. But so why don't we go ahead, I guess, because I don't see any other hands at the moment. Councilmember Filsa.
Hi, yeah, just real briefly. Can you guys put up slide 11, please?
Clerk, are you there? Oh, thanks.
Okay. Yeah, that one. So the Finance Committee asked that we rephrase this in terms of cents per square foot per month. So change this to 5 to 20%, 5 cents to 20 cents per month per square foot. And the consultant made the change, but the staff did not. And so you've still got it 50 cents to 211 a year, which isn't exactly the same as that. And also the table doesn't reflect that either. And most people's frame of reference is $6.88 a square foot per month, as opposed to $72 a year. So if staff could make that change, that would be great. Thanks.
Go ahead and jump in. I guess the question for staff is, how comfortable are we with the square foot estimations? Like, are they conservative? Are they optimistic? Was related to Kylie or somebody, or Christine.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor. The square footage calculations and the data used in this round of modeling, and to kind of address that a little bit, is we've received data from our property tax consultant, HDL Corin and Cohn, that's derived from the Santa Clara County Assessor's Office. So the focus of that data really is assessed value and the square footage related to that. So, you know, upon council's direction tonight to further refine this and go in the direction of business license tax, staff will be transitioning to use a different set of data that is more focused on rentable business area. So that's one aspect of the data that
yeah, okay.
Sorry, Christine.
Thank you.
Mayor, just to bottom line it for you, these are overly optimistic square footage numbers.
Okay,
So
thank you.
I would expect them to go down as we move through this process.
Yeah, so just some thoughts, comments, you know, as we move to thinking about implementation planning, you know, I do think we need to think about how we're going to audit and enforce a square footage task. And, you know, one suggestion maybe is we ask for the square footage, we ask for a copy of the lease with appropriate redactions, but also look for the signature, and that would be the person, you know, hopefully a company officer. On the exemptions for banks, I really wanted to understand what that category was. Is that primarily kind of savings institutions? Does it apply to like investment advisory companies or stock brokerages?
Yeah, banks and financial institutions. So we can give you more detail on that, but that is a requirement of state law. It's not something that the city has discretion over.
Yeah, I'd just like to understand, because we have a lot of, you know, investment advisory type companies that I don't think would traditionally be called banks, but and then also just investment partnerships and VCs. I don't know if they would, are they clearly not in that category here?
Let me get more detail about, you mentioned a couple of different types of, let me work on that.
So on the polling, you know, I really think we should keep it really simple. And focus primarily on the uses of the tax. One thing I really like about the square footage task is I think it really inherently scales. So, you know, a small business would pay a small tax. At this point, I'm not really convinced that we should have any exemptions from, if there's a lot of disagreement here on the council, I think if we poll on some exemptions, I think I'd want to qualify maybe a retail in a smaller space, possibly grocery stores. And I believe we need to make the point that the business tax and the polling, that the business tax really reflects the changing nature of the economy, that sales tax is not, for goods, has not grown with the level of business activity that we've seen. And that, just part of the shift to a services economy. And so business tax really lets us generate kind of a fair share for the general fund from our business stakeholders. And, there were some articles this week about tech companies in our area having a $2 trillion market caps, and that they're on their way to 3 trillion. And the FANG companies, Facebook, Apple, Google, they make up 25% of the S&P 500. And again, just imagining what $1 trillion is just hard to comprehend. And so, the point of all that is that we've had incredible value creation in our area. And if these companies were making products that were taxed, the sales tax, we wouldn't be having this discussion. And so I think we need to work that into kind of the reasons for that we're looking at a business tax as we do the polling. I do think we should poll for the tax going to the general fund with the intention to use it for transportation, housing. I think we should include city safety services, police, fire, medical transportation. On the gas utility transfer tax, I was initially thinking we should keep it the same, and then immediately thinking, well, if we're shifting people from gas to electricity over the long term, that made sense to me that we would structure it as a task across gas and electric. But I think the messaging needs to be the same, that this is a longstanding practice and we're confirming it as a tax, but it's just a continuation. And I think it's kind of important that we don't add more to it or look to increase it. And I thought the examples from Burbank and Pasadena, those two cities, I thought the wording was very good. That they're maintaining essential city services, they're continuing past practices. All the money will be spent for the benefit of Burbank residents. In Pasadena, we're maintaining 911 response, fire, homeless services, street repair, maintaining the long-standing transfer. It will require financial audits, and it benefits Pasadena residents. Both of those passed with 80% of the vote. I had some specific feedback on some of the polling questions. I don't think we should necessarily talk about grade separations. I think we should talk about maybe transportation and rail. I'm not sure grade separations is a popular topic with our residents. And I do think we should need some explanation of this longstanding practice, why it exists. The city invested and created these utilities. That we've had this longstanding transfer to city services that's been funded by the city's return on that investment. And there were some specific questions. Again, I thought they should just be generalized, asking about transportation programs instead of specifically a shuttle program. And the last comment was, I don't think we should really poll about short-term impacts like COVID. I think this should be presented as a long-term tax for kind of long-term issues. And I was a little concerned that if it was pitched as COVID recovery, people would see that as very, very short-term. So those are my comments. Cormac, you originally had your hand up. Did you want to speak again?
I see that other council members who are not on finance have raised their hands, so I'll go after them.
Okay, Councilmember Tanaka.
Can staff turn to slide 12? And while they're turning to slide 12, I'll talk a little bit about this. So I think one thing we should do is, because we do own our own utilities, which is different from a lot of other cities. And so it's like, the analogy would be like renting a house versus owning a house. And, once you paid for the house, like we have paid for our utilities, the cost of living in that house is actually a lot less, right? Because you're just paying for maintenance, maybe property tax. Versus when you're renting, you're gonna have to pay, high level rent forever because you don't actually own the asset that's producing, that's the house. So I think the issue I have with slide 12 is that it shows the difference between Palo Alto and PG&E, and it's almost the difference between somebody's house who's been paid off, like ours. So we own our utilities free and clear, versus PG&E where we're renting a service. And so to me, the comparison is like, well, we're paying PG&E is a relatively high rate, but the difference is that PG&E people are renting, right? They didn't have to invest billions of dollars into utilities. So I think this is not quite a kind of a fair comparison because it's comparing apples to oranges. It's not a fair comparison. So I think to really do this right, what we should be doing is comparing against utilities that are actually owned by the city, or do it through what is the total cost of money, right? So we could look at the time value money and see what is the equivalent, because then that's more apples to apples comparison. But doing it like this is like saying, oh wow, I pay for my house and wow, I'm paying less per month than someone that's renting. That's not a right comparison because you put in several $1 million into buying the house and the property. So I think that's the first issue on slide 12. I think on the maybe a different set of slides, but on the polling slides, I think other uses of funds that would probably be used for the business tax, and I think I would encourage Dave for you to have this on there, is employee raises, right? There's almost built-in employee raises every year, and we should actually have it listed, as well as we spend a huge chunk of our expenses is actually on pensions and maintaining those pensions, and so I think both of those actually should be on there as well. The other thing that's a big nut that we have to crack here is the public safety building. That added about $7 to $8 million a year in expenses. So probably all three of those, just to be comprehensive for our public, should also be on there. And then I don't know if staff has been talking to businesses, but I think it's really important to talk to the people you're going to be taxing. While they may not be able to vote, they are constituents. So I would like to encourage outreach to businesses, especially I think polling to businesses would actually be a good idea. So I don't know if Dave, you could actually start looking at some of that, but I think that would be a really good thing to do, because my worry here is that I think we've been fortunate to have innovation in Palo Alto, and I think having a somewhat business friendly environment has been key to that. And as we make it harder and harder to do business here, and we've seen companies like Tesla and others move out, and we've seen startups no longer starting in our city. I think that's going to be I guess the saying is killing the golden goose, right? Because I think what we have to understand is that companies have choices, right? Especially with work from home. They don't have to stay here. They could, especially with work from home, people could work anywhere, especially software companies. And I think one reality we have to also think, and so Dave, I think this would be great to incorporate in your poll, would be that, I think most voters in our city actually still have to work, myself included, right? Very few of us, have enough money where we don't have to work and we could, just, live on our assets. And given that, I think one thing we should understand from the poll is, how do people feel if their jobs leave, right? How do people at Tesla feel as the company starts moving headquarters to other places like Texas, right? How would people feel about uprooting their family and trying to follow the companies as they move to different places? I know for myself, I have kids in a school district, right? Our family would not be very happy about doing that. So I think that's something that we should have in a polling, Dave, that I think would be good to see how people feel about that. As we make it a less business-friendly environment, how would people feel as their livelihoods move away to other cities as a result of this? I thought that Ken actually brought up a good point about the sugar tax. I think why not add that on there as well as a potential revenue source? At least that one is not killing innovation. It's trying to make us healthier, right? It's trying to have us less. I think sugar drinks is like one of the number one causes of obesity. So maybe that's actually not a bad thing to have. So maybe we should add that to the poll to see how that polls. But I think at least that's not killing innovation. That's something it's kind of more of a vice tax versus this is more of a innovation tax. The other thing I think we should do is last time around you guys did this, the public didn't have the full access to the data. So I think the raw data should be fully transparent. We're paying $250,000, perhaps even more for this data. I think all of it should be made available to the public, especially if we're trying to convince people to buy into this, so that we have a lot of smart people in our city, which they should be able to access it and do their own data crunching, understand what's good, what's bad about it, versus us hiding it and preventing this raw data from being released. So I think that's something that's also important. I know, Dave, I talked before and you mentioned that other cities have actually released the data when they do polling. I think we should do that as well. And then in terms of legality, I don't know if Rebecca's right or not, but Molly, it would be great to hear from you in terms of what, if anything that Rebecca said was correct or not. I'm sure you must be researching this, but it'd be good to hear about that. And then I think the final thing, Dave, that you might want to have in the poll here is also like, who's a better allocator of resources? Is the public sector or private sector, right? Like, so you look at, let's say, for instance, SpaceX, right? They built a rocket that's reusable, and NASA has spent 50, 60 years and never done that. So I think that's another thing that we should probably ask of the public, right? So who's a better arbiter of resources, right? Is it the public sector or is it the private sector, right? Which has brought more innovation, which has brought more efficient uses of resources? And that's something that would be good for the public to know, because our community is really known for its philanthropy, right? We have so many people in our city have been blessed with great wealth and have given a lot of it away to charity and helping people in our city. And so what is a better way of routing these resources? Is it through the public sector or private sector? So I'd be interested in seeing that in the poll as well, Dave. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, thank you. So first, I'd like to concur with much of what the mayor had said about framing the issue in the polling, because I think we really do need to give the people responding a good context. One of the things that I brought up during the committee and think it may be useful in the polling as well is what we're comparing ourselves to. And Silicon Valley has, going back to its days as Santa Clara Valley, was a low-cost suburb of San Francisco and was a low-tax region. And despite now being one of the most affluent regions in the world, has remained an exceptionally low business tax region. But the interesting comparisons are what East Palo Alto put in place just a couple of years ago, which was this $2.50 a square foot for offices and other commercial space. And more interestingly, what San Francisco has in place, which they have about 5 or more different business taxes. And it's hard to do a apples to apples comparison because they have different exemptions. They have a square footage tax and a gross receipts tax and various other ones. But if you put them together and they add up to, on average, about $3,100 a year per employee. And at that rate, that would, if we only charge 10 to 15% of what San Francisco charges in business tax, we'd have that upper end of our dollar figure range. I do want to disagree that the committee had focused principally on what it would be the rate it would be to the taxpayers as opposed to the revenue it would generate. It was, we were looking at that in addition to looking at the revenue it would generate, not instead of. And I think that's an important distinction because ultimately we're wanting to attempt to generate revenue that can meet our many different needs. And frankly, when this was looked at a couple of years ago in flush times, the focus was on the significant unmet needs of affordable housing and transportation, in particular grade separations. And now we have additional needs, and it's unlikely that we're going to be able to address all of those needs through this tax. We're going to get informed by the polling, and I think we need to allow the polling to inform us, not determine our decisions, but certainly inform us. I also just want to mention that when we're looking at the utility users tax, we need to bear in mind that it's unlikely that voters are going to be receptive to two taxes, local taxes in a single ballot measure. So in 2022, we're probably going to have an either or choice. And I hope that Dave Metz will be flushing that out, whether it's in the first poll or the second poll, but help us be informed on the feasibility of whether it must be one tax or the other this go round. And I suspect strongly that that'll be the case, that we won't be able to put two on the ballot, even if individually they might score well. Another thing to bear in mind is Dave gave us an update that this last election cycle, I think it was, or maybe in recent polling, that voter sentiment right now for new taxes has taken a dip, not surprisingly, in an economic downturn. And so our first poll may very well reflect that it won't be as strong of support for any of the taxes as we would have seen 2 years ago. And I suspect, as we will see as we move out of this downturn, I suspect that we'll have not as good of polling right now, but over the course of this coming year leading up to the 2022 election, in all likelihood, it will strengthen as the economy strengthens. But that's just best guess. And but I think we need to bear that in mind and not be shocked if the voter support for all of this is less than we would have expected. I also agree with the mayor that I don't think that we should either be looking at a short-term shortfall as the basis for the tax, and I suspect that the polling is not also, it's not going to be very attractive to the voters to say, oh, we want you to do a new tax, even if it's on business, but it's to simply maintain the status quo, or to avoid further cuts, or we'll see, it may be a little more attractive to restore critical services that we frankly cannot pay for right now. And we've made drastic cuts that are becoming more and more apparent to the community. And that may score a little bit better. One question I just wanted to get clarified for everyone is, under the square footage tax, as I recall, it cannot be applied to the property owner. It has to be to the business that is leasing the property. Is that correct?
Yes, for a business license tax, that's correct.
And
That's correct. Yes.
okay. And so over the long term, as those businesses look at their cost of doing business in a given location, all the costs of doing so, including local taxes, will be built into their decisions to the extent, say, a 20 cents a square foot tax is going to make a big difference on where a business is going to be located. But over the long term, if it has an impact on their decision making, it'll mean that the landlord can't charge as much of an increase in their leasing rates as they would be without the tax. That the tenant is going to look at their total costs, and that'll include all the taxes. And if they're the tenant saying, well, I will pay $8 a square foot to have my business in Palo Alto, $8 a month per square foot, but I won't pay $8.20, then the landlord would have to charge $7.80 to get that tenant, and then add on the 20 cents that the tenant has to pay in the tax. That's to the extent that businesses are really going to look at this tax and have that be a major decision in where they locate. In reality, they're paying tremendous premiums to be in Palo Alto for their leasing rate, and even bigger premiums historically for their employees. Now, we all know that we're in a bit of a flux right now, but those have been the decision points. I will just say in response to Councilmember Tanaka's analogy on PG&E, I don't get it. PG&E owns all of their own capital, like we own all of our own capital. They actually own the land that their equipment resides on, like we do. So I can't follow that comparison. So let's see. Well, I think that covers my comments for now. Thanks.
I want to welcome Councilmember Koo, whose internet went down, so she drove in. We got to get that fiber to the home going. All right, Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. You know, we've been talking a lot about details this evening, and that's what's in the staff report. That was what is in the presentation. But really, what this council should be doing is thinking about what we want to use this money for and how much we need. And that isn't the discussion that we have had yet. And while yes, we should be informed by the polling, I think that's the work we should be reflecting on, and that certainly the voters will expect us to have done before we bring anything forward next year. So I just wanted to come up a level from all the details, you know, where we usually spend a lot of time, and encourage my colleagues to think about that. We had some pretty clear consensus with the last council, and we need to figure out what that is with this council. I don't think that the vice mayor and I are disagreeing. I was just explaining that we are reframing how we're describing the tax from how much it's raised to how it's being assessed. And yes, we're continuing to look at both numbers, but that was a change that we made. I do want to talk a little bit about some of the details in the polling. I just want to start with a small thing. We did discuss in finance removing the quote, changing character of the community. Well, at least I was curious about it. I see that's been removed in the staff report, but it was still included as a potential problem seriousness battery question in the slide. So just want to be sure that that isn't going to be included. I see Director Nose nodding. Okay. All right. So on to the poll, a few things to talk about. So I'm on packet page 127 for anyone following along at home or here with us. So 11B, so this is important. We really need to get a sense of whether or not the community is ready to pay extra to fund the important transitions we have to make over the next 8.5 years in order to meet our goals. And this poll is going to help us figure out if this is going to be a way to do that. So it's important that we get that information, and I'll look forward to that answer. On question 12, I love the wording of C, investing in community-owned assets. That's great, way better than infrastructure, so appreciate that. And then, you know, to get a little bit tax policy wonky on page 128, the reason we've got for-profit medical and educational facilities in there is that by law, we're required to exempt the nonprofits. And if you look at the largest employers in our community, they're in healthcare. And if you believe our colleague, Councilmember Filseth, that the business of Palo Alto is education, we should at least take a moment to decide if this makes sense. And I haven't formed a position on it, but I just wanted to flag that for my colleagues as we talk about this. And then back to exemptions, I am aligned with the mayor that none/fewer is better. And I say that for a couple reasons. One is a different version of equity, and the other is that there is some conventional wisdom that the reason that the prior business tax failed was its complexity. So I think if we have a 20,000 square foot exemption level and we go and do our outreach, we're going to find out if we're missing something. Maybe it should be 25, maybe it should be 15. We don't know. That'll be part of the outreach. And it's my hope that we really limit
or don't have any other additional exemptions. At finance, we had talked about retail as a possible exemption. And I'd made the comment that retailers are paying sales taxes. Technically, they're not actually. Each of us, when we buy something, pays the sales tax, and the retailer is collecting it. So we can go down that road, but I just wanted to align myself with the mayor on limited exemptions for all those reasons. And then just to address the topic of whether or not we'll be able to put two taxes on. I have a lot of faith in the people in Palo Alto. They're pretty smart. And I think if we have two different situations, we might be able to accomplish two things at the same time. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. So, you raised a couple of issues. So I didn't realize we were actually looking at this as the poll exactly. I'll go ahead and basically try to, I'll make the staff motion, and with a few additions, I guess, or changes. And this is really a question, I think, for FM3. So on the how we would ask about potential exemptions, would we get information about having no exemptions, the way the questions are worded, or would we need to add that as a choice?
Well, I think hearing the feedback from the council this evening, probably the best way to handle it is to have the base case proposal be one that has no exemptions, and then have a follow-up question, introduce the idea of adding exemptions, and see whether the public is supportive or opposed to each one.
Okay. Yeah, so I would be supportive of asking about no exemptions. I struggle with asking about retail because it can be large or small retail. I actually kind of want to combine 1 and 2, which would be needs a certain square footage retail. And then I do wonder, and I don't know if the finance committee discussed grocery stores in particular, which tend to be very low margin, hard to keep in our city, and large square footage. So.
Not to my recollection. I don't believe that grocery stores came up. And if someone remembers differently, please weigh in.
Yeah. All right. So I'll just attempt a motion. So if the clerk could fill this in, and I'm not going to define it, but I'd say for I, make it small retail. Grocery stores, it's 2, and no exemptions would be 3. And C, again, rather than make specific recommendations, I just wondered if I'd like FM3 to really just incorporate the gist of the feedback they got tonight, based on their expertise in market research. I think, you heard, hopefully you got a flavor from hearing from us. Do you think you could do that? Yeah, okay. So that would be my motion.
Mayor DeBose, clarification on small retail. We can certainly model something to begin with, but it would be helpful if council would define small in this case.
Yeah, for polling, I'm not sure. Well, this is, I guess, for modeling, but I guess I hopefully would apply to the poll as well. I don't know. I'd be interested in hearing. I don't know if it's 5,000, if it's 7,500, if it's 10,000, but relatively small retailers would be my concept. But I need a second before we would proceed, I think.
Second.
You have to move your mic.
Second.
Okay, and speak into it. All right, so I think I made my point. I'm open to defining what small retail means, but I'm just not convinced we should apply it to all retail of all sizes. And overall, I would favor fewer exemptions. Councilmember Koo.
I apologize for missing a large part of this, but I agree. Defining small retail and lesser exemptions, making it simple is easier. On the utility, on the JFE transfer, I was wondering, I might have, you might have explained this, but there was the part that spoke about that it would actually decrease the rate. I think there was a table which showed that it would be $37 versus the 54 or something to that. I was trying to understand how that works.
Yes, Councilmember Koo.
Apologies.
Not a problem. It is quite a complex item. And it's on slide 12, if the clerk doesn't mind bringing that up. I just want to verify, is right now the right time to answer this question?
Yeah.
Okay.
We can do it quickly.
Yes. And so there's a lot going on in this slide, but table B2 shows in orange what it would look like if we would back out of utility, back out the equity transfer from gas and have a corresponding decrease in utility rates compared to what's in blue, what our current rates are. Does that help with your question, Councilmember Koo?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, okay.
Thank you so much. It really
welcome.
helps. I was trying to kind of calculate the whole thing and couldn't quite come to it. So I think that this is good direction for staff to go forward in with this with the two initiatives for the ballot.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Byrd.
And Mayor, if I might just interject really quickly, Vice Mayor and Mayor, the definition of small retail, I think by clarifying that when you say small, it sounded like you intended it to be by the square footage. That's enough for us as staff to kind of go back and see what the right range might be or provide additional context. I think identifying the unit of measure and making sure we are still using, in that instance, square footage as the threshold, as opposed to, say, sales tax receipts or gross receipts or some other unit of measure.
That was my intent, was, by square footage.
Great, then I think that's sufficient direction for staff to go continue to research on that end.
Okay, Vice Mayor Byrd.
Yeah, I just want to draw to folks' attention that we're looking at asking staff to model some things before we're being informed by the polling. And let's not, if it's not a big exercise, then those things can be done in parallel. But I think we should be very cautious about starting to conclude in our own minds the answers to any of these questions until we've seen the polling. And it's a real temptation to just start going, well, I think the tax ought to be this, but that's why we're doing the polling, a big part of it.
Just to clarify too, I was kind of intending this to be what we would also poll for. That's why I asked the question about asking about no exemptions.
Those are two different things.
Yeah.
And second, I appreciate this point on the simplicity because the simpler and more straightforward the tax is, generally, the better the support and the less we can make it fair and equitable. So those two things compete with each other. And that goes back to, there's no perfect tax. There is none that we have today at any level of government in any form of tax. And we will hear from opponents that whatever tax we form, uses, any of those things we choose, it has imperfections and therefore shouldn't go forward. What we need to do is try to figure out as best we can the correct balance and what would be supported and be able to address the needs and uses that we really have a tremendous need for. And that goes to, on those uses, one thing I do want to say is that grade separations are likely to not pull real high, but not all of the essential uses are we likely to see the best polling on. And we ultimately are going to need to have a sizable local share component to the funding on the grade separations to be able to leverage those dollars with getting regional, state, and federal dollars on top of the Measure B VTA dollars. And so what a portion of this tax would need to go to that. I'm not sure, but just to forewarn us all, that is liable to not be near the top on polling, depending, of course, on how we frame it too. And this goes back, whether it's this first poll or a subsequent one, that framing of the question is really important. And on the grade separations, I think that if we are going to frame it, it needs to be around track safety and around impending gridlock in the coming years if we don't grade separate, because people are going to look at conditions today and they'll say, well, what's the urgency? What's the necessity? Most people. And I will say that on the track safety, means restriction and those safety issues, which have again come to the forefront of our minds. When we polled on Measure B with the VTA, we got a number of us got the leadership group to do a final poll that modified the question around Caltrain and elevated the portion around safety. And it caused the grade separation issue to score very high. It was either equal or above any other use in that tax measure. And until that was added, it did not score that well. So I think that's an important nuance to our, if we frame grade separations and we just say, do you want to pay for grade separations, you'll get one answer. If you frame it in terms of these other things, you're likely to get another. So those are my comments. Thank you.
So again, just a time check, we do have one more item. We have members from the public who've been waiting. So I have Councilmember Tanaka and then Councilmember Cormack. And hopefully we can vote on this item. Councilmember Tanaka.
Sure. So just to address Vice Mayor Burt's question, I think the big difference between PG&E and us, PG&E of course does own the land, but the difference is that the city doesn't own PG&E, right? PG&E is its own separate entity. So the cities that use PG&E basically rent the service, right? So the question that you asked is similar to like a REIT. A REIT owns a lot of apartment buildings, a lot of apartment complexes, but the people living in the apartment complex don't actually own the property, versus a homeowner actually owns the property. And so that's the big difference. So that's why our rate should be a lot lower, is because we are property owners. We invested tons of capital into our own utilities, and thus our rate should be a lot lower than PG&E, because we're PG&E, we're renting the service. Yes, of course, PG&E owns its own infrastructure, but it's owned by a separate entity. It's not owned by the cities that use it. Second point here is, I think when we do this, I think it's really important, because us as the representatives of the community, is really important that what we use the polling for is mainly to make sure that we have as clear message as possible. I don't think what we want to do is we want to basically engineer a poll that passes. I think what we want to do is we want to be straightforward as to what we're going to do with the money, why we're raising it, why we need to do it, and be as straightforward, as transparent as possible, even if it doesn't pass. I think it's really important to be it's more important to be transparent and clear than to just, finagle language just to get it to pass, because I don't think that's in the best service of our constituents. I think the third thing I wanted to mention is I do believe that this business tax, if it does pass, will decrease commercial property values. There's no doubt about it, right? Because it's a layer on top of it. And so the rents will drop, which means the commercial property values will drop, which means that we'll have less money for our schools, less money for our cities, less money for, even the county would be hit. And when that depends on property tax. So I think it would behoove us also, when we do this, to actually do an analysis of where we actually get more money, because by actually taking money from the tenants, it will actually hurt the property values and thus our property tax. Dave, you heard me talk about the employee raises, pensions, public safety building, whether people, are going to be worried about, their job leaving the city. Is that all the stuff that you can just put in there, or do we have to kind of micromanage this and put in the poll, or can you just incorporate that into the poll?
There definitely are places we can include those items. We'll, be testing pro and con arguments. We'll be testing uses of the money, and we can
okay. Then I'm on a shot clock here, so I'm not going to dwell into it. So if you could address the points I brought up before, because I think it'd be good for everyone to know how people feel about it. So I think that would be great. I think the other thing is, and I don't know whether we have to have this in motion or not, but I think it's really important, especially when we're spending the public's money to try to get them to vote for a tax, that we have full transparency and that we have access to the raw data. I know you have it, but in the past, staff has not released it. And so does that need to be in the motion, or is that something that you could just do?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Tanaka, can you repeat what specific
Sure.
data you would like?
Yeah, so last time the poll happened, because we're spending the public's money to try to figure out how do we market a tax to them, right? So I think if we do that, it's really important that we be transparent, that we release the data that's used for the poll, so the public can actually do their own number crunching and statistical calculations. So I don't think it's right for us to spend the public's money and then not make that public. So is that something that staff has to do, or do we have to add it to the amendment here?
You know, thank you, Councilmember Tanaka. I may need to ask Dave to comment on this. I know we've talked about it in previous polling, and I believe what you were looking for was the actual database, and we did not pursue getting that from FM3. So Dave, is there an angle on that you'd like to comment on?
Sure. I mean, we customarily provide to the city the top line results, full cross tabulated results for every question. We'll continue to do that. We are capable of providing the raw data from the survey. We would want to anonymize that data before turning it over as a public record so that no respondents.
Sure. I think it makes total sense. Yeah, I just want to make sure that, you know, if the public's paying for it, we're using public money to try to figure out how we tax them. We should make that public.
Yeah, I think the issue that, again, I'll opine here is that it's happened in the past that independent analysis of the data reach conclusions that we do not agree with. And quite frankly, we find ourselves in a situation where we need to refute conclusions reached by other analysts. So to your point, I think the answer is yes, that would need to be part of the council direction.
Okay, so to the maker and second of the motion, I believe that this is the public's data. The public should have access to it. And so I'm asking if we can make this an amendment that the raw anonymized data is made available to the public so the public can also analyze it.
And having worked in market research, I think working with the raw data is difficult, and it's interesting to get the wrong conclusions. You need to understand the sampling methodology and the weighting. And again, I think if we make the top line and the crosstabs available, those are the results that have been calculated based on the expertise of Dave and his firm. So I would not accept that.
Okay, well, I think it's the right thing to do, but I understand your perspective, and it allows the city to bias the data in a certain direction, but I don't agree with it. Okay, the second amendment I'd like to make is Ken brought up the idea of a sugar tax. I think that should be in the poll. That's a good idea. That's actually a vice tax. So let's have that in the poll. Would the maker and seconder accept that?
And Councilmember Taka, you're talking kind of quickly. I couldn't quite catch what you said.
Sure. Ken, earlier, when the public speakers, I'm not sure if he's still there, made the suggestion about having a sugar tax.
Oh, yeah, so I would not accept that either. I mean, we're already worried about 2 taxes. I don't think this is a year for 3 taxes.
Okay. Last one here, which is, I think we should actually also poll the businesses. So I think these are the people being taxed. We should actually know what they think. I don't think it's fair to just tax them without any sort of representation. So I believe that with the current budget, we should slice a portion of that off so the businesses also get pulled, so we can also hear their voice.
So again, we've had meetings over the years, so we've been talking about this with the businesses. I think our staff will continue to do that. This is a polling survey of likely voters, and we have a limited budget for that. I don't think we should mix these things together.
Okay, well, I just think the foundation of the country was no taxation without representation. I think this is a violation of it, but I understand your perspective. Thank you.
So Councilmember Corman.
It occurs to me that we did not hear anyone on council in support of the parcel tax this evening. And so if the maker and seconder were amenable, we could remove that from the poll. It's currently listed as item 9A. That would make it, I think, a more straightforward poll.
Yeah, I would support that.
Yes.
Okay, great. And does staff have any concerns about that before we head down the path of narrowing? No. Okay, great.
All right, and then I just want to be sure I understand A, because I was busy saying no exemptions, but that was under the assumption that we would have that 20,000 square foot threshold. So now I'm not quite sure what the maker intends here. Is A3 like no exemptions, nothing? So no
Yeah,
threshold?
that's what I intended, I
Okay,
think.
so no threshold at all. Everybody pays something.
Yeah, if you have a small office, you pay a small amount.
Okay,
Right.
and grocery stores, that was, you're interested in that. Again, I don't know that I'm interested in having the poll specifically call that out as maybe we could have, open-ended where people might want to suggest an area that they're concerned about. And then you're saying small retail would be, in the event we don't have a threshold for square footage, it's possible there'd be a little one for small retail. Okay, Mr. Metz, are you going to be able to manage all of those multiple different approaches?
Yeah, we'll need a larger sample, I think, to do it effectively, but that's something we anticipated after the conversation in committee. And, if we did eliminate the parcel tax as a consideration, that will help simplify things as well. So
All right.
This should be manageable.
Okay, well, I'm glad I've helped you. Okay, thanks so much.
Okay, and then our last will be Councilmember Stone, and then I'd like to call the vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to the Finance Committee and staff for working on this. I think the recommendation and the motion on the floor is a good one. A couple questions. Is it the intention of the maker and the seconder for both A and B to not only kind of model these methods, but also poll on that? That was my understanding, kind of your exchange with the vice mayor, but it's not reflected in the motion.
Yeah, it was my intention. And again, the idea, do we need to put that in the motion? I guess us, Mr. Metz, or do you understand that as well?
We may want to include that in C of the motion.
So to council's point, I think Mr. Metz does have the feedback, and I'm confident he can incorporate it. If the council wishes to identify it in the motion, I would say a simple way of doing it is under C at the end of, and incorporate council's feedback for the poll, including modeling assumptions identified in A and B.
That's good. Yeah, I don't want to start listing things.
Correct.
Is that okay? Councilmember Stone?
Yeah, thank you. And then one thing I'm curious about, what's the benefit of the percentage of gross utility revenue option of displaying separately the tax rate on the customer bill rather than embedded in the rate as is being currently done? I have no problem kind of seeing the two methods. I'm just curious, does staff have a preference, and why is there a recommendation to change it now?
I think actually that the two examples or several examples that we have, and there's a table there of cities who have addressed this same legal question about these GFETs, is to roll it into the rate. That is the experience Palo Alto ratepayers are having now. And that simply allows then the city to say this is a maintenance of the status quo and just get voter approval for what's being done now. So it seems to us, unless maybe the city manager, assistant city manager have additional comments, that would be a preferable way to do it. But we wanted to provide some options. If you wanted to call it out, you could.
Great, thank you, City Attorney. And then one final question. I thought it was an interesting discussion following along about the concern about sort of ballot fatigue with possible multiple tax measures. Can maybe the consultant weigh in on his experience with that possibility of ballot fatigue, of having multiple tax measures on the same ballot?
Sure. So as a general principle, Californians, pretty much in any community, are used to voting on lots of tax measures on the same ballot. When you look at the measures that get put forward by state government, regional governments, counties, cities, school districts, it is rare that an election goes by where voters aren't being asked to vote on multiple tax measures at the same time. And generally speaking, If independently, a case is made for each that the revenue is going somewhere that voters think is important, the tax is a mechanism that they see as reasonable and affordable, and they have a trust in the agency that's going to be collecting and dispersing the funds, they can vote for more than one tax at the same time. Now, that said, there are some exceptions to this rule. If there are multiple taxes that use the same funding mechanism, that can be problematic. If there are taxes that appear to be both raising money for the same purpose that aren't coordinated with one another in some way, that can be challenging. And it is sometimes the case that if a single jurisdiction is putting multiple taxes on the ballot, that voters may pick and choose between them as opposed to voting them up or down as a unit. The survey structure we're proposing to use here, I think, is designed to get us a good objective answer to the question of whether that's likely to be a problem with these two measures in the elections next year. So I wouldn't prejudge what the answer is, but we will design the survey to get you the clearest possible window into how voters evaluate that.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Metz. And you anticipated my follow-up question, so thank you. And yeah, those are all my questions. I concur with many of my colleagues as far as how we, as far as kind of some of the discussion points on framing the polling and other kind of just issues and concerns. So happy to support this motion moving forward.
Great, thank you. So let's go ahead and vote on the motion. Starting with Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I vote yes, and Councilmember Filson.
Yes.
All right, thank you. That passed on a 6-1. Let's see, we should do a little time check. We've had a lot of people waiting. What I would suggest the city manager's agreement is that we go through the staff report and take the public comment. And again, unfortunately, I think we'll continue the actual council discussion. So would staff like to go ahead and.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me suggest to Director Late and staff who will be making a brief presentation for staff that we keep it a brief presentation and focus on the ability to get the public testimony.
Great,
Assuming
appreciate that, City Manager. And
nothing new.
I'm gonna ask Rachel Tanner to introduce our speaker. Thank you.
And again, I think we can do a deeper presentation when this comes back. Right?
Okay. Great. Good evening, Mayor, Council members. Glad to be with you tonight. I want to introduce Lauren Bigelow. She's a fellow who's been working with the city as part of the Partnership for the Bay's Future, which is an organization made up of many different private, public sector organizations, nonprofits in the Bay Area, working to think about how the Bay Area can be a place for everyone to live and to thrive. She's supported by PolicyLink. We've been working with Silicon Valley at Home on this initiative for the better part of about 18 months. And tonight we really want to focus on just explaining what was in the staff report we practiced. It was about 10 minutes. I think we will be pretty short as staff reports go. And really just want to emphasize that the purpose of this project, likely the deliberation in the future, is really on having council provide staff direction on areas that you'd like to see further research and study. None of these policies are fully baked as research tonight, but just kind of saying, where does the city think we have the most energy to put our staff resources to further do research and bring that back to the relevant values for future consideration. So I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Lauren Bigelow. Thank you.
Good evening, council members, and thank you for the opportunity to present tonight. My name is Lauren Bigelow, and I am the Partnership for the Bay's Future Fellow placed with the City of Palo Alto, working on developing more renter protections. Next slide, please. And next, tonight I will be, Tonight I will be presenting recommendations I've worked with staff to build over the last year after doing a significant amount of research and interacting with the public regarding these ideas. Our purpose this evening is to review these policies, prioritize them, and provide staff with direction regarding further development and implementation. Next slide, please. As a reminder of why we're here tonight, there are 11,764 housing units in Palo Alto that are renter units, and 46% of Palo Alto's housing stock overall is occupied by renters. Also, more than 70% of renter households making less than $75,000 a year are at risk of being displaced due to rent burden or paying more than 30% of their income. Next slide, please. The process of looking at Palo Alto's renter protections did not start with my fellowship, though. Councilmember Koo and Mayor Du Bois authored 2 colleagues' memos as early as 2017, emphasizing the importance of renter protections to stability in our community. With that in mind, the city applied for and was awarded a mid-career fellow through my program. And then in 2020, 3 hours before California announced shelter in place, I showed up at City Hall and the work began in earnest. And we started researching who Palo Alto renters were, as well as what protections and resources already existed within the community. From there, we looked at best practices and began having conversations with stakeholders. Then this year, we brought forth a set of recommendations to the PTC and HRC so we could hear their thoughts on these ideas. All of that led us here tonight, where we hope to get your direction as to which policies staff should bring back to you with recommendations on implementation and drafted ordinance language. Next slide, please. The original colleagues memo requested city staff find alternative renter protections to rent control. Therefore, there are many renter protections presented here. However, as there are resource constraints to consider, these policies would need to be pursued piece by piece, because all work on renter protections would be in addition to staff's already heavy workload. Because you already read the nitty-gritty details in a pretty dense staff report, I'll just jump right into a brief overview of all of the recommendations to refresh you before our discussion. I'll cover what the policy is, what it's based on, and whether or not the PTC and HRC recommended these ideas. Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, there are several policies to get through tonight, and we would like your feedback on each individually. All of them are listed here. 9 policies were studied. Policies 1 through 6 are recommended to develop local action. Policy 7 is recommended to endorse at the county level. And the last 2 policies were studied, but not recommended for implementation at this time. These are currently prioritized in the order which staff would recommend pursuing them based on levels of feasibility. Next slide, please. So the first recommendation is for a rental survey program, which is just a method of collecting data on the rental housing stock in Palo Alto that has been successfully implemented all over the Bay Area and has been part of our municipal code since 2002. The PTC and HRC both fully recommend this program as the highest priority, as the data collected can help shape the development of the rest of the policies listed. Next slide, please. Next is another renter protection that we already have on the books, tenant relocation assistance. Tenant relocation assistance is basically help provided to tenants by landlords when the tenants are being displaced. The current iteration of this policy only covers about 22% of renters. Again, both the PTC and HRC did recommend this policy, but had different points of emphasis in their recommendations. Next slide, please. Third is an eviction reduction program, which essentially acts as an extension to the Renter Protection Act of 2019, or for short, we call it AB 1482. So that the carve-outs listed here are offered the same protections at every other renter in the community. The eviction reduction program specifically focuses on making sure there are rules for when a renter can be asked to leave their home. The PTC and HRC were both interested in this policy, though, again, they disagreed on the necessity of covering all of the carve-outs. Next slide, please. Policy 4 is the anti-rent gouging policy and is also based on the lack of coverage for all renters in AB 1482. This policy is supposed to extend the rent cap to the renters left out by the legislative carve-outs, which is meant to protect renters from large rent increases. The PTC did not recommend this, but the HRC did. Next slide, please. Policy 5 is a security deposit limit, which is based on extending the statewide limit slightly further as Palo Alto's rents are so high. As you can see here, the statewide limit is 2 times, or in some cases 3 times the rent, and we recommend limiting the security deposit to 1.5 times the rent. Both the PTC and HRC recommend this policy. Next slide, please. The last of the 6 policies that we recommend developing and implementing locally is an anti-discrimination policy called a Fair Chance Ordinance, which limits when landlords can ask about criminal history so that people who have been released from incarceration can find places to live and are not forced to continue to pay for mistakes when the government considers the debt paid in full. Both the PTC and HRC strongly believed in the importance of this policy. Next slide, please. The 7th policy is the idea of right to counsel and is about providing renters with legal assistance and picks up where the Palo Alto mediation program leaves off. Due to the costs associated with providing this assistance, though, we are only recommending the city endorse the housing court being discussed at the county level. The PTC and HRC both recommend these ideas. Next slide, please. Again, policies 8 and 9 were studied, but not recommended to pursue at this time. Policy 8 is Tenant or Community Opportunity to Purchase Act, which is about giving a tenant the chance to purchase their property before the property owner puts it out on the market, and is currently a very hot topic. Ultimately, we decided that this was not the best fit for the city, and both commissions agreed with our assessment. Policy 9 is proactive rental inspection, which has inspectors regularly going out to all of the rental housing in Palo Alto to make sure that the housing is safe and up to code. Due to capacity constraints and the fairly safe conditions of most of our housing, we did not recommend the city pursue this option at this time. Both commissions agreed with our assessment. Next slide, please. The city participated in outreach in a variety of ways with both renter and property owner community, as outlined in attachment F of the staff report, and included both direct and indirect outreach. There were 2 commission meetings about the demographic findings of our research and Palo Alto renter profile, at which points requests for feedback from the community were made. 4 commission meetings regarding the actual recommendations were held. In total, 6 commission meetings over the last 14 months, all of which were initial forays into outreach. Should council decide to pursue any of these protections, staff will work in collaboration with the community and stakeholders to create specific ordinance language and programmatic structure. Next slide, please. Though outreach was complicated by the pandemic, the city still identified 298 landlords that owned properties in Palo Alto. Of those, 92 emails were sent, and every one of the 20 landlords or property managers that responded participated in a one-on-one interview, such as Hillsborough Properties, Millennium Flats, and Stanford. Several conversations were had with the California Apartment Association as well. From those conversations, a summation of the feedback we heard is presented here. Specific discussion about individual policies was not done due to the fact that staff had not received council direction yet, though the thrust of those findings was that any additional costs when it comes to their staff time or bottom line were not popular. Next slide, please. Palo Alto has not had a forum for renter feedback for 50 years. Last year, the Palo Alto Renter Association was created and established, the beginnings of an avenue for conversation with council, making a space for those who are disproportionately BIPOC households to be heard. The Renter Association was in regular conversation with us regarding the priorities and challenges for Palo Alto renters, making sure to center the voices of the most vulnerable. During that time, they shared their belief that many landlords are well-intentioned, but perhaps not always well-informed, which is why greater public education is necessary, and good policy can go a long way to curbing bad behavior. Interviews with service providers like Project Sentinel, Alta Housing, and Life Moves also occurred. Next slide, please. Those are the 9 policies we studied and our recommendations regarding all of them. At this point, our next steps are to further develop any policies that council is interested in and return to commissions and council with ordinance language and programmatic structure. Next slide, please. So tonight, it is our hope that we can get your feedback on each of the policies presented here, whether or not you support any of these ideas and the order in which they should be pursued. Next slide, please. Because that was a significant amount of information in a short period of time, here's the list of potential recommendations, potentially recommended policies, again, for your reference, and are once again numbered in order of staff's recommendation for phasing due to the level of feasibility. Next slide, please. This concludes my presentation. As per usual, please do not hesitate to reach out to me at lauren.bigelow@cityofpaloalto.org. I welcome any opportunities to discuss these policies with the community. Thank you so much for your time, consideration, and attention. I look forward to a robust conversation that includes all voices, and I will return the screen to staff.
Our presentation.
Rachel, I think you're muted.
That concludes our presentation, so we'll hand it back to you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And Lauren, thank you for running through that presentation, and it was a great staff report. So we are going to take public comment at this point in time. So please raise your hand if you'd like to speak to this issue. And, you know, given the volume of speakers and time, we're going to go with 2 minutes a speaker. Sorry. Yeah. So if you'd like to speak, you need to put in a card with the city clerk. Anybody. Yep. And we also have people online. So our first speaker is Keith Slipper. And we will continue to take hands through the end of the second speaker.
Good evening, lady. Oh. Good evening, Mayor Dubois, ladies and gentlemen of the council. I'm here today to represent something that I think is absolutely missing. I don't know where this lady got this information from, but I received a message this morning from California Apartment Association saying that they had had almost zero contact with Palo Alto. So I then picked up the phone and called every single Palo Alto landlord I knew. Not a single Palo Alto landlord I know was contacted by the council. Now, this raised me to a level of frustration that I don't normally get to, and with my advanced years, that's not a very good thing. What I discovered was, apparently some years ago, there had been an eviction on the President Hotel. The President Hotel was cleaned out and turned into something probably better and more expensive. As a result of somewhat like 60 people being evicted, Palo Alto is now proposing to introduce a Trojan horse of socialism into the land business and rental business and smack 11,800 units for the sake of what happened years ago. What then happened after these people were moved out was this group of people called Partners for Bay Future gave Palo Alto money to do a study. I would encourage all of you to go and take a look at the Partners for Bay Futures, the website. It looks like something I left behind years ago in England in the socialist utopia of the 60s. Next, that group then gave you this challenge fee. You then got this fee and you proceeded to produce a report, which is presented, which I was only able to see after trying for 2 days this afternoon at 7:30.
Yes, you're 2 minutes up if you could finish your sentence.
Okay, I was going to give you the rest of the stuff Can I just ask a question of the council? Did you get my letter, my email?
Yeah, we don't respond to questions from speakers, but.
Okay, well, the email says it all. And why you need to get a property person involved with this. This is a socialist Trojan horse. If you do this, you'll wreck the market in Palo Alto, as has been done in Oakland and all these other counties, which I can tell you about because I own buildings there.
Okay,
thank you for your time.
Next speaker is Angie Evans, to be followed by Steve Kirschner.
All right. This is my last official public comment as the executive director of Palo Alto Forward. Feels great. So I'm speaking tonight also as a parent, as a student at POSD, where over 60% of the students are renters. Our community urgently needs this council to pass tenant protections that cover all types of housing. We cannot spend another year studying what we already know. Tenants live in lots of different types of homes, and when you exempt some, you make it more difficult and more expensive to implement, more time consuming for landlords and tenants, and you leave many out. I'm going to read just one statement from somebody who commented to me after I shared this meeting. This is not me, this is somebody else, so I can't claim anything to it. She said, I'm a single mom working 4 jobs to be able to afford a small 1-bedroom where my kids share the room and I sleep in the living room floor. My greatest worry is when the rent will be raised and if I'll be able to afford that increase. The last time that happened, my girls and I became homeless and living in our car in Palo Alto. It's a permanent renter class for sure, and never a fair one. Palo Alto is the city that passed the first inclusionary zoning policy in the state of California. We are also the city that developed the first kinds of homeless shelters that were a partnership between faith-based groups and residents and the city police. We were also one of the cities that were the first to pass an eviction moratorium related to COVID-19. We can do something right now to change people's lives. This is just one story. I cannot count the number of stories like that I hear every single week as one of the 8 people who responds to Palo Alto Renters Association emails. I just hope you will take that urgency and the fervor that you need to act. Thank you.
The next speaker is Steve Kirschner, to be followed by Anna Toledano.
Thank you. Steve Kirschner, Webster Street. Honorable Mayor, Council. I've lived in Palo Alto for 20 years. For 20 years, I've been a renter. I don't represent anybody else. I'm not affiliated with anybody. I've been in some of the meetings here. I don't agree with everything that was in the presentation, but I urge the council to consider the voices and the lives of the people who rent here. Some of the statistics show 46% of the units are rental units. And I'd like to speak against the basic proposition that to consider any of this as socialism. I think the 2 major criticisms of considering this as the Cunard of socialism and the think tanks that say that rent control and other things have ruined cities. Well, New York and San Francisco have various types of rent control and renter protection, and those cities seem to have the most expensive and the most desirable rental properties in the country. And as far as socialism, well, in this world, we have regulation, we have taxes, you can't avoid them. Proposition 13 is socialism because it took people at a certain time and froze their taxes, and it doesn't bring everybody else's, it doesn't bring their property taxes up to market rate. You know, if you got rid of Proposition 13, then all the Eichlers could be the people that couldn't afford the current taxes. You know, they might have to move to Nebraska, and then some developer could come in and put up market rate housing in those areas. So to just say it's socialism, it's really conflating things because we live in a complicated society and we have to look out and protect the people that are here and that have made their lives in Palo Alto. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Anna Toledano, followed by Leah Cohen.
Hi, everyone. My name is Anna Toledano, and I am a graduate worker at Stanford pursuing a PhD in history. I'm also a co-general manager at KZSU Stanford, where some of you may be listening to this meeting tonight. I am a real Palo Alto resident, voter, and taxpayer. I'm among the 46% of Palo Altans who rent. I've rented here for over 6 years. My current living situation with my landlord is positive, but from my involvement on the steering committee of the Palo Alto Renters Association, I know directly that many of my fellow renters are not so lucky. I strongly urge the council to adopt the recommendations to protect renters, including but not limited to the establishment of a rental survey program, expanded tenant relocation assistance, on eviction reduction program and an eviction reduction program, and anti-rent gouging. These recommendations benefit renters and landlords alike. I see a rental survey program, for example, serving as a free advertisement for available apartments in Palo Alto. As someone who will never own a home in Palo Alto because of my situation, these protections are critical for keeping me and my fellow renters, your longtime neighbors, colleagues, and friends here. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Leah Cohen, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg.
Greetings, Council. My name is Leah Cowan, and I've lived nearly my entire life as a Palo Alto renter. I'm speaking today to ask you for your protection as a Palo Alto renter. I came to Palo Alto as a kid in the 80s because, as my dad put it, we won the golden ticket. A below market rate home that took our Section 8 voucher in Palo Alto. While I've felt and have appreciated the many ways that I've benefited from the access and the proximity of the resources here in Palo Alto, being a low-income family striving to make ends meet had its downfalls. Being a renter in a family that rented, we never felt protected. We lacked the basic sense of security, where we called our home was a place we really could feel secure in. It was an understanding that we were not to bring up any maintenance issues or make any complaints about the obscene levels of discrimination and harassment we experienced, because we all lived under the fear that on any moment we could be in the petrifying position to look for new housing. It felt, and if it felt like that as a kid and as a young adult, imagine what it feels like now. That level of insecurity, that anxiety over one's living situation has only increased since, and that increase is exponential with the rocket sky cost of housing in this city. That very anxiety of having to find a new place to live became a terrifying reality for my family recently, when my mother, who lived in that same apartment I grew up in, was pushed out with a rent increase that about tripled her rent. This increase is outside of the protection of AB 1482, even though this is an obvious hike larger than the 5% increase that's limited plus inflation, because the ironic loophole that she lived in a below market rate unit.
Sorry, if you could wrap up your comments.
So luckily I was able to to scramble and find rental assistance and find a place that accepted my mother's Section 8 voucher, a process that's usually met with discrimination. But I know other families that are living in the same anxiety, and it's as part of the nearly half of Palo Alto's population that are renters, I'm asking for your protection to think about and to pass AB 1482 loopholes with to stop rent gouging, to implement a rent survey to capture the data that you need to and have informed decisions, and to expand relocation assistance, and to implement eviction reduction programs. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Emily Ann Ramos.
Hi again.
Lauren Bigelow's reasonable proposals, most of which involve enforcing laws that are already on the books that voters approved almost 2 decades ago, comprise literally the least you can do to protect half of our city's residents. Broken down to our most vulnerable communities, the percentages are more stark. According to the most recent research, 60 to 80% of Palo Alto public school students live in rental homes, a number that continues to increase. Our children deserve stability in their homes. Here is what the British speaker calls socialism. I am a renter here in Palo Alto, meaning I spend almost $10,000 a month to rent a single-family home in the Pali School District. That money goes mostly to Taiwan, where my landlord lives. According to tax records, my landlord purchased the home I live in for approximately $500,000, and it's now worth $6 million. Of the $120,000 I pay in year to my landlord in rent, $108,000 goes to Taiwan, and $12,000 goes to the state, eventually to trickle back to the public schools where my students attend school. Locally, my landlord pays no local tax on the income because, unlike better run jurisdictions, Palo Alto still refuses to tax landlords to keep some of that revenue in the city where it's in the community where it's generated. But here's the deal. I'm also a landlord. I rent out a single family home. I also now own a stake in multifamily housing. And I strongly support every single one of those proposals. Plus I support rent control on pricing because stability helps neighborhoods. Stability increases the value of my assets. And if you
could wrap up. Sorry, we
think
don't have
about
a
that.
timer
This
here.
helps landlords, this helps communities, and it's time. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, we don't have a local timer here in the chamber for the speakers. Our last speaker here is Emily Ann Ramos.
Can you hear me? I'm so used to that over Zoom now. Hello, Mayor Du Bois, Vice Mayor Byrd, and council members. Emily Ramos representing Silicon Valley at Home. SB at Home has been proud to partner with the city of Palo Alto since 2019 as a community partner in the city-initiated grant from the Partnership for the Bay's Future, which provided additional staff capacity to explore and develop anti-displacement and tenant protection policies brought before you today. Because City Council explicitly asked for recommendations that might avoid the rancor over rent stabilization ordinance, the policies presented by staff focus instead on leveraging and expanding existing city ordinance, filling gaps in measures already taken at the state level, and some smaller steps that were identified as barriers to housing through research and community engagement process. These proposals come with a clear recommendations from both PTC and the HRC from earlier this year. And these recommendations have been incorporated into the priorities presented to you by city staff. 46% of Palo Alto's residents are renters who are deeply impacted by the high cost of housing in this area. Housing insecurity is the primary cause of displacement and central to increase homelessness. This council should support these solutions to protect tenants and direct staff to bring back and implement ordinances in the recommended order priority. A rental survey ordinance has been on the books for decades. Enforcing it should be a top priority and will be essential to tenant protection efforts. Palo Alto is a wonderfully desirable place to live, but it is also a place where many long-term residents central to the stability of your community often struggle to remain. Your actions on these ordinances will be a model for other cities to follow and create their own sets of protections in response to displacement in their communities. Thank you so much for your leadership. I look forward to seeing your outcome.
Thank you. So we're going to shift to the speakers on Zoom. Next speaker is Liz. Give me 1 second. Okay, Liz, you should be able to speak.
Oh, good. Thank you. I just wanted to, how much time do we have? I'm
2
sorry.
minutes. There's a timer
2 minutes. Okay.
on the screen.
Yeah. So, I I just want to be in support of, I think it was Leah. My heart went out to her, having been a renter, and also in earlier conversations of this council meeting about retaining or obtaining commissioners that are more involved in community and maybe renters and also small businesses. PA renters are burdened with the cost of their housing. 50 to 100% of incomes are going to pay for family or individual shelter. Yet, for example, V-Rents, who have many vacancies in the city, they gladly accept Section 8 guaranteed rent payments, but oddly and ironically, they require that a potential tenant show proof of 3 times the rent in income, or a bank statement that shows the amount of cash at 3 times the asking rent. So, I just want to say further, many landlords do not even provide any kind of, they don't provide information for renters as far as extras as HOAs or year-long leases. So it's really important that the city look at this, because renters, especially during COVID, especially during a time where women and single moms are struggling in this community, with children, these landlords are asking outrageous, having these requirements to even, be approved for a rental. So I am just pleading with the city to say, even expand these renter protections further to make it fair and equitable for all incomes, all abilities, all ages to join in this community and collaborate
Liz,
so
if you
that
could, wrap up.
yeah, and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. People can watch the clock. Our next speaker is Eileen Kim.
My name is Eileen Kim, and I'm a Palo Alto resident property owner. I've been both landlord and tenant in my life. I'm here to ask the City Council to carefully consider what real solutions are to our city's housing crisis. Governor Newsom signed Bill AB 1482, ensuring tenants are protected against rent hikes and rent evictions. This bill imposed a rent increase cap, also known as a form of rent stabilization. To use Governor Newsom's very own words regarding this bill, I quote, "California will boast the nation's strongest statewide renter protections," end quote. However, if the city of Palo Alto further implements rent control policies, what starts out as good intentions will actually have long-term deleterious effects for our beloved city. Instead of relieving the rental affordability crisis, this quick and dirty Band-Aid solution will actually worsen the housing situation. Many economists widely agree rent control can make problems worse for renters in the long run, such as policies will cut into the profits of property owners and encourage them to get out of the rental business. Simply put, rent control leads to a decrease in the amount of housing stock. Furthermore, what's even worse is that rent control policies lead to a decline in the quality of housing and the creation of rental ghettos. As property owners find their expenses and maintenance costs increasing year over year, while their rental incomes are severely capped year over year, these disincentivizing policies will create rental ghettos where tenants feel trapped and unable to move from their dilapidated housing, while property owners feel frustrated in trying to maintain a well-kept property with their limited income. Rent control is nothing more than a quick and dirty, hasty Band-Aid solution to our housing problem. I urge the City Council to take a long-term view of what really improves the housing situation, which is to create more housing units. Instead of instituting rent control, consider creative policy options that encourage large developers to build a certain percentage of rental housing units dedicated to low and middle income earners. Seek out real solutions, not the most politically expedient Band-Aid that does more harm than good to our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dan Pan.
Oh, hi, my name is Dan, a board member of BAHN, representing hundreds of mom and pop housing providers in Palo Alto. COVID-19 pandemic has been a disaster for everyone, including our housing providers. We faced lost rents, tremendously increased the cost of maintenance, struggling to pay bills. We are trying our best to survive next everybody else. Yes, it's a disaster, but it's from nature. No matter how hard it is, our human being can work together to conquer it. COVID-19 will be gone. Our life will go back to normal with hope for the future. But COVID-19 pandemic isn't over yet, and our policymakers are creating another disaster, extreme policy to control housing in the city of Palo Alto. Those extreme policies will kill housing providers, destroy house in the city, and ultimately hurt renters who you want to help. Our life will never go back to normal under those policies without hope in the future. We really urge mayor and city council members really think about those consequences and reject those policies. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Anil Babar.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois and City Council. Anil Babar with the California Apartment Association, who stands here today with the community in opposition to the recommendations outlined in the staff report. There are many factors that you should consider before exploring these protections. For one, state law has already taken up the issue of tenant protections in AB 82, which accomplishes that goal of providing comprehensive protections. Any further study, because of state law, is unnecessary. The council in the past has weighed in on the subject and they determined it was not right for Palo Alto. The voters have weighed in on this subject twice in the forms of Prop 10 and Prop 21, and both times Palo Alto voters rejected these measures. In fact, Prop 21, 60% of Palo Alto voters rejected that measure. Every single policy proposal contained in the staff report will increase the cost of operating and provide housing. And there was zero outreach to property owners before these policies were brought to the various committees for review. Had they reached out to those impacted rather than only tenants, you would have benefited from a more informed discussion on these topics. And there was zero consideration of the city's ability to implement, finance, or enforce these proposals. This complete lack of feedback from stakeholders makes it impossible to develop good policy. Time will not permit a comprehensive critique of each policy item. However, I can sum up these concerns of each policy proposal by saying they'll either impact the city's budget, increase the cost of property owners to provide housing, or they've already been accomplished by state law. CAA calls upon the City Council to reject these proposals before you and demand that staff conduct proper outreach to relevant stakeholders so you can understand how they'll be financed, enforced, and implemented before you direct staff to create ordinances for them. Lastly, I want to point out that of the letters that were submitted into council this past 3 days, overwhelmingly were in opposition of this measure, and majority of those were residents of Palo Alto. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Molyneux.
Hi there. This is Mark Molyneux. I just want to underline to start here that it's been decades of policy that have distinctly aimed at and achieved several consequences. This has been a windfall profits and other benefits to landowners and the squeezing of the landless in Palo Alto and beyond. This has raised the cost of living, but more than that, it has displaced generations. Low-income renters just don't live in Palo Alto anymore. You have displaced them. And we have, some left, and we have to look at what we can do to protect what we have. And how did this happen? How do we create such a two-tier system when 46% of Palo Altans are renters? It's pretty absurd. Just in general, I would like to say that this underlines why you really need to disregard the bad faith process concerns of the landlords and so on, including the quote-unquote mom and pops. The deck is stacked in their favor. These rental protections are the least we can do to counteract this. In particular, looking at COVID, I recommend looking at the JP Morgan Chase analysis in the last week, which showed that landlord profits went up tremendously during COVID. But yes, I would like to point to the Palo Alto renters analysis of what you should do here. I wholeheartedly recommend their pragmatic conclusions. Rental registry is foundational. So absolutely, it's already in the books. Just make it happen. The AB 1482 loopholes need to be closed. As far as eviction tenant relocation assistance, in other words, kind of rebalancing the weight put on tenants during evictions, it's not enough, but it's something. And you actually have to look at putting resources. COPA, to do right, will take resources in Palo Alto. I understand why you're scared, but we need to start here and actually work to balance the landed and the landless in Palo Alto and make them both dignified residents of the city. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jen L.
Hello, dear Mayor Du Bois and City Council members. I'm a Palo Alto resident and a small housing provider. I feel that the proposed rental protection policies are bad for landlords as well as for the tenants. The past year and a half is extremely hard for us housing providers. Rents have decreased. There are more unpaid rents, and expenses for maintenance, utilities, and insurance skyrocketed. This means that it's getting harder and harder to do the rental business. Passing the proposed rental protection policy is like hitting a man when he's down. I want to share a story of Sweden. In Sweden, the average wait time to rent an apartment is 9 years. Why? Because there's severe rent control. Housing providers couldn't survive and give up the rental business. Builders stopped building apartments because no one is interested in buying them anyway. For renters, there is no houses to rent. Are we trying to repeat the story of Sweden? We do want to help those less fortunate. The best way to provide more affordable housing is that government help to make the expenses low. However, passing such housing unfriendly policies is going the exact opposite direction. Rental registry and administration will greatly increase the burdens of housing providers as well as for public, making housing less affordable. Please reject these anti-housing policies. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tim McKenzie.
Greetings all. My name is Tim McKenzie. I use he, him pronouns. I've been a renter in the Bay Area for almost a decade now. I live down in Mountain View. Feel very lucky to have the stability of rent control that allows me to stay in my community. I'm really excited that my neighbors in Palo Alto will be getting rent protections, and I'd like to raise my voice in support of them, and especially the call to implement a rent registry, to expand tenant relocation assistance, to close loopholes in AB 1482, and especially, I know it wasn't recommended by staff, but to explore a community opportunity to purchase act. The city of Mountain View just made a development go through where there was COPA involved. That was a win-win situation for everyone involved. I'm sure Palo Alto could do just as well or better if you put your minds to it. So I'd love to, can't wait to see rental protections for my fellow renters in Palo Alto. And I'd love to see rent control also put forward and passed to help provide stability. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kevin Ma.
Evening, Council. My name is Kevin Ma. I was a former renter and a former resident of the city of Palo Alto. I've since moved to Mountain View. I'm calling in favor of all of the recommendations provided to you tonight. In 2019, there was the homeless point count, which I participated in, and the reports show that 81% of those who were homeless had a residence in this county. But a lot of those people had to have been priced out of their area. As we know, before pandemic, rents were still high. Rents were much higher than the minimum wages, the average wages of most people in this region. And this is why we need to provide protections for nearly half of the residents of the city. Inherently, one of the things about renters is that you hear a lot in council, like, I'm a 20-year resident, I'm a 40-year resident of the city. Before basically 2018, you could have been a 40-year resident, a renter, missed a rent payment, and just be immediately thrown out the street. Because unlike home ownership, you don't really have those kind of protections. You're just pretty much at the will of whether you can find a tenant lawyer and whether they're going to file the eviction papers on you. And as such, these are the recommendations today are very much the rudimentaries, like a rental survey. So we actually have data about what is actually going on at the ground level, or a tenant relocation assistance that isn't just restricted to 20% of the renters in the city, because not everyone lives in the large buildings, as well as other things like a right to counsel, actually providing legal resources rather than being sent immediately to a default judgment by the single judge / commissioner in the San Jose courthouse. Inherently, it's going to be unpopular by those who have been profiting by this situation because vacancies are so low that you kind of do have to fight for whatever scraps for housing you get in this area. So I do hope you guys make the correct decision and go ahead with these policies. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christian Beauvoir.
Hello?
Yep, we can hear you.
Great. Hello, everyone. My name is Christian Beauvoir, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the Palo Alto Renters Association. We're the first tenant-led organization in Palo Alto in 50 years, and we're hopeful that this is the beginning of ongoing and more inclusive dialogue with renters. Palo Alto needs a data-driven approach to housing. Many people are under the impression that renters here are just a small group of wealthy tech workers, but it only takes knocking on a few doors, hearing stories today, coming to one of our Renters Association meetings or joining our Renters Picnic to meet someone who's rented in Palo Alto for 30 years, who's now disabled, whose landlord is harassing them constantly because they know that a new tenant will bring them thousands more in rent a month. And this story is not unique. People are being pushed out of their housing in Palo Alto with nowhere else to go. And they're extremely vulnerable to abuse without the protections that we're talking about today. When we don't have data, when we don't have something like a rent registry, people slip between the cracks. And for large management companies, that might mean they save money on fees, but for like regular everyday people, for the individuals that make up this community, that means they're forced out of their homes and they can't afford anywhere else to stay. And I know you've already heard it and you'll hear it again, but renters are 46% of this community. And the policies that come from this council should reflect that. They should care about and protect renters. They should be folded into work plans and implemented quickly to ensure that they are made more tangible. Palo Alto needs robust renter protections that includes a rent survey, a right to counsel, eviction protections, and expanded relocation assistance. This is far too large a group of people and far too trying of times for us to pretend these needs aren't real. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kelsey Baines.
Thank you and good evening, council members. My name is Kelsey Baines. I am a Palo Alto resident and director of Peninsula for Everyone. We advocate for more homes for people of all incomes and protecting tenants. And we support the Palo Alto Renters Association and urge you to act with urgency to protect tenants and stabilize families in our community. This issue is personal to me. I first came before you in 2018. It was my first ever public comment at a public hearing. And I told you that my downtown North rental was being demolished to build a mansion. But I was privileged to be able to move to another apartment in a different neighborhood because my salary increased dramatically after I finished my postdoc. And then I came to you in 2019. And I told you that my roommate and I had received an 18% rent increase, and we wouldn't be able to afford living downtown anymore. The condo we rented was not covered by AB 1482. But I was privileged to be able to move again and stay with family to stay in Palo Alto. And now I come to you today as we're hopefully coming out of COVID, wanting a place of my own where I can have stability. And I'm coming to a conclusion that it's not in Palo Alto. And if I choose to move to a neighboring city, I will be privileged to do so. Residents who don't share such privileges are faced with harder choices, and we see those neighbors being pushed out of our region entirely, or living in vehicles or living on the street. And I know this council cares about ending homelessness because you voted to invest significantly in interim housing, but really ending homelessness will require providing stability and preventing displacement from happening in the first place. So this is an issue of public health and public safety. Tenant protections are an investment in homeless prevention. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Chun Chi. Chun Chi, you can speak now if you're there.
Yes. Hi, my name's Chun Chi. Good evening. I'm a small mom and pop landlord in Bay Area and a member of BOM, BHM. Last couple of years, due to COVID, has been very trying time for both tenants and landlord. All is struggling. Rent was lower to retain tenants and haven't been raised for the last couple of years, while everything else is going up in cost, such as utility, property tax, insurances, especially on the repair and maintenance, all going up rapidly. I'm pretty sure everybody here have the experiences. Government does offer lots of rental assistance, like 46 billion for the whole US. However, it's very challenging in actually receiving such fund. For instance, for our cases, we have a tenant who owes us like between 20 to 30,000. We applied several months ago and still waiting. So the landlord are suffering from this pandemic just as much as tenant. We are not asking for any favor from government. What we ask is simply to be treated fairly and not to shoulder the responsibility that belong to the entire society. Regarding the free consultation, legal consultation for the tenant, my own experiences is that you take about 4 months to have an eviction go through without any attorney assistance for the tenant. If you have a free legal aid to the tenant, that will be probably 6 months. And so I think it's pretty unfair for the landlord without any assistance from the government side. So in response, we are already in the very deep hole as is. Like if the Palo Alto doesn't want to be San Francisco, Oakland as a shining example, I suggest we start digging more deeper hole. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Julie Beer.
Hello, Council. My name is Julie Beer. I've lived in Palo Alto as a renter with my husband for about 40 years, about maybe 38 years here in Palo Alto. We're lucky that we have a good landlady who has been kind to us by not raising our rent a lot in the past few years. That's partly because my husband is a general contractor and he has helped with some maintenance around the apartment building. But she has also indicated that she wants to sell the apartment building. Since the building is probably about 50 years old, I think we're protected by, is it 1482, where 5% increase plus cost of living per year. So that's good for us. But if our building gets sold, what happens to us? I'm worried. I'm worried about having to leave. I've been physically disabled with constant low back pain since 1988. I'm lucky I live 2 blocks from California Avenue so that I can bank and get groceries and do things like that. It's wonderful for me. I don't want to be evicted. I don't know what my future is. We both live on Social Security retirement and my small pension. We're well under that $75,000 per year that was mentioned in the lady's presentation. I'm sorry, I forgot her name. Let's see. I want a rental survey. Oh, by the way, we've always paid our, during the pandemic, we always made sure that we paid our landlady. So we're not, inconveniencing her. So I really hope that you'll help protect people like me, and so that we don't have to move. It would be very painful physically and mentally for us. Thank you for your help.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Scott O'Neill.
Hi, my name is Scott O'Neill. I'm a Palo Alto homeowner, voter, and a former renter. My father has been a landlord for as long as I can remember. I've seen all sides of this, lament the zero-sum nature of some of the policies being considered, and would never demonize landlords. They're important. But I recognize that the reason I'm a homeowner, I prefer renting, is mostly to avoid getting displaced. As our kids approach school-going age, we wanted to make sure we never had to move schools because a landlord decided to go in a different direction. I once was forced to move because my then landlord was confused about his taxes. He's a great guy, but a little bit of a doofus in that way. In my situation, that was just a hassle and a little bit funny in retrospect. But as many have recounted, the humanitarian consequences of being forced out of a rental can be extremely dire during a housing crisis. And ownership is out of reach for too many people for ownership to be the only road to housing stability. I'm not sure I'd support these measures under any set of economic conditions. There's something to some of the arguments against, but I strongly support them under current conditions. Relief measures like these are best paired with land use liberalizations that would allow the root problem of extreme housing scarcity to be addressed. And I encourage the council to both approve all the recommended measures as well as try to get more housing built in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ellie.
Hello, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for hearing all of us tonight. I just want to once again come on and speak on behalf of all of the proposals that you have heard tonight. And I want to echo the comments of my fellow speakers tonight and urge you to vote in favor of these fairly common sense rent control reforms. As someone who was raised by landlords who are very open about the process of renting and someone who is now renting, I feel I have a very interesting perspective seeing both sides. And from both sides of the equation, there is only one answer here. Implement these measures. Work for our people. Ensure that people have stability in housing, stability in community. Ensure that children have stability in their schools. As someone who has gone through our public education system, I can testify to the fact that it's turbulent enough as it is. We don't need to add in housing instability as a constant threat hanging over our children's heads. It's time to get data. It's time to take action. It is time to amplify the voices of those in our communities through action. You have a very clear proposal here. You have a very clear list of action directly laid out for you to take on behalf of your residents as they have asked you to move forward. And I see absolutely no reason why a council elected by the people to serve the people should not be working in their defense and listening to what they have already called upon you to do. Thank you so much, and I hope to see you make the correct choice tonight.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Edie Keating.
Hello. Council, thank you for considering renter protections for Palo Alto residents. While modest, these policies are still meaningful and will mean greater security and smoother transitions for some of your renters. The biggest gap in these protections is relying on the state limit on rent increases of CPI plus 5%. Few residents are getting raises equal to CPI plus 5%. Many will ultimately face eviction by rent increase, for which you provide no protection. The rent registry you propose will help you to see the rent increases that Palo Alto renters are facing. Be sure to include something like years in unit so you will know how much turnover is taking place. Finally, choose to include small apartments. Many of the most affordable apartments in Palo Alto, along Alma Street and in the Ventura neighborhood, are small apartments. Renters of these most affordable apartments will benefit the most from relocation benefits or any other assistance. Please move forward tonight with these modest protections for renters. It's a good first step. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mina Young. Mina, you should be able to speak.
Hi, this is Mina Young. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hi, I'm a small property owner and I have very elderly parents who are also renting out extra space of their house, and it's getting more difficult for them and with their language barrier, and so the younger generation have to help them. They depend on their rental for livelihood because they don't really have retirement fund. So with all these restrictions, it's going to mean that they'll need to get more legal counseling, and which is more costly for them. And so they will have no choice but to remove their extra space from rental. So I know every unit is very scarce right now in the Bay Area, but these restrictions will make it worse. I hear that some economists said rent control is the most effective way to destroy a city's housing supply other than bombing. And I see that happening in the Bay Area. In San Francisco, I think every year more and more units are removed from the market because it's just becoming too risky for the owners to run, and it's just not worth it. So in order for the renters to have more choices, the policies need to stay flexible and be amiable between the two parties, the renters and the owners. So right now, Palo Alto is reasonable, so please keep it that way, and encourage more housing units to be rented out. Thank you.
Thank you. We are going to take one final speaker on the phone whose phone number ends in 7268. Phone caller, you can unmute yourself. Give you one more shot. If you're on the phone number ending in 7268, you can go ahead and speak. All right, we don't seem to have that caller. All right, so that concludes the public comment. I don't think there's much appetite on the council to continue this item. I mean, work on it tonight. All right, so we will continue that item. We are moving on to council member comments and questions, announcements. Anybody have anything? Councilmember Tanaka?
Yeah, I know that there was an internet outage here in Palo Alto. I mean, I think that's why Councilmember Ku actually had to head over. So I got various text messages and stuff of people who tried to call in for this but could not. So I'm hoping that we could leave this open just in light of the fact that a lot of people couldn't participate in this item.
Okay, we'll take that into consideration. As far as I could tell, self-service was working. I'm not seeing any other comments, so we'll adjourn the meeting tonight in honor of Veterans and Veterans Day, which is coming up in 2 days. Thank you. Good night.